last longer. And then wherever we have come from, we just have to value normally humans generally, humanity. We must show humanity in everything we do. So as for the issue that is at hand right now, I see it as more of a political situation, whereby probably the opposition is trying to settle some, use that opportunity, opportunity in politics, everything is possible. So people, I felt just like you said, the prime minister was saying that it's probably the far right talks, which of course they hold some conservative, highly conservative and nationalistic views. So probably that was what they were also trying to cash on to make sure they frustrate the prime minister, and also cause some political problems for the country.
Hey guys, guys, yeah.
Yeah. So 1 second. Let me. I got a question for Lozi. So Lozi, you said people should stay in
They
their
I got a question.
countries. These You said that these roaches are coming in
It's their
and
country.
causing
Yeah,
problems.
it's their country. That's one thing we have to know.
Okay.
It's
So
their country.
yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. So I want Lozi to respond. The South African brother, Lozi. So these are the people who claim that I took their job, right? Me with a PhD and all these qualifications. This is a person that. So let's listen to the high IQ white man.
Some foreigners that are coming over and taking our jobs, yeah, and not even working. And they're working.
They take our jobs if they're not working.
Because they do it. They do it over. They do it. Simple as that.
So Lozi, this is why they're protesting against us, right? We're coming over there, we're taking their jobs, and also we're not working. So can you make that
We are
make
not
sense for me?
working. How do you balance that?
Lozi,
No, really,
make
I
it
got
make
a good
sense.
question for you guys. Where in Africa is this happening? Where are Black Africans protesting and white people or any other people are coming over there?
Good point. Nowhere.
Exactly. Africa's always on some one sided shit.
That's a good point. And you know what, right? They go all around Africa buying the best lands. Africans are not protesting against them. And trying to say, oh, these white people are taking over. I think what's happening is actually what someone in the chat mentioned earlier, Hammer. He said basically these people are in denial and their birth rate is not going to increase just by getting angry immigrants. Because I think I get it, right? They're angry at immigrants because because of feminism and all these other issues, their birth rate is literally 1.5 children per woman. And that means you can't even replace yourself. The population is going down.
That's
Meanwhile,
it.
these Muslims are having like 4 kids per family. And that's the main issue.
So I think that's the that it's a there was a particular study that someone was speaking to me about sometimes ago, and the person was saying that the world will be forced to like the black man. So he was saying that by 2050 to 2075, said out of the five working persons in the world, out of the five working class people in the world, 3 to 4 it's going to be a black man, someone from Africa or from African, that has some link with Africa, like the Caribbeans or whatever, the Pacific. It's going to be like that, and it's like that because if you look at Africa too. We're about 1.5 billion right now, and the next 20 30 years, our population is going to be running into about 2.5 to 2.5 billion, going by the word average rate of about 2.3 to 2.5, 2.6 to going to 3% increase in population per year. So they need to just get used to it. That's just it. It's a reality for them, and not only for the UK. Many of these Western spaces, they do not give back like that. They don't give back like that. So with time, the immigrants they'll actually have some political power based on the fact that they have the right to vote, and those have been fully integrated into the society, fully integrated into the culture, and they are going to definitely ask for some space. So they should be ready for some pushbacks from those guys too. So it's not going to be business as usual, even though they still have some. They have the majority, but they must be prepared for that. Except they want to go on the bad spray. like the Africans. I don't think the Africans are taking off their legs off the pedal right now. As when it comes to giving birth in terms of birth rate, we are the growth centers when it comes to birth rate in the world. So the fact is just that there must just be a way of managing that diversity. I appreciate that the fact that so that space actually give the opportunity for people to come around, and of course they needed it, just like when you are talking about the Caribbeans came in after the Second World War, and the Asians also came in later, the Africans to coming in into the country. So with time these guys are naturalizing, they are integrating themselves. So they will definitely if you look at the statistics, the last election was won by the immigrant. I mean, they played a role. The immigrant played a role in in trying to seize power from the Tories, having held power for about 15 years, changing, you know, changing, well, what do you call it, prime minister from, one after the other. So there should be a calm. I think just like the prime minister already said, there should be a kind of way they should approach it. Apart from force, there will be a need to kind of told down the violence, to tone down the violence, because if the violence goes on, nobody knows what may happen also, across. But the world is already globalized right now. We have the West has a lot of global concerns. Also. In fact, the British have a lot of global concerns, I mean, kind of a business concerns, virtually all over the world as well, and especially in Africa, where they have a lot of food trade. You know, so when that kind of thing happens, there must be a way out of it through negotiation, reconciliation, and then of course reconstruction. So, because if it spirals right out of that level, so there could be some blowbacks. I'm seeing some blowbacks coming. But I really appreciate the cool nature by which our fellow brothers, from Africa and the other immigrants, have handled it. It has not skyrocketed into any big problem. But I will still call for calm, and it's also to tell us that one way or the other, Africans also should try and fix their problems. Enough of these shenanigans of now call out your government. I'm not saying you should not call out your government, wherever you are. Call them out. You are not doing enough. We know the corrupt nature of many African leaders. Call them out, but do well also. I normally tell people, do well also to educate your people back home. Don't just come here and you are in the West, and you believe you are doing fine, and you just lead them. Look at what happened in Nigeria. I'm from Nigeria, so look at what happened. Everybody protest. It has gone into something like that also, where there are certain people destroying infrastructure. Tell them things that they also can do to be on their toes, to be on their toes. If possible, find a way around it to bring in some form of investment into the country, to at least not just consumption based investment. I mean, you support based on consumption, but let it be productive, so that we also have something to actually fall on. Just like the Bible. I'm a Christian, and I know that there was a time. There's this story about Joseph. That is, there is a king. There's an adage, that gravitates around that story, when the children of Israel went into slavery and stuff. All this that story in the Bible. It says that there is a king that came, that did not know Joseph, and that was where the mystery of the children of Israel started from. So we must all also understand that it's not going to be El Dorado all the way. It's not going to be. There's going to be a pushback, which is technically allowed. It happens in other parts. Just like you said, human beings are the same. I think, if you look at the things that are happening in the last 3, 4, 5 years, in the last 4, starting from COVID-19. Do you know that it's shattering a lot of glass ceilings, breaking a lot of stereotypes that people think about the black world. I can remember during the COVID-19, I saw people might say, it's only Africans that can do that. I saw a white man in the UK. They were asking him to stay indoor, not to contact COVID-19, and they were saying, no, I want to go out. I want to go out and the barbecue stand that I was using to do barbecue on the street, probably in the pub or on the street or something. He was using his leg to scatter it. That they were using their leg to scatter it. He was saying that he wants to stay on the street. So, so I've started seeing so many things in the last 5 years. Some things that we see, we think it can only but happen in Africa alone or whatever. We see it happen in what is happening before, but probably social media is making it much more visible right now. Many things that the Africans do not know, we are now getting to know some of those things. And when we get to know
let
these
me
things,
ask you a
it
question,
should help
guys.
us to.
Hold on.
Let me
Yeah,
ask let me ask the panel a question. I was on Twitter yesterday and I saw the South
So yeah, thank you very
African.
much. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah. So Lozi,
Wait,
you came back. Um,
let me ask the
once,
question
Yeah,
first.
I'm back, Kaizo. Kaizo,
I
I'm
got
back.
I
The biggest xenophobe on the panel. I'm back, man. I'm xenophobic.
Lozi, I got the best
Get it?
question for you, Lozi. Let me ask you
Go ahead. Go
because
ahead. Beggars
Lozi,
can ask me
I was
anything.
on Twitter. I saw the South Africans were mad that Nigerian was in fashion. It was a bit like she was saying she was the face of Nigeria. The Nigerian, half Nigerian, half South African model. You guys were mad, and you guys were saying that she's a Nigerian. She's not a South African. What's up with that? What's up with that xenophobia? Like, come on.
Well, first of all, she's not half South African. She's not a South African at all. So I think South Africans are just saying, look, man, we choose what we're doing in our country and nobody will tell us how to do it. So I think that's it. I don't need to explain anything. So
Yeah,
here's
but
the point.
Lozi,
But
you
listen,
don't blame the system though. The system, the white man said she's the most beautiful person we've seen in South Africa.
I think it's enough for people who come from countries that are failing, advising us what to do in our country. I think keep that to yourself. I think we're at the point where South Africans are going to do what they're going to do in their country, and you're going to keep your opinion up your behind. That's it. Okay, Kaizo, let's get at this, Kaizo. The British people are taking back their country. And you know who's mad, Kaizo? Most people who are mad about this is people who come from messed up countries. Nobody who's coming from a well-built country is mad about this. They actually support the British people to take back their country. That's it. Everybody who's mad comes from failed states. They come from failing countries that have got nothing to offer, zero. That's why they go against the English people for fighting their own country that they built themselves. These are a bunch of lazy people who fleed their shitholes that don't even work. That's it. That's why they hating on the Englishman for taking back his country. And look, power to the English people. That's it.
I feel like Lozi, you will never be qualified enough to speak about Europe because you don't live in Europe, and there are so many minorities.
exactly.
This is
You're
so
just angry.
complicated.
You're just angry because my country is better than yours, and I don't need to flee.
No.
I don't need to flee my
I'm
country.
not saying.
You don't,
I
you
didn't
don't,
say-
you don't need to,
Wait,
you don't
let
need
me-
to throw that
Just
around.
just
You don't need to throw
my
that around.
country
That's
is better than yours, and I can actually live in my country. I don't
Nobody's
need to
talking
I-
about the.
and fight for the English man when he's taking back his country. I
Lozi,
don't
your
need to.
country is good for the white man.
The
It's
issue
not
is
good for
about the. It's about the British. It's about the
Blah,
British
blah,
people.
blah, 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 blah.
Having
You
some
just
issues.
mad because
So that's
your
just it.
shithole is not working for you. That's it.
Let me make a statement. Let me make a statement because Lozi, I don't
Hello,
think you.
when the bubble bursts,
You can say whatever.
when the
you
bubble
want.
bursts, he's gonna eat.
The Englishman is
Hey,
gonna do
brother.
what he's gonna do in his country. That's
Yo,
it.
Nigerian
Yeah, so
brother,
Lozi,
let us
Lozi, I
out
wanted
there
to ask you a
work,
question.
Come on.
Yeah, Lozi, I wanted to ask you a question. As a xenophobe, right? Here's what you
Yeah.
guys have to understand, right? White
Yeah.
man
Hello?
is very intelligent, right? A white man is not just
Yeah.
gonna let a bunch of Africans and Indians in unless it
That's
benefits
true.
them. It's the
That's
population that is low IQ. Because remember, their population is low right now. The woman is
That's
not giving
true.
birth. They're infertile. They need these people to be working. Without these people, there's no taxes. There's no benefits. So
Well,
the white man is not
we'll
stupid.
see, guys. No, we'll see about the future. We'll see what the future holds because it seems like the Englishman is not happy. And remember, Kaizo, these are the men who once conquered 70% of the planet. So I'll be very, very careful if I'm in England. Now.
Kaizo.
Those guys, if they start now, they're going to deal with them. You don't want to make the Englishmen angry. We know what they're capable of, eh?
Wait, Lozi, what community are you talking about when it comes to like immigrants in the UK? I feel like this is like
I don't care. I'm talking about the owner of England, the Englishman. I'm not talking about any of you. You don't.
They
own
They are not
anything.
capable of anything. Don't eulogize them. Don't eulogize them. Don't eulogize them.
I feel like you guys are never going to be qualified enough to give a statement about the UK because you guys never
Dude, you
lived
don't
it
need to
up.
eulogize them. The fact is
My
just that
country is way better
many
than
of the
yours.
immigrants that you are seeing there.
My country is way better than yours. Hence, I'm in my
No,
country.
it's not about no. See, you see, wait. No, don't. You don't need to what. You don't need to what to brandish that. Yeah, and I'm not in the position to even
I
argue. I
swear
don't
to God,
argue about. I
I
don't
can't
argue blindly
defend
about
it.
things. I speak to fact. I speak to fact. See, let me tell you.
Don't
Let me tell you.
say you're
The
calling me a
immigrant.
hero.
You know. You yourself. You know. Let me
Calling
tell
me a
you.
hero.
Do you know? Do you know that? You know, nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that. What I'm telling you is this:
Don't be a
it's their
hero.
country. It's their country. No, I
Yeah,
don't
you're
have
the
time for that. I
Englishman.
don't have time for
Yeah,
that.
you're the
I speak to
Englishman.
you.
It's their country.
I don't.
I agree
I
with
don't
that.
have.
It's
I
the
don't have any issue
Englishman's
with
country,
them.
and he's gonna take it back if he wants.
It's their country.
Nobody
What
will
I'm
do
saying is
anything
this:
about it.
I feel
Look,
like
no,
you
look,
guys
nobody's going
are.
to do everything, but there are consequences. Don't
look,
speak as
guys,
if there are no consequences for these things. You have to
guys,
understand that
look.
the
You're right. The British
Yeah,
white
blah blah
guys,
blah
yes,
blah.
is their country, is their
Yeah,
country, right?
that's true.
Is their country, but the problem is, and they say they're changing their culture, right? Yes, let the people live if they want to live, But can the white man stay in his own country that he will not be checking? He will not be coming to check your pot in your own house and see what do you have in your kitchen and in your toilet? Because it's easy now for them to say, oh, they're changing our culture, but they move around the whole world and try to change other people's
and now
culture.
giving
You
us
understand me? Because they can say what they need now, right? Because really, okay, what are you really getting being in the Western world? You are in the cold. The food is making you sick. You understand me? So, Rosie, if the white man
Yeah,
asks the
yeah.
if the white man asks the foreigners in their country to leave, are you people going to ask
Mm.
are you people in South Africa? Are you people going to ask the white people to leave also because they're also changing your culture?
No, we're not asking the white South Africans to leave. We build this country with them. They bring value in our country and society. We're asking people who are useless, who can't build anything to leave our country. We know who builds, we know who can build.
So the Jamaicans and the Indians,
What?
build that so-called UK before the war and after
that's
the
it.
war. So they're building with them.
The rush generation.
Guys,
we don't know about
the problem of the UK was like behind a black kid. I think this ended up the problem of that. It wasn't a Muslim. The riots are happening and they're blaming the Muslims, and you guys are not getting the nuances.
No, it is the Muslims. Remember, the Muslims raped a bunch of white girls. You don't remember this happened in the UK? This is just a trigger, right? Remember, you were right. Hang on. You were right. The trigger was a Rwandese, a Hona, that killed 3 beautiful white women, right? It was a Hona. It was Rwandese, right? A Rwandese killed 3 beautiful white girls, right? You cannot kill a beautiful white girl, right? So that's the trigger. However, the Muslims have been hated from the beginning. The Muslim gangs, Pakistan, what they would do is they'll go for the kafirs, right? And then they'll go and rape children, beautiful white children who should never be raped. And that's what sparked the real hatred towards Muslims. You know this is true, right? Because Islam allows you to rape women who are not part of the Islamic order.
What you say?
Man, the white man is angry. He's going to deal with all of them in his land. He's going to deal with all of you. No, clean your country doesn't help.
You may be in possession of drugs.
You even an officer?
Stop being rude and just listen to him.
That's why I want to search you. What's your name first before you search? Man?
I want to search you under section 23.
Yeah, 23, can I have your name, please?
My colon is 08387. 08387.
Where are you based?
I'm Lonside Police Station.
And what do you want to do search, man?
What's going on in the UK? Why are they having
have the reason
affirmative
to
action?
believe that
Uncle
you
can't speak English, but Uncle has a job. You see, Uncle is stealing the jobs.
Imagine you cannot say his name so that it will not be.
But
Can you see? The complex is there for an average African. That low self-esteem, inability, and you feel that education will take it away. it will not go. I've worked with a couple of multinationals, so I understand some of these things. You see, it takes some guts to be able to look at what he's doing. An average white man will double down there. Is the law and
Kaiser,
represent the law. Look at
can
what
you Google something
look
for
at the
me?
way.
What's that? Kaiser, can
Can
you
you see
Google
the way?
something for me? Kaiser,
Can
Google
you see
how
the way
many.
the man?
Yeah, 1 second. Dorothy, I have put you in the back for 5 minutes. Someone paid for you to be moved in the back for 5 minutes. So I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Oh my God, Mike TV, you came clutch. Thank you, Mike TV. That African right there
Yeah.
was yapping too much. Okay, I didn't want to hear his
Yeah, Dorothy,
Nigerian
just for
ass.
5 minutes. Just for 5 minutes.
No,
Yeah,
make
so
it an hour.
go ahead.
Holy, I'm not gonna miss that guy. That guy was annoying. He was colonizing the panel with his fucking thick Jamaican accent. But I was gonna say like there's so many mosques in the UK. The UK is like it has a diaspora that is like very religious. If you look at Sweden, for example, Sweden has like 4 mosques, and you will find like there are around like 2 million Muslims in Sweden, or like issues, but you will find 2 mosques in like then but the UK you will find like 3,000 mosques. It makes sense why there will be conflict around like the Christians and the Muslims, because like you have like two groups that are very religious. But the problem was that Rwandese kid, that Rwandan boy, I feel like he's the example of like our failure, because like he did that to like some random civilians, like because of like hatred he had. Like this kid was brought up in poverty, and he
Why didn't
just
they down when
lashed out to the civilians.
over there doing
It's
shit?
very bad, because like these kind of crimes you don't see like black people doing. The crimes that you see black people are doing are mostly against another black. Like black people don't like lash out like civilians, but
White people, you got to burn
it
it down.
just shows like the mental breakdown of the blacks in the West.
Okay, yeah,
It is
that's
so
a
bad.
really good. Yeah, that's a good point.
Because
We've also got
I saw another brother. It was somewhere. He killed his entire family. Like blacks don't usually do these kind of crimes. It is like
Kaizo,
you
can I
don't
ask
see
you
that.
something, Kaizo? When
that's a
these
good point. I
migrants
actually think the brother was mentally ill. Because he's a child. First of all, he's 17. According
He's
to
not
the
a
law,
child. He's
that
not
is
a
a minor.
child. He's a grown man. He's a grown man.
Okay,
A
he's a
child.
grown man. Okay.
He's a
Kaizo,
grown man.
what did migrants build in UK? If you can let me know, what did migrants actually build in UK? If I'm
Good question.
school
Good
me,
question.
teach
So,
me, guys.
let me
What
teach you, let me teach you.
what did migrants build in UK?
Okay, let me teach you, because actually, so during the Second World War, Britain lost its power. In fact, you guys think, oh, Africa got its independence because they fought. No, it's because Europe was bankrupt. They had no money to invest to pay off the soldiers and the governors in Africa. I'm getting there. I'm getting there, Lozzie, I promise you, right? So Africa got independence because Europe was broke. You should thank Hitler for the reason why you got free. Now, here's the thing, right? In UK was bombed up. The Caribbean immigrants came in. They actually helped rebuild England, because they were actually working in London, Manchester, Birmingham. They're working in the car industries. They're working in the steel mines. They're working in the coal mines.
Which city in England was built by migrants? Name
London was rebuilt by migrants.
Please.
Specifically London.
Please.
I'm being serious.
Please.
Without the Indian
People who
and the
can't build their own
Caribbean-
countries build London, Kaizo. People who don't have London
well,
in their own countries build London.
Labor, bro. Labor.
the labor.
I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that.
Lozy, 1 second. You're okay. Under the tutelage of the white man, right? The Caribbean and the Indian immigrants rebuilt London. That is a fact. That's how London was able to regain its economy. UK has only just finished paying off debt back to America for the loan that they gave him after the Second World War. Without the migrants coming in and actually having men working in all these industries, the UK would have
which
just
migrants
died off.
were built? Which migrants, Kaizo? Which migrants? All migrants, or this specific group?
Indians and Caribbeans.
Indians and Caribbeans. Indians and Caribbeans, and
Pakistanis.
Africans came later. Africans came in later, and what they did now, they started working in low wages. For example, there were nurses, there were the nurse assistants, there were the security men. They helped the economy, but the one who rebuilt the London, that was Caribbeans and Indians. That's a fact. Without them, right now, UK will be a bigger shithole than it is. So we have to give it to the Caribbeans.
Yeah.
and
Well,
the Indians.
let's cut that crap. I support the Englishman to take back his country. Let's cut all that bullshit.
So you support that no tooth tiger over there talking about you saw the video, right? There's a video of a man who has a assault case where he assaulted a child, and 6-year-old child, and he's saying that migrants are the reason he can't get a job. So you really
Kaiser, Lozi might be the extreme end, but like I feel like there are certain people that need to be deported, like that do crime and they don't have like a passport. They're not even a citizen of the country. They do crime as well.
All people should be deported. All. They should all be deported. Not
you can, Lozi, you can do that in your country.
There is no such thing as good migrant. That doesn't exist.
It does, Lozi, it does, because like you wouldn't have a lot of them in there, because like if you were
I'm playing with you, man. I'm messing up with you.
Lozi, don't you get like where Kaiser is coming? Kaiser is coming from where like if you remove these people, like society won't function as the same way it does.
Lozi,
Come on, man. Migration plays a huge role, man. Migration plays a huge role in any society, man. Come on. Go ahead, Kaizo.
You know, the same way your country, and in fact, let me cook your country a little bit, right? South Africans are always proud
You
because
can't
South
cook
Africans
us, man. We are superior in Africa, Kaizo. We are above all of y'all in Africa.
Hello?
You can't cook us. You guys are like roaches to us.
Our jobs,
you can't cook me,
and not
Kaizo.
even working.
They're working and not even working. More than
And they're working.
Kaizo.
Some foreigners that are coming over and taking our jobs, and not even working. And they're working.
They take our jobs if they're not working.
Because they do it. They do it.
It's a Lozi. You're supporting this low IQ
Kaizo,
white man who thinks foreigners are stealing your job and they're also not working.
Kaizo, a province in South Africa is more developed than the entire Kenya. You can't cook me, Kaizo. I'm above you. I'm your superior.
Province, the average black South African is living on R2 a day.
There's no blacks in Africa. In the entire continent, like who live better than us. On the entire continent, there's no blacks who live better than us.
Please cook him the more. Cook him the more, right? Cook him the more.
There's no blacks who live better than black South Africans. On the entire motherland, there's no blacks, guys. Let this stick in your ear. There's no blacks in Africa who live better than us. Name them.
Land, right? What do you call white man?
I'll rather keep white men in South Africa over you guys. So you guys don't build shit. Look at Kenya.
Hello? Hello?
I'll rather have the white man in South Africa over any of you all. You all don't build shit. Look at Africa. Look at the entire continent, Kaizo.
Lozi, okay. maybe tomorrow we talk about your country. I think we're talking about the UK. I don't think your country is that important enough.
Okay.
Well, the Englishmen, they are all our masters, so I'm here for that. I support the Englishmen. Come on, dude. You are.
I feel like Lozi. I feel like you're
well done, slave. Well done, slave.
Guys,
none of you are in your countries except me and Kaizo. Let me get. That's a quick guess. None of you are in your motherland. None of you are in your country, right?
Can I say something?
It's me and Kaizo here who are only in their original country.
That's true. Somalia is a shithole. Like
conversation is over.
I feel like Kaizo, if you say
guys, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, shout out! One second. Let me just shout out to the superior white woman. Shout out to the admixed white woman over there for the $50 super chat. Masha Dwight man. Admit it, Kay. You missed the Spaniards. You know what? Actually, it was a Portuguese in Kenya. But yes. Same thing. Iberians, right? The Iberians definitely help Swahili culture. Without the Iberians, our food would taste like shit. Kenyan food, it sucks. So shout out to you guys from the Iberian Peninsula. Masha. It's true, man. Like,
guys,
bro, have you tried Kenyan food? Kenyan food is a bunch of potatoes boiled.
No, Italian food is better. Italian food is better.
Without the Portuguese, our food will be non-existent. Shout out again to Mike TV as well for the $5 super chat over there. Kaizo, educate me. Tell me why Hitler.
I hope he has. Kaizo. I hope he's enjoyed. He's enjoyed himself, right?
I want
Putting
to
me at the
interject,
background, right?
guys. I want to interject.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
get a
Strictly,
blowback soon.
yeah, Strictly, you can respond after this. Let me just finish
Okay.
answering his question. Also, shout out to YouTube. I am just a comedian. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only. I'm not an expert in any field. However, my thoughts on this one is this, right? Hitler waged a war against the West. What happened? That mean it crippled the economy of the West. The UK, France became a shithole without America giving it billions of dollars of investments. France would never have regained its power, and this is why France never left its clutches on Africa. It wasn't just culture; it's because France was the most crippled Western country in the Great War. Right? UK was also crippled, but not to the same extent. So what happened is, Europe basically was poor. Germany became poor, right? France became really poor. UK was poor. That's why they let all the Africans go, because they couldn't maintain all the companies and control over Africa. So that's why I say Hitler played a big part in Africa's freedom. It was not because of you guys with your little tribes. No. It was something else. But yeah, go ahead, Strictly.
Well, I've heard someone saying that there's no such a thing as good migration. Well, let's take a look at the UK. The richest men in the UK is from India, and India bought Range Rover and Jaguar. So if it wasn't for the Indian, Jaguar and Range Rover won't be existing anymore. So I think that there's a big contribution when it comes to migration, at least in the UK. That's definitely a fact. Definitely. So let's take that in consideration. That without the biggest fortune in London, I mean in UK, are Indians. So let's face it. Let's accept it though.
That's not our
My
fault. That's
brother,
white
I
people's
want
fault.
them if they drove everybody so that African money will not be going there anymore. They are our leaders. West African leaders stealing money to go to London. They will not carry
Okay,
that
that's
money
that's
there
that's a good
anymore.
point. That's a good
So
point.
that
That's a good
they
point.
so that make everybody be on the
Yeah, I wanted
stone.
to share one more video. Let's see.
To become a doctor, definitely did steal a job, Dave. With 2 teeth, got more gum than teeth. Listen, I love how they keep on mentioning us stealing, like us South Asians or us, like whatever, coming into this country and stealing stuff. And they're so right, because the British have never stole anything, have they? Oh wait, these man literally talking here about us stealing their jobs. They stole our curry dish. Chicken teeth was only got ruined by them. But I never complained. I never once said, nah, that can't be your national dish. That's our national dish. I didn't even say. But the thing is, I actually love Britain. I love living in the country. It's the best thing ever. Like, I actually love it. My parents moved here for a reason. I don't get why you guys are so upset with us. Like, they're doing all these protests. Like, today, apparently, they're going to Birmingham, Bradford. And for everyone out there, I want you guys to be so safe. Like, I don't want to get involved in violence and stuff like that, yeah? But you, man, are going there. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think? What's the solution? I want to know what the end goal of all these stuff is. Do you think we're all Bradford? Do you think these men are going to... The people from Bradford are going to be like, you know what I'm thinking? These man bare protesting. I think they're right. We should leave. They're not going.
At the end of the day, right? The white man is scared because the white woman is not fertile anymore. It's simple as that. Let me give basic, fertility economics. Right? Each woman needs to give birth to at least 2.2 children for you just to remain the same population. That's not to grow. That is to remain the exact same population. The average white woman in Europe right now is giving birth to 1.6 children per woman. The Asians and the Muslims, right? These women are giving birth to 4 women. Somalis are giving 5 children per woman. The Africans are giving.
Kaiser, let me give you a statistic
right?
over here.
It's like 6. Yeah, go ahead.
Kaiser, 80% of kids who are getting born in Sweden have like a foreign parent. Basically, they're not ethnically, Nordic. You know what I mean? 80% of kids who are getting born today are actually, being born from a Syrian, whatever, background, basically. That's basically, you see, the people who are having the most kids are the minority, and the minority are living in ghettos, and it's gonna create, you want like a prosperity for everyone, and the country has to be unified. You won't want ghettos. Basically, ghettos will it's bad for the economy, and it's bad for a national growth of
Hey,
people.
Kaiser, I got a question for you.
You will have certain individuals who will be into crime, and it is not good. Mike TV, you can go ahead. Yeah, you can ask.
Yeah, I'm late
Yeah.
to the party, so I don't know what that other African guy's name is, but I just find it odd that nobody's gonna not necessarily check, but at least address his asinine statement. I mean, I know the other African guy was making a tongue-in-cheek joke when he said there's no such thing as a good immigrant, but for the second African guy to follow up and try to counter that joke by saying, hey, there's one Indian guy, and this one rich Indian guy bought some car manufacturing company. How does that support your claim that immigrants as a whole are doing something good instead of something negative, for one? And for two, why is an African man cherry picking a successful Indian immigrant and using that as some sort of source for pride or inspiration? You know, the Indians don't fuck with you, right?
No, brother. In Europe, for example, like immigrants are treated the same, and they like unify amongst each other as an like a immigrant identity.
You don't understand my point, brother. My
No,
point
no, no,
was,
no. I was saying,
and it wasn't you. I don't think it was you who said it. It was some other dude on the panel right now, and he tried to say, "Well, hey, there's this rich Indian guy, and he bought some luxury car company, so he's a successful immigrant." Can you give an example of an African?
Mike TV, I would say I'll be proud of a look, Mike TV. My point is, I'll be proud of a rich Arab guy who's an immigrant and is successful.
That's not what I asked you. I said, can you name a successful rich African immigrant? An African one.
Yeah, there are a lot. There are a lot, actually.
Then name one. If there's a lot, then name one. Just one.
There are a lot who have businesses. There are a
just
lot.
Name one. Then, if there's a lot, then just name one. If there's so many,
I know one. I know an African that has like his
What's
own
his name?
shop. I don't want to say his name, but I go to his shop. Basically, he like connects communities with his shop. Basically, he sells like.
So there's no example similar to the Indian who's a billionaire and bought some luxury car company. You know, some small business owner that's an African and he's doing pretty well. That's not what we're talking about.
No.
The equivalent of that example of the rich Indian. And I don't know why the African who said that asinine statement is being so quiet right now, because I swear it wasn't you, unless I'm mistaken. I think it was another dude up on this panel.
No. I agree with that point. That's why I'm responding to that.
No. I'm asking why that guy isn't responding. Does Mike TV have your tongue? I mean, did he drop away from the panel and run away? Why is he quiet as a church mouse right now? Does anyone know what his name was? Who is he?
I don't think he left a long time ago. I don't think
he didn't leave a long time ago, because less than 5 minutes ago he just said there's this rich Indian that owns car companies and we can thank, Range Rover and stuff for the Indians. So no, he should be here. Or when I joined, he fled, but he should still be watching. Where's he?
Wait, let me make a point for you. Because like the rich people who are immigrants are actually connected to like in entertainment, and most of them are like, they're not like a business like a billionaire. That doesn't exist yet.
I challenge you to name me one successful African immigrant that is known on a national or global scale. Can you name one?
In Europe, in my country, I have
Mike TV. There's none. Mike TV. There's none because
there's one. There's one. Lil Deng. Hang on. There's one.
Deng, what is that actor's name? That like Isaac, whatever.
Okay, I don't know his name, but Lil Deng is one of them. Mike TV. He's from South Sudan. He got some crazy contract from Lakers where he basically played only 50-something games and got $72 million. He's reinvesting it back in South Sudan. By creating the South Sudanese basketball team, invested all the money by himself, and that country is so shit. They don't even have a single indoor basketball court. So he's at least someone who's tried to give back to his community. One guy I can think of.
So clearly Kaizo is the most educated African here because he could at least name one. Can anyone name another? There's 1.2 billion people in Africa. There's 1.2 billion Africans.
Mo Ibrahim.
Name more than one that's successful overseas or around the world?
Mo Ibrahim.
You said Mo Ibrahim?
Yep. We also have Masiwiwa, which is the richest black person from the UK. And we have also Mo Ibrahim. The rest, yep. Mo Ibrahim. He's actually originally from Ethiopia, but grew up, I believe, in Bahrain or Saudi Arabia.
Okay, I'm looking at Mo Ibrahim right now.
Do you know this guy called Nicky Oppenheimer?
Mo Ibrahim is from Sudan.
Do you know Nicky Oppenheimer? He's
It's from
like connected
Sudan.
to like yeah, he's from Sudan, but he lives in Europe. He's like connected to like phones. He does like he's a billionaire.
He was the one that brought a lot to Nigeria, and I think Econet or something. And he had a very big telecommunication ecosystem in Africa. He had footprint in Africa in the telecommunication sector. So I think.
But you also have
and there's this guy.
Masiwi,
There's this guy, global infrastructure partner.
also Masiyiwa from Zimbabwe. It's also a big business.
Yeah, Masiwa is something very good there. He has a very good.
The problem why the English are pissed is because foreigners are coming to rule their country. Indian man was the prime minister. That guy left. Even this guy in power now. This
Kidola, before you finish, sometimes I don't know, man. I think the spirit of intellectualism can possess you sometimes. But go ahead.
Okay.
You actually gave a really good point there. Go ahead.
Okay. The English man is pissed because the Indian man just finished his prime ministership. This guy in power now is also a foreigner. He's not really an Englishman. So one thing you understand, the Englishman will never allow you to be really billionaire in their country. They will always have way to creep you. Look, the British man is very good in being a gentleman. In your front, in your back, they're always plotting how to take you down. You have to understand what you say United States is the son of the Englishman. You understand me? So the English people always have ways to deal with you, but in a very gentle form. But now it's getting too much because the Indians and the so-called Africans there and everything there, they become want to be far more powerful now. They're all in the parliament, they're everywhere. They combine with these Pakistan traffickers that are doing their own somewhere. It's all combination of different things that brought the Englishman out. Check. The Englishman just opened up a TV station called GT something. Is it great? I don't know what kind of TV is that. That TV is for them to go after these foreigners in their country. Will they succeed? I don't know, because the Great Britain will collapse without these foreigners in their country. Because
how will Britain collapse without foreigners? How will that happen? In fact, Britain will be better without foreigners.
It would be a little bit poorer. That's
Let me
what
tell
you're
you
trying
one
to
thing.
say.
Britain will be like the poorest African country when these foreigners are gone. Look, they have competition in any technology they're bringing out. Why do they call themselves Great Britain? It's because they went over everywhere to colonize all the world. The resources, whatever they're getting from this resource. Look, if they send these foreigners out of their country, which I won't actually anyway, because our money will be kept in Nigeria, I swear to God, Britain will collapse. That's just the truth. Will collapse. They will know how to handle all this nonsense.
Britain will still be the same without migrants, if not better. That's just a fact.
That's not true. I don't think it will collapse.
Hey man, wait, I'm speaking. Can you wait? The Englishman knows how to build his own country. The evidence is all over.
Is it? They were living in squalor and filth and bubonic plague-like conditions in London. So do they really know how to build up their own country? They needed the Windrush generation to build them up after World War II. They rely on immigrants and exporting foreign resources to bolster their nation. I mean, I don't really think Europe can stand on its own 2 feet.
No, Mike, they might use few people for cheap labor. They don't need that. We live in technology.
I don't know what you say. You people for, I'm a native black American. The British ain't got nothing to do with us. They've been kicked out of here for a long ass time. They dealing with you Africans.
Name me any country better than England in Middle East, in Africa.
Sir, I'm not comparing your side of the world. I'm not doing that. Yes, you're correct. If you look at your side of the world, it's slim pickings. Y'all got what, like Europe and China and maybe Russia. Your side of the world is fucked. We already know that, sir. You guys basically live in hell, in my opinion.
The Englishman knows how to build his own country because he did. He built England. That's the point.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. The North African Moors literally had to re-civilize Europe and bring them out of the Dark Ages. So I don't know how they can stand up on their own 2 feet.
All I'm saying is the Englishman has built this country. Even America at some point was colonized by them. So they've built
Sir,
England.
I just
That's
made
what
a
happened.
very specific point, and I think you blew right past it. Do you acknowledge that the North Africans brought Europe out of the Dark Ages?
It doesn't matter. What I'm telling you is that the
Listen to this
Englishman
dumbass
built
African.
the
I'm trying to at least give him some kudos for something his own people did, and he's like, "Oh, it does not matter."
North Africa today is a shithole, Mike. All I know is that the Englishman has built England. That's it.
You're
North
getting ahead
Africa
of yourself.
today is
I
nowhere.
said, did the North Africans bring Europe out of the Dark Ages? Yes or no?
It does. That's not. I'm not concerned with that. My point is North
I'm not
Africa
asking you
today
if you're
is a shithole.
concerned with it. I'm asking if you acknowledge that historical fact or if you're believing something else.
I don't care about North Africa. The
I didn't
Englishman
ask
has
if you
built this
care about
country.
it. I asked if you acknowledge
Yeah,
that historical fact, dummy.
Where is North Africa today? It's a shithole. I don't care
Did
about
North Africa bring Europe out of the Dark Ages at one point in time? Yes or no?
That's your conversation. I'm not interested in it.
Guys,
Yeah,
guys,
but the
help me out.
Englishman
This
built
dude who has the Nelson Mandela icon, what country is he from? Because he must have some real
South
issues. with North
Africa.
Africa.
South Africa.
And the British built South Africa too.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Where is the man with the Nelson Mandela icon from? What country are you from, good sir?
South Africa. He's
South
from-
Africa. Mandela is
Okay.
from
So
South
does
Africa.
South Africans have a historical beef with North Africans?
No, we don't.
No,
I'm not asking you. You wouldn't be a credible source. Do
Okay,
the
okay.
other Africans on the panel, do the North and the South Africans have beef?
We don't, man.
Okay, Mike TV, let me give you an answer. Even Hitler said that at one point North African civilized Europe by bringing like knowledge to Europe. Even Hitler. And this guy's like, yeah, he doesn't respond to you. He's like an AI. He's not human. He doesn't respond to your statement. He's
Why are
like
you talking about your thing? Man, immigrants is a pandemic in England. They're going down because of the issue of high influx of migrants. That's just a fact. And
yeah,
they
but
trying
like
to say
my
that-
TV
Why are you
makes a
hating on
statement, you don't respond. You like rebubble something else.
Blah, blah,
You don't get that, bro. You don't
He's
get
in
that.
denial, guys. He doesn't realize he's programmed and he's in denial.
The Englishman is saving his own country. I don't care about migrants.
Does this guy
Migrants are
live in his
going
own
to-
country of South Africa, or does he live in Europe somewhere?
No, he
Oh,
lives in
I'm in South
he lives in South Africa. He lives in South Africa.
So if you're a South African man living in South Africa, why do you have the Englishman's dick down your throat?
That's what I'm saying.
The entire continent has got the white man digging their
I'm not talking. Don't deflect. I'm not talking about the entire continent. I'm talking about you. Why are you deep throating the Englishman?
Because
That's
at
his
the,
master.
current moment, at the current world we live in, the white man is the global power. It is what it is.
So what did the white man do for South Africa?
Oh, we built this country with the white man.
So you must be a part of that coalition that wants to bring apartheid back, right?
Yeah, he does.
No. I resist that with all my heart. I'm black. My
Oh
black
no.
people are
Here we go.
suffering.
Here we go. Now we're getting into a paradox. He got the white man's dick down his throat, but now he's saying he don't like apartheid. So does the white man treat you bad during apartheid? Is that why you don't want it?
Facts don't change how we feel. Apartheid was bad for my black people. We built this country with white men. Both two things can be right at the same time.
Oh wow.
If you truly think the white men are superior, like you're claiming, then you should want to live under apartheid.
It's not about what I think. As I said,
It is about what you think,
we
because
are
you're
the
responding to the
global
dumbass
power.
things you think.
The white man is the global power. It's just a fact in the current.
So then you
century
should
we live
want him to maintain control of South Africa and bring back apartheid. Do you
Yeah,
believe
because-
South Africa
No,
was
no, no.
better under apartheid
Mike,
or worse?
Mike, admitting facts of reality doesn't mean I want that. I don't have to like
Do
that or
you
want
think
it.
South
The
Africa was
truth
better
doesn't
with
change based on
apartheid
how
or
I
worse?
feel. Mike, the truth doesn't change based on how I feel.
I'll
The
say it
white
again.
man is
Do
the
you
current
think South
global
Africa
power.
was better with apartheid or worse?
No, it was worse. It's better now.
So then how can you say that the white man is supreme and the white man has so much power if you're saying when the white man had control over your country, it wasn't a good thing?
South Africa was better for white men during apartheid more than now. It's still better for them. Just apartheid.
So you're
was
saying
more
that
better
white
for them.
people don't really care about Africans?
They don't.
So then why do you have the Englishman's dick down your throat?
Yeah.
Mike, you've been emotional. Facing facts of reality, I don't have to like it. What I'm saying is the Englishman built England. The Englishman is the current global powerhouse. Why are you trying to argue that? Because it's just a fact. Facts
Oh my
don't
gosh,
change
guys.
based on
I
how I
already
feel.
intellectually mind fucked him and checkmated him like 10 moves ago. And it's not that
No,
I'm
you did not.
emotional. I get animated when dealing with paradoxical, retarded Africans
Nope.
such as yourself. I know you guys
No,
are very timid,
not.
and I know you guys don't have that same Black American
Wh-
bravado that we
wh-
have.
Which
Sir, it's not
men are
emotion, it's
powerful than
vigor.
white men
Look it up.
currently? In the global sphere, which men are powerful than the white men currently in the world? I'm
Power
asking you a
isn't
question, Mike.
power is not a white man is not a monolith. He's not a single entity. The white man's power
There we
depends
go.
upon
Hey, hey,
black
watch
nation.
me checkmate him again. Watch me checkmate him again, right?
Yeah, it
What
depends
person
on.
is more powerful that it isn't a white man? Them Saudis in Dubai.
And I'm sitting here in Dubai right now.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, now what? Now what, African man? Them Saudis in Dubai that the rest of the world bows down to. Those guys.
well, they call
No,
themselves
the white man.
Emiratis.
No, the white
Emiratis.
man is currently messing up the Middle East, man. Look what the white man
No,
is doing.
no. Look up the
That's
Saudi
not true.
family.
No.
Look up their wealth. No. Stop the cap,
They're
African
powerful
man.
than who? They're powerful than the white man. The Saudis who are always begging the Arab Emirates and the Qatari, the Saudi Arabians who are
Sir,
always
which
begging
country
the
is better, the
Europeans. Come on now.
UAE or Britain?
No, man, those countries are not near.
I'm asking you a very
North
specific
America.
question, African man. Which
Oh,
country is
no.
better, the UAE or Britain?
Come on now.
We have
Oh, I
to
forgot he's in
contextualize
denial. If
the
anybody else wants to
question and the
answer. Actually,
I
the
think
brother who
it's-
lives in the UAE, go for it.
Let me answer. How about that?
I'd love to hear from the brother who lives in the UAE. I think he has a
okay.
unique perspective to lend
Okay,
us.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm trying to get in. My earpiece is not working well. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, listen. The contextualization of the question is what's frightening to the gentleman from Africa. He can't put in context white power, and he really wants to do it. But there's no such thing as white global power. Even Putin says that culture came from Africa. As a matter of fact, he just unveiled.
Come on now, we're doing this kumbaya African
No,
kumbaya
hold on a
thing
second,
now.
brother. I didn't interrupt
come
you.
on now.
I did not interrupt you. What happens? I'm sitting here in Dubai. Why am I in Dubai? Because there's more money here and power here than anywhere else in the world right now. Dubai can fund China. It can fund the United States if it wanted to, but it doesn't. They live in kingdoms. They have an
And they can't help the
wealth.
Palestinians. They can't even
sorry?
rescue the Palestinians. You think any middle
Stop
country-
conflating two different
brother.
issues
Do
and
you
stop
know what
interrupting
a
him. He
European
hasn't been
is?
able to say a
European, man.
goddamn thing. Hold your tongue, South African man.
They ain't going over there to
Have you-
Palestine. They
Have
scared
you
of
ever
Palestine.
lived in
so
a
they
kingdom?
Come on
If
now.
you live in a
Which
kingdom, you'll know that
European
nobody fucks
Eastern
with you.
country is
Nobody
fighting
bothers
a
you.
European country now? which
No
which Middle Eastern country? It's in Europe with their military now. Come on, do you guys understand power? Which Middle Eastern country is in Europe with their military? Because I can tell you, the Middle East is surrounded by the white man's military camps, bases, whatever you want to call it.
That's not always true. Advisement and also participation in
Let's
campaigns,
place
yes.
commit.
Kaizo, if you're here, drop the
consolidating their
ignorant
efforts on their
ass
own.
South African for 10 minutes. I'm tired of him interrupting the brother in the UAE. Go ahead,
I'll leave
Kaizo.
first.
The super chat's already been posted. I'm recording this for my audience. We're going to restream it. And my audience wants to learn what this brother from the UAE has to say without that goddamn savage South African bush baby interrupting. So go ahead.
Well, I also have a company in South Africa. South Africa is a great place if you know how to operate there. Here in the UAE, it's more a fiefdom and a kingdom at the same time. It belongs to the family, but it also belongs to the people. And they go out in the world and they literally find the best of everything. And then they come back to Dubai and Abu Dhabi and a few other places here, and they duplicate it. And they duplicate it in such a way that they appreciate not only the artistry of whatever they brought back to their land, but also the people and the culture and the language that goes with it. This is probably one of the most diverse places on the planet, and it's very wealthy, extremely. Everything here turns to platinum or gold or diamonds, and they deal with everyone. There's no such thing as xenophobia here. But just like every country that's ever existed since the dawn of man, were built by slaves. Egypt, Jordan, England, France, United States, every major Rome, China, was all built by slaves.
Well, are you
Every
trying to
last one.
justify it? That's not you
No,
justifying
I'm not
that.
trying to justify it. I'm just trying to say
I'm
that the poor and oftentimes the decent and the illiterate are the ones who build and fight for everything on behalf of the people and the powers. What the gentleman from Africa was trying to say, I think, was that he believed in white people more. And he's been conditioned to believe that. And that's sad. It's sad that I know many people. Matter of fact, the last time I was in Panama, I was taking a ferry, a bus across the isthmus, and one of those tour buses, and I sat with a gentleman. His name was Jones. His name was Jones. He was about as black as my shoe, and he told me because his last name was Jones that he was considered white in his country. That is a shame. And I think you're right. The brother that cussed him out and with a dick down the throat that you told him, I think he does. I think he's deep throating white people because that's all he's ever known. He's never known the difference between that deep throat effort and, of course, being an individual who can think critically on his own. And I think that's what's happening around the world right now. I think the U.S. brother has a certain kind of bravado, but I know some badass Africans, bro. Let's not sleep. I know some Africans who are no joke in their country and in the U.S. and around the world. And they don't take any shit from anybody. And they got more money than some of the people here in Dubai. I know them personally. So I tell you, we, from our perspectives, if we contextualize our conversation, I think that he will never be right. And that's why black people around the world are so fucked up as a culture, is because, and we're so disjointed and so xenophobic of one another. It's ridiculous. But because we take those weaknesses that white people or mainstream world has bestowed upon us over thousands of years, because we take those weaknesses into our conversations, into our culture, into our vernacular, we take it in there and we become a part of it. I think it was really ignorant what he said. I think putting him in his place in a way that was vile worked, but I think that it's impossible to educate people who already think that.
Oh yes, of course. Yes,
that
some people are just so far
bias-
gone. Yeah,
Exactly. That cognitive bias and that dissonance. I think it's so ingrained in the gentleman. And I'm sorry that
Yeah.
you had to put him. Did you put him off your show?
No. I paid $10 to have him kicked off for 10 minutes so that you were able to
Okay.
speak without being interrupted.
What's up, everyone?
I didn't know
okay.
you
Hold
could do
on,
that. I
hold
love
on.
that.
Was I on before you, Distro?
No, go ahead.
I don't know.
Let me go real quick because I've been waiting, man. Let me just say
Yeah,
this.
me too. But go ahead.
Let me just say this. This is as far as black African Americans, even the let's say British, Africans and black people in these in Europe and even in South Africa, we've been trying to warn the rest of the world and the diaspora as far as like across the Atlantic. We have been trying to warn blacks as a whole, because we've been directly. Let me first say this: there's some good white people, but there's racist white people. When especially us African Americans, when we try to tell you the diaspora, continental Africans, about we understand racism, white racism, a little bit more directly because we've been we come in contact with racists almost every day. You guys look at us like we're crazy. You understand what I'm saying? And you say, well, we worry about race too much. You say this. Now, this whole thing that's going on and over in Britain, in the UK, where you see, tempers flaring up against the black and the Indians. I hate to come and say, be the one to say I told you so, but just because we understand racist white people more than you all. It's not that we're trying to be know-it-alls, but you got to understand the racist white people, they'll smile in your face just like the non-racist white people. And if black people as a whole don't get their act together, it's going to be
What do you mean black people as a whole?
Black people as a whole. I'm talking about black global black people as a global.
So then you're also talking about red dot on the forehead Indians, right?
No, I'm not talking about red dot on the forehead Indians.
They look black, don't they?
I'm talking about black people from Africa.
So you're talking about people who are African and people who may be indigenous to America and have some melanin, or I mean, are we also counting the Fijians, the Aborigines of Australia, or?
Let's see, black people. Let me just place it like this.
Both Americas.
I feel like you should say melanated people.
No, I don't want to say melanated people.
We just have to get away from this flat blackness. He doesn't realize it, but he's perpetuating that one drop rule, brown paper bag type shit. I mean, white people don't say we're all white people. White people never say we're all white people. They say that in America, but they don't say that globally. They say we're German, we're Irish, we're Scots.
Black people who have left Africa that didn't go through the glacier periods, right? That left Africa that did go through the glacier periods. Now there's some that believe that blacks came to the West before the white people, right? Ivan Verserma has
believe that's the truth. That is
it's not a belief; it's highly documented.
I mean, listen.
If you're not aware of it, if you're not knowledgeable on the subject,
I've been read that book, but here's what you got. You got people that want to say that they're Indian, don't want no ties to Africa at all. I don't believe that.
Because they don't have ties to Africa, just like the Aborigines of Australia don't have ties to Africa, but they're black, right?
Information from Ivan Van Sertima, right?
No, sir, I don't. I get my information from the Spanish explorers that came here in the 1500s. Vizcaíno, Torquemada, Cortez. I've never read an Ivan Van Sertima. I don't even know who that is.
Oh, a lot of y'all do.
What do you mean a lot of y'all do? Who is y'all, nigga? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you lumping me in some pseudo group of sorts?
And actually, I heard you yesterday. You actually was admitting that you were African because you're talking about we were enslaved. We took it from Africa. So make up your mind.
Sir, 4% of the African slaves came to North America. That's not a fucking conspiracy. So yes, some black Americans have African admixture, and a lot of us don't. Is that hard for you to understand? I mean, you don't really come off very polished or educated in the slightest, but we'll try to follow along with you.
Hold on. You're missing one word.
Can I intervene there for a second?
Hey, brother, you're missing one word. No, you cut me off.
South America, melanated Aboriginals, the Caribbeans, melanated Aboriginals. Before there was ever a transatlantic slave trade, there was the Indian slave trade where they was taking us to the Caribbean and Europe. So what are you talking about?
The migration of black people.
Did you know Pocahontas got shipped to Europe, dumb nigga?
Can I ask a motion of order?
You have no proof.
Hold on.
That Indian.
You don't even know what I'm talking about. He said what?
Have no proof that the Indians, that black Indians, there's black Indians. There's no such thing as black Indians.
Open a book.
You open a book. You don't read. Remember? You don't read. What books have you read?
Sir, I've just cited books and authors. Shut up, dumb nigga. The
on.
philosophical and antiquarian Aboriginal history of America that was written in the early 1800s in London. What are you talking about, dumb nigga? They were white and they were slaves. Another book written in 1993. What are you talking about, dumb nigga? White Cargo. Another book, dumb nigga. Can you name one book?
So you saying black people were the original people of North America? Are you saying that?
And South America, dumbass. And the Caribbean, dumbass.
And Asia, and Europe, and everywhere else.
No, Distro, do you
Yes,
agree with that?
absolutely.
Hold on.
Bro, you don't. If you don't know, now you need to know. If you don't know, you need to know.
Just say you don't know.
No.
Hold on. Let me.
It's okay, bro, not to know.
There's Indians.
Okay,
It's okay not to know, but now you know. You need to do a little investigation.
You're lying. You're lying.
He's in denial.
That's not a lie. Black people were the first people on the planet.
We got a pan goofy in denial.
Can I?
Lord.
Ask for the floor for a moment.
Great Lord.
It's this. So give me a moment here. All right. First,
Ditso. Before you go, Kaizo, I just dropped another super chat. Put the pan goofy backstage for 5 minutes so he can absorb this new information we just gave him. He just needs to sit in the corner and think about it for a little bit.
You want to get $5? Spend more.
Yeah, black people move omnidirectionally. Black people are African.
Hold on, real quick. I believe that Ditso's new and Ditso wanted to jump in.
Yeah, just real quickly. Mike, good day. Kaizo, good day. Everyone, good day. Pura vida.
Good day.
Beshko. Ewa.
I'll see you.
So let's just. I came in because of the South African person. All right. His conversation was a complete geopolitical mess of understanding what has happened. And I'm going to put a time frame 74 years since the end of the war up to today. Sure, we could go after, before the Second World War, and even in the start of the last century. Hell, we could go 200 to 250 years in time. Speaking of those political changes, the change from a European hegemony to then what was United States and the concept of America, blah 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 blah. But his problem of argument is that he does not. He. Let's be simple. We've had four major events that have marked the geopolitical reality. The Cold War being one of them, which lasted until 30 years ago, approximately. That Cold War redefined the relationship between the so-called underdeveloped or developing world to the so-called developing world. That made clear economic, social, and political impacts on the countries that are so-called developing or underdeveloped, that are mostly on the global south, or what people would relate to the global south. And there's a logic reason to why the majority of impact of all levels was happening towards that direction. Now, if 74 years after the war, we're talking about who are the powers. You said Britain, the British is the power of the world. That's bullshit. The British lost the empire. The British are not a representative force in the geopolitical scenario. Most of the time, when we're working on the geopolitical aspect, and we see the North American, the United States, or the British, and some Europeans, we laugh because we know that they're not exactly forthcoming in regards of what they can and cannot do, or how they represent themselves and how they represent history, etc. And who are we? The global South. But undoubtedly, if we look at it from a economic standpoint, then yes, there is still a strong hegemony, particularly from countries that are on the northern global north part of the earth.
Hey, Did, so as a man from South America, can you speak a little bit about melanated Aboriginals? Since, as you can see, that guy who I just kicked back for 5 minutes, he really could not acknowledge the fact that there were melanated people
I'll
in
mention
North
that.
and South America before the transatlantic slave trade.
And like always, my friend Mike, don't forget Central America. And Central American, Caribbean, South America. There's other. It's important to distinct those regions of here. Central
Yep, I
American,
mentioned it. Yeah. Indigenous
yeah.
Black folks in the Caribbean, South America, Central,
And
all of it.
Yeah, exactly. So just, I'll mention
All the
that
way
in
up to
just
Alaska.
a moment.
All the way up to
All
Alaska.
the way, yeah. So, I'll mention that about the melanation of indigenous people in just a moment. Give me a moment to conclude what I wanted to mention in regards of this South African. So right now, we have seen in the last 25 to 30 years, after the Cold War, a third, a second stage of that geopolitical sense that is also initiated through a third one. That second stage of control or conflict, directly caused by the Cold War, is that capability of countries deciding under their sovereignty and under their independence what route of political structure they want to go. If they want to go socialism, if they want to go capitalism, if they want to go a combination of. But in that sense, we have also seen a manifestation or a systematic manifestation of monopolistic control over the political or regional politics of different countries. Russia, China, some countries in Asia, examples in Latin America, that are highly attached to the interests of or against the interest of the global north. When it's in favor of the interest, we have seen dictatorships and monopolistic tendencies in these countries, mainly inclined to a pseudo liberal conservative position. And when it's
Is anyone
against,
else having a hard time following along?
I am. Because it's more
okay.
geopolitical, not monopolistic. It's a very geopolitical world we live in right now. I'm just against that explanation.
Okay, so let me backtrack.
No, no,
What
no,
I'm
no, no,
trying
no,
to
no.
say-
It's okay. You should say something, and somebody should reply. Then you should
Yeah.
say something else, and other
So-
people should. But if you get on a soapbox, nobody else can talk.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be rude, but there are some points you're making that that are not lucid or even
What points are
contiguous or
that
continuous.
would you like to?
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's this. The world we live in. Just take a look at the continent of Africa. Where does Africa really begin? Does it begin in sub-Sahara, or does it begin in north of the Middle East? Africa begins
The whole
at the
other
north
side of the
Middle
world
East.
is the continent of Africa. It's all connected.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. And because every single time a conquistador or a conqueror got down to Africa, what did they do? They split up the area. They enslaved the people. They robbed the
Conquistadors
riches.
wasn't in Africa. I mean,
Well, no, I'm speaking
can I-
Spanish. I'm just saying, using a Spanish word for conqueror. Conquistador means conqueror.
I mean, but it was used historically.
Can I ask a
speak
question?
Spanish, bro. You can't check
Listen,
me
he
on
was
that.
used.
It's okay.
It was used historically
Yeah.
to describe
Hold
the
on.
exact people.
It doesn't about the historical description. I'm about
Yeah.
saying to
Kaizo, I
you,
just sent another super chat. I don't think Goofy has enough intellect to have this highbrow conversation. So just put him backstage again. This really interjects and wastes our time. So sorry, not sorry.
Doing here?
Just real quickly, in regards to what you were mentioning, I understand the point that you were trying to make. My conversation was more in the analysis after the Second World War, the last 74, 75 years, the confirmation of global power in itself. So I did not want to go back to the era of colonial, etc. Moreover, into the actual modernity. So what I was referring to in that sense was the how the geopolitical structure post Second World War had been and has been in a disbalance between the global North and the global South.
Did you say disbalance?
Yeah, a disbalance, but at the same time, that disbalance, both in a economic and social and political sense, it is attached to the particular histories. If we just want to focus on Africa, one of the major points in Africa is that their major quantitative independence happened no less than 60 years ago, the majority of them, whereas in Latin America, the majority of independences had already been happening for over 150, 200 years in that sense. So that marks a difference of relation between.
Well, you also do have to acknowledge that South America was conquered by the Spaniards before Europe began colonizing Africa, right?
Yeah. So in that sense.
So of course the South Americans are going to be free longer. They were also colonized way before.
So
and they were
without
also
really
systematically killed off as well.
But I think it is prevalent to note that post World War II, these white folks basically committed so much white on white crime and violence against each other that it destabilized them, and they weren't able to hold on to these foreign territories anymore.
Exactly, and that's the point I was trying to make, and perhaps I'm sorry if I did not explain it as best possible or more concise. I sometimes do tend to go into this long-winded explanation. Because
it's cool. But hey, I gotta go soon. Is it possible for you to touch on the Central American Aborigines before I go?
I'm gonna put on this on a pause so we roll back into this. In regards of the melanation of of indigenous people before the arrival of either slavery and or Europeans in here, it is evident that the populations that were either subtropic or neotropic were of melanated skin of different shades of blackness, if we want to use that terminology. That's one first aspect. Of course, their phenotypes and their genomic makeup was different from what was happening in Africa or other parts of the world, where neotropic and subtropic regions, originate.
Can I test that theory? I want to test that theory. Let's test that theory. How is it possible that Australia is totally separate? It's an island, a huge island, totally separate from all the continents, have aboriginals there that are blacker than most men in Africa? How is that possible? If what you're saying is true, that doesn't really make a good argument
No,
because
what
black
he's saying
people were
doesn't make
already
sense. He's
there in
saying that
Australia.
there's richly melanated people in South and Central America, but they have different phenotypes from Africans.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I'm saying on the continent of Australia, they have black people that have been there since were there before the Australians were Australians.
And they have a
Well,
different
as well
phenotype
as
than
Central
Africans,
South
right?
America. Central South America was the same way. They had extremely dark people there. China. If you go anywhere near the border of China and Bangladesh and Malaysia and a few other places, you'll see black people there that were original people. Black people were everywhere first. And
Isn't that the
as
same
the
thing Ditso
tectonic
saying?
plates, I'm not sure he's saying that. I'm think he's saying is that for the influence of whiter people and some of the people who have conquered these places that it became more black in that
No, I don't think he
exchange.
said that at all. I think he
No,
clearly
no.
said that in Central and South America, there was
Yeah.
richly melanated people, but they had distinct different phenotype from Africans.
So
They look black,
Yes, of
but
course.
they don't have African heritage. They don't have
So
African
what's the
admixture.
origin of those people?
Okay,
Let me ask you,
so
brother. What are you saying the origin is?
before, just to clear that point you were trying to make initially, remember
Yeah.
I used two words: neotropic and subtropic regions of the globe. If you look at the locations that you said, and if you look at a map of the what are the subtropical and also neotropical regions of the world, you're going to find something very interesting. That the points that you've mentioned, and let me see if we could bring this up on the chat, so we have a visual aid in that sense. Hold on, and then I'll go into. Here we go.
I also have a
All right.
map
So
already prepared backstage if Kaizo
look
can bring
at
it up.
look at this in this sense. If you look at the sub-equatorial zone as well as the subtropical and tropical zones, those three major areas are where the majority of melanated people have a major prevalence. If you look at Australia, for example, the north area as well as the central area are either sub-equatorial zone, which is also subtropical zone, and as well as a tropical zone. So,
Oh, hey, this was the Aztecs black people? Were the Aztecs black people? This
look who's here. All right, that's going to be an interesting conversation. Again, if you're utilizing the term black under modern definition, then the answer is no. Were the people in Mesoamerican regions towards South Americans and also in the Caribbean melanated dark people with different shades of dark? Then the answer is yes.
He got his answer. Put his ass backstage for 10 minutes, Kaizo. Now continue with what you were saying about the different tropical regions, because as you're showing in this map, it don't matter if you're in South America, Africa, or Asia. If you fall along the equator, you're dark, you're melanated.
Mm-hmm. My major populations in that have had throughout the whole history. Now, you mentioned Australia, and in fact, I know a little bit of the arrival of humans of Homo sapiens in Australia. I'm not Australian, but I've been able to study on that sense. If I may here real quickly, I'm sharing another new screen if we can. Like always, Mike knows very well that I love talking with factual evidence and sources in that sense. All right, so this one is from the museum, Australian Museum, Human Evolution: The Spread of People to Australia. Origin of the first Australians. Well, anybody can read that. Yes, a lot of them also immigrated from Africa in that sense, but I would like to bring the attention to the point. Here we go. It's a new continent, new sea levels. Here we go. The original seafarers. The settlement of Australia is the first unequivocal evidence of a major sea crossing and rates as one of the greatest achievements in the world of humans. How humans referring to Homo sapiens sapiens. However, the motive and circumstances regarding the arrival of the first Australian is matter for conjecture. So there's a whole bunch of sense of how they were able to reach those points of Australia. But the earliest dates for human occupation, based on the fossil record of Australia, come from sites in the Northern Territory. Remember what I said to you about the subtropic and neotropic regions of the world, and the top area of Australia is considered a neotropic region, very near to the tropic center of the continent. And a million years ago, it was far more tropical in that sense.
Yeah, which is why they're dark skinned, just like the Indonesians and the Papua New Guineans, et cetera, et cetera. So are you claiming that the
That's a matter of
Aboriginal
biology.
Australians migrated from somewhere originally?
No, I
Pretty
think the
much.
Aboriginals.
No. It sounds like Ditso is making the claim that the Aboriginal Australians really just came by way of ship, and I'm trying to figure out where they
that's
came
not
from.
the case. Yeah.
So when we say that the earliest dates for human occupation, we'll keep in mind that we're talking anywhere between 50,000 to 65,000 years ago.
Okay, let's not be too long-winded. Where do you think the Aboriginal Australians came from? Asia, Thailand, Africa?
Africa. The lands were connected. The lands were connected.
The best
land
example
masses
that
were all
we have
connected at some point, and that
Yeah,
was it.
yeah.
And at those points when they broke off, those people were still there, and they remained there. They became
Yeah, they
more
were stuck.
Indian because of the proximity to the sun and the equator. Even South Africans, the South Africans who are below the equator, well below the equator, are still very dark because of the omnidirectional migration.
So I think
But
that
it's
the major
because they were already there.
I think that the major point of conversation is that we have to realize that, and I'll give you this example on the link on this evidence, that the Melanesians and Aboriginal Australians carry about 3 to 5% of the Denisovan DNA. This is explained by the interbreeding of Eastern Eurasian Denisovans with modern human ancestors. People have to come to realize that when the Homo sapiens sapiens started exiting out of Africa, they were not alone. You had the Neanderthals, you had the Denisovans, and you had other hominoids alongside the Homo sapiens sapiens. The main reason why the Homo sapiens sapiens has been the unique and only species that is remaining of hominoids, of great apes, is because we fucked them up.
Okay, I'm still not getting an answer. What country do you think the Aboriginal Australians traveled from?
They did not travel from a country. They traveled throughout the whole Eurasian territory.
So you think they came from Europe?
No. I'm saying
So what
that
are you
they
saying?
came
Why
from
can't you give me a
Africa.
simple answer? You're so long-winded. You're saying everything but
okay.
the territory you think they migrated from.
The modern humans that arrived, the earliest ones, Homo sapiens sapiens, in Australia, they originated from Africa. But from the moment they originated to Africa to the moment they reached Australia, thousands of years had happened. They had been interbreeding with the Denisovans, etc. So from the
Okay.
point A to
Thank you.
point
You
B,
finally answered. So
thousands
do you
of
believe
years.
in the
Yeah.
out of Africa theory?
It's not a
That's not a theory.
believing.
It's not a theory. That's a fact.
It's a scientific fact. We know that.
Yeah, it's a scientific
Okay,
fact.
so if it's a scientific fact, when
All
you say
life
that
emanated
South
from Africa.
American or Central American people are Aboriginal and melanated with no African phenotype, well, you believe that we all come from Africa, so you believe that the Brazilians and stuff really are ancient Africans that traveled over here, right?
Mike, take into
No.
account
No.
that
Can I put it in context finally? Because this doesn't make sense.
Sure,
Let's confusing ourselves. Here's the contextualization. I think is what's needed. When the land masses were connected, they simply walked to the edges of the landmass, and over millions of years. And Black people were never Neanderthal, by the way. They were the first Homo sapien, and then Homo sapien sapiens. So that's the first thing that needs to be cleared up. And if you look at Black or African DNA, you will not find, unless it's mixed with white or other cultures that had, sexualized their way into the culture. That's one thing. But if you look at the pure Black DNA, it has zero Neanderthal. And that became very important to the anthropological understanding of how we all got here and why we are in different places of the world. Every single place in the world, if you just look at North Africa for a moment, in the northern part of Africa, you have lighter black people, lighter colored black people. And the further you go south, you have darker color, because when Africa was connected to Europe, or Europe was connected to Africa, it was higher on the actual plane of the equator. So
Can I share my
Central
screen,
and
Kaizo?
Northern Africa. So again?
Oh no, I was asking Kaizo if I can share my screen.
Yeah. And if you look at that, South
So
Africa used
I've
to
got to get
be
out of
at
here in
the
a minute,
equator.
but this
Sure.
is what I really don't understand from Ditso. This is a bit of a paradox in my mind when it comes to his rhetoric. So if we look at Africa and we see Brazil right here, and if we look at Africa and we see Australia right here, why does he believe that the Aboriginal Australians aren't really Aboriginal? They traveled from Africa, but he doesn't believe that the Brazilians aren't really Aboriginal and traveled from Africa. He thinks the
Because he
Brazilians
who
are just
conquers-
Aboriginal black folks. They've been there since
I
forever,
never said-
but he doesn't think the same thing for the Australians.
He who conquers write the
Okay,
history
hold on,
and
hold
draw
on.
the maps. That's
Hold on,
all.
hold on,
That's all.
hold
It's
on.
all BS.
No.
The reality
I'm just not
is,
understanding
just
how
look
he's
at
saying
South
these are
America for a
Aboriginals,
minute.
didn't travel from nowhere, but these folks came from Africa.
You're right. And see, you're right. And I'm trying to make that clear. The thing is that if you just look at the shape of Africa and look at the shape of South America and try to push them together, wouldn't they fit? Look,
Yeah,
wouldn't they
but
just
the
fit?
Pangea-
Hold
the
on, let me
Pangea-
finish. Nobody's interrupting you, and I like the same courtesy. If you look at Australia, it used to belong right there too, right underneath Africa, right there to the south eastern part of Africa, and Malaysia and Asia and Europe, or Eastern Europe. Look at the map. It tells you the truth. And if you look at the dry areas or the arid areas across the entire belt above the equator, it's because those land masses used to be connected at a lower position on the longitudinal or I'm sorry, latitudinal lines of the equator and below the equator. That's why you have
With all due
deserts.
respect, the maps
That's
do
why.
not tell the truth, though.
So they just simply walked over, brother. That's all they did. When
I'm
a land
saying
mass
these maps do
connected-
not tell the truth.
No, no.
These maps are
They
not to
don't.
scale.
Africa is much
Africa's
bigger
way
than-
bigger than this.
Okay,
These
Africa can
areas
fit
are way
all of
smaller
Russia
than this.
and Europe and the
Greenland is
United
way
States in it.
smaller than this. The distance between
Exactly.
West Africa and the east coast of the U.S. is way bigger than this. This map
Hey,
is not to
you
scale,
got it, bro.
and there's many other inaccuracies. This is
Hey,
not
you
a
got
true
it.
rendering.
So-
So when you say, "Hey," it looks like a pizza slice and it could fit it in. I mean,
No,
there
no,
are
no,
some
no, no.
things
I'm
we
not
have
saying
to
it.
acknowledge
I'm not
that are
saying it.
incorrect
I'm
with the
not
map.
saying that the land masses are accurate. I know for a fact that Africa can fit the United States, Central and South America, as well as it can fit most of Europe in it.
Hold
all
on.
by
Can I-
itself. Africa
May,
can.
may I step in there for a moment? I think, look, one, when Pangea happened, we're talking about 160 million years ago. By that time, there were no Homo sapiens sapiens, there was nothing. The breakup happened 175 million years ago in the Middle Jurassic era. All right, so let's get our epochs a little bit correct in that sense. Now, by the time the Homo sapiens sapiens appeared as a hominoid mainly in the center aspect of what is today Africa, the continents had already been pretty much as they are right now. Some variations, however, to respond to the question of Mike, the mobilization and the inhabiting of land that was previously inhabited by hominoids, but mainly by animals, mammals, etc., so on, was a process that lasted for millions of years. It was not as simple as saying, well, one day all Homo sapiens sapiens are what are today in that sense.
Do you have any other evidence besides DNA to prove that the Aboriginal Australians come from Africa?
All right, that's a long and winded one.
That deep side tells me the answer is no. You're mostly relying on the 3% Denovian European DNA, right?
No, we know that the Homo sapiens sapiens exited from Africa. I am not saying that the Aboriginal individuals that inhabited, the first ones that inhabited Australia, were the same ones that were coming out of Africa. By the time they reached Africa, by the time they reached Australia, the Homo sapiens sapiens that reached Australia, they were no longer African per se. They
So
had
your
already
answer is
had
no. Other than
thousands of
DNA, you don't
years.
have any
No, no,
journals, any
again,
accounts, any historical documents, any archaeology digs. You're just going on the DNA that says they got 3% Denovian European DNA. And
No,
goddamn,
what
3%. Okay, all right.
what I'm
That means
telling
they
you is
came from
something
Africa
completely
or
contrary. I'm
Europe.
telling you that in the timeline of between 550,000 to 750,000 years ago, which is the appearance of the Homo sapiens sapiens in that sense, it in that time frame, you started having clear migrations and mobilizations and the involvement with other hominoids that were present at that time, such as the Neanderthals and the mixture between different populations of Homo sapiens with the Neanderthal and with the Denisovans. What I'm telling you is that the process of inhabiting land that was previously not inhabited by Homo sapiens sapiens or any other hominoids, in that sense, took thousands of years. Now, if we look at the construction or the first settlements that
Okay, guys, well, I gotta get out of here. Like I said, he gets a little bit long-winded for me, but I gotta run. I got a genealogy consultation. It was nice chopping it up with the brother from the
Mike.
UAE. Hope to run into you again. I'll see you guys later.
You will. Thank you, brother.
Take care, Mike.
All right, peace. Shout out to everybody on the panel.
I know
And you can now let the pan goofy come out of the dungeon, Kaizo. It's been 10 minutes. He can come back and interrupt.
All right, Abo. Okay, now what the guy said about the Pangea, yeah, that was pretty much false. What you get, how you get that is due like the migrations of black people coming out of Africa, going through the glacier periods. There was two glacier periods. The first glacier periods they came in, they came through Europe, and then after those glacier periods, they went out into like India and stuff. That's how you get the Indians and things. Then the second glacier periods, and actually some of those people out the first glacier periods they traveled up north into Asia. The second glacier periods where you get the actual white people. Now going back into Asia, those white people, those kind of Asian people, right? A mixture of those first people out the glacier periods is pretty much the second, right? That's when they went over the land bridge into America. And that's how the Aboriginals of America came through, and those are not black people at all.
But all people in the world emanated and began in Africa. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
yeah.
It
But it
began in
doesn't
Africa.
matter. You
All
can't just
people.
say the Pangea. You know, you said the whole Pangean thing, and humans went
That
around with
doesn't. That's
Pangea.
later. That's after. That's white people only existed on the planet as we now know them, especially with the migration into Europe and parts of the colder parts of Southern Europe as well. But white people only began anywhere between 10 to 20, and even at the high side, 40,000 years ago,
But
not
then,
400,000
but
or
think of this.
300,000.
Now, when you look at the original people of North America, they have a lot of Asian DNA.
They do because they came up over Canada through China and across Russia and the Bering Straits and all these different places they walked
Right,
over before that
right.
existed.
That's what I'm trying to explain. So
And you're right about that.
so that's
But
what I'm saying.
the Pangean and the Sub-Saharan and all that occurred in the past 30,000, 20,000 years. It's not the past 4 or 5 or 600,000. I think
I know that.
modern
Yeah.
humans only been around 300 years,
Oh,
or
that's what I'm
300,000
saying.
years.
Right, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. But before you said that humans
Can I
just
say
walked
something?
over. Yeah.
That's the topic. So the point of it is, so no matter how long white people been around or whatever, they eventually got the power and came together to work it out to where they came in conquering black people and got black people at the bottom today. That's the fact of the matter. And now that they took their land, the land that they took, they don't want black people in their country like that. So yeah, the black people have to deal with that fact. Like, what do y'all do about in these countries not wanting to leave and wanting to fight for the country if it comes down to it?
Well, there's something wrong with just that hypothesis on one level. Black people are now consolidating, believe it or not. Even though this conversation right now, some brothers against Africans, Africans against some U.S., the U.S. against some Australians, to even have this conversation means that the culture is changing and shifting towards more of a group of people who can now operate, even if we don't like each other, even if we don't understand each other, we can now operate together. And I think this is something that Black people need to see, no matter what country from which they come or culture. We
I just
need
If
go
we
ahead.
need to
Go
be
ahead.
able to see
if
that. Okay, if you live in the United States, your
uh,
whole I've been to over 80 countries in my life, and I've lived in 22 countries. So I know the world very well. And I'm trying to explain to you while I'm in China, is hey Strick, are you still on this
Oh,
channel? Yeah. Anyway, I'm my boy who invited me here, but I'm just saying, and this is real. At the end of the day, the way we become stronger as a culture, I think that's a better fit for what we're talking about, because right now we're spiraling into xenophobia and bigotry. The thing is, Black people are pretty much the same around the world. And whether they're Indian, whether they're Chinese, whether they're Malaysian, whether they're American, South Central, or otherwise, whether they're even Black people in Canada as well. As look at the Eskimos. You come up to an Eskimo, just look at him. He's Black. He just got the Asian features and the Asian hair. He's a dark dude up there
he,
in snow. So what I'm trying to tell you, we all came from the same place, and right now, connectivity is what we need to be
he
discussing
went to
and
the
establishing.
Eskimo went through the glacier period, so they're not black.
hold on, I wanted to
No, of course
mention
they
two
did.
things.
All life emanated from Africa, bro. They are Black. All white people are all Black. They just
No.
have been subject to a different part of the world and a
Well, they
biological effect
all.
on their skin that made them white. Not because they're on
If I
Africa.
if
They are
I
original
if I
Africans,
may,
just like everybody else.
let me
Mm,
intercede there for a quick second.
All
go
Hold
life
ahead.
on,
Go
hold on,
ahead,
originated
Bishop.
in Africa.
hold on for a second. Let me intercede. Kaiser, can you share the screen I have there real quickly, if you can hear me? Well, while he shares, the screen that I'm sharing right now is a publication from the Smithsonian Magazine, telling us that, for example, Native Americans and Polynesians, and when referring to Native Americans, they're referring to South Americans, met around 12,000 BCE or AD, if you want to use that terminology. A provocative new study, which I can show, argues Polynesians and Native Americans made continent 800 years ago. That date would place the first meeting before the arrival of Europeans. So the first, the notion of the Bering Stretch, you have to take into account that there wasn't one migration, but a several series of migration happening from that Bering Stretch in a span of 2, 3,000, 4,000 years. That being also
Thank you
said,
guys for having me on. I'm sorry. It's been good. I got to run to a meeting, but thank you. Interesting topic.
hey,
Thank you, gentlemen.
Hey, you better
all right.
run. Yeah, you better run.
So just to say that, one, the notion of how Homo sapiens became to be, and we're 8.1 billion today, has to be under the context of thousands and thousands of years, at least anywhere between 550,000 to 750,000. If we're going to talk about civilization and the settlement of becoming from nomads to a more agricultural settled base, that's anywhere between 12,000 to 20,000 years ago. That is the estimation in that sense. And the confirmation of civilization is 12,000 years ago as settlements happen. That's it. So, not to be long-winded, the problem with the conversation is that if we are not clearly defining and clearly establishing the limitations of the conversation, we get what we get, and we get ideas that are hypothetically absurd. To also refer back to initial conversation of the South African, and just to say this, there's a clear, distinct analysis, and the prior gentleman I was here, I understood his confusion, but my point was that if we look at it in the last 100 years, if we look at it this way, one, we have the analysis of the last 248 years. Then we have the analysis of the last 100 years, and then we have the analysis of the last 74 years within that time frame of 200 and 248 years. Each of those analyses, and if we just look at the modernity, the one of the last 74, 75 years is the end of the war, the end of the Second World War. And that has currently, and it still is to today, marking a lot of the geopolitical relationships and the realities that are being maneuvered. So that's the point that I was trying to make. With all that, I also do have to step up because I have other things to attend. I have work to attend. But all I wanted to leave on this is that notion. Before you make any assertion, make sure that you have the understanding, the chronological comprehension, as well as the nuances that surround the different subjects. And if you don't, then don't throw something on the air that's going to clearly hit you back on the ass, as they say. That's my best recommendation. Thank you for having me. Beshko Wovlawa. Walk with your eyes open.
Yeah, shout out. We got Ronin Travelers. What's good?
Hold on, I was trying to control my.
Shout out. We got Ronin.
I was trying to control my admin, my mod, before he started promoting everything on your channel. So, appreciate you guys letting me come up. And this is an interesting conversation. I mean, it's jumped from several different conversations or topics, even to the original migration of the Africans. I don't know, based on the men in this room, if there are Africans that are Ethiopians in the room. Because I relate everything to documentation. Because you got to look at a lot of different documents that have been modified. The victors get to control your history. They get to rewrite your books. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, when you're looking at from the Quran to the Ethiopian original Bible, King James version of the Bible, I don't know if you guys are religious. If you look at the Ethiopian Bible, it's the most complete Bible. Has books that the Catholic religion decided to take out because they wanted to use it to control the masses. Okay, so if you reference the Ethiopian Bible, you go to the book of Enoch. It describes what the original man looked like. Enoch was God's best friend. We're all brown, white hair. Then it migrated out if you want to look at the Tower of Babel. So the discrepancy on where we came from and who came where and the separation of the continents, we all know this is all historical modifications based on the powers that be. Just like our mentality is being controlled by colonizers through education and re-education. So I'm kind of lost on where we're going with this. Because we're all brothers in here at the end of the day. Why we have to discuss history instead of talking about the initial topic, which is this UK burning and the protests that are going on in UK.
Yeah, I would like to say, I agree with you. As far as
Great point, Ronnie.
while we not back on the topic, again, you have a lot of detractors, Albo detractors that come on and they basically want to say, well, we were all in North America. That's our original land. This whole thing just to de-Africanize themselves.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you how Americans do it. We could be enemies till the end, but if we're in a battle, we're all fucking Americans. Excuse my French. You get what I'm saying? At the end of the day, wherever there's division from country to country, even in America, I'm considered FBA. That's a difference than a regular black American that might have migrated here after the fact of slavery. But at the end of the day, we're all black. The only separation that comes in with FBA is when reparations come out, because everybody will have their hands out if there's no separation or delineation when it comes to those things. But at the end of the day, we're all black.
Can I ask you a question?
I mean, even though I disagree with the term FBA, and by definition, I would be considered like an FBA on paper, but the way.
But I didn't want to get in that topic. What I'm saying is, we all are united in the thought process that we're not in denial that our ancestry came from Africa, or at least, the DNA did. You get what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah,
Okay.
and back on the topic too.
Right.
Okay, and I was just trying to say, and actually, I didn't really try to come in and have any beef with the Aboriginals, but I want to say that, you know, us as African Americans, right? When we try to tell our brothers and sisters about, like, there's good white people, but there's some racist white people. When we try to warn them about like racist white racism, right? They kind of look at us like we're just overdoing it, right? Or we just in delusion and
I feel like you
everything,
just talking.
right? But the chickens are coming home to roost in UK, as you see. You understand
They
that
came home to
we just come over and migrate, and as long as we follow the rules and throw some black people under the bus, everything's going to be fine. No.
Is that the
You
way
see
it
what
is?
that's what a lot of black immigrants think. Some don't, but some do. And then
Now, when you say black immigrants, you have to be clear. What black immigrants and what country are they immigrating to?
well, particularly here, I'm talking about the black
Where's
immigrants
here for
that are
you? Where are you at?
I'm in America, so
Okay.
So some of Tariq's points is very few, but he does have a point when he said there's some immigrants that come over, and then they like to try to throw us under the bus, and pretty much compete with us, and down us, and say, well, you guys just need to get over slavery. That's your problem, and there's no racism, and but like I said, because we've been here a lot longer, right? We understand white racism, even when and I'm not saying all white people are racist. Not all white people are racist.
Of course they
But
are.
but we know that
They're just
white
soft racist. They get to pick and choose when they want to be racist. But all white people are racist. Let's be clear with that. Because to be quiet means you're consenting to it.
Yeah, but
you can be in a room full of white people, and there could be a couple races. The white people aren't going to speak up for you. Technically, they're going to sit there and watch it happen until they see it's such a bad or severe situation where they need to speak to it. But a lot of times they'll turn a blind eye to it. So there is racism within every white person. They just choose to pick and choose when they don't want to be racist and they want to help.
Well, I would say you're thinking of like levels of prejudice that but when I'm talking about the extremely white racists that are quiet. You know what I mean? And a smile in your face. You see what I'm saying? And pat them on the back and say, "Oh, you guys are better than them." You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
Those are the ones that a lot of the immigrants come across and say, "Hey, man, this guy was all right." This and that, and this. But what they don't understand is that in some places, like in these sundown towns, you're not welcome, and you can say you're not a you can say, well, I'm from Africa, this and that. They don't care. They just look at you as one big N word. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is, this is a implication of what we've been talking about, as far as like, even though these races that are settled, they're not saying anything to you. Again, I won't say not all white people racist. Doesn't mean that they don't want you. They want you in the country. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And yeah, UK is a prime example. What's going on in the UK is a prime example of that. I'll pass the mic.
All it took was one black face for them to burn some stuff down.
So yeah, but just my thing is like it's. I think it's been time, to stop playing as far as like these whole xenophobic games against each other, right? And really, get to work and you know as far as pulling ourselves up economically.
Let's say this. What's going on in UK right now with the poor situation with the 3 girls in the concert and being attacked, and now the far right and the thuggery, as the English use, that they're doing right now. Let's say it was an American or something happened there.
It was a little African dude.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, there would be retaliations. There would be some kind of circumstances for punishment based on the fact he was an American. Here's the problem. There's a lot of African nations.
Yeah,
that are
and not even working.
respected.
And they're working.
They take our jobs if they're not working.
Because they do it. They do it. Some foreigners that are coming over and taking our jobs, yeah, and not even working. And they're working.
They take our jobs if they're not working.
Because they do it. They do it. Simple as that.
That's ignorance. That's straight up ignorance.
Yeah, that's typical.
They're taking jobs, and he doesn't work, but he doesn't do it, and they're taking jobs. I mean, we have the same thing going over here in America for you guys in UK and wherever other country you're in. With the southern border in Mexico. Those jobs that are being taken by Mexicans are jobs that Americans would not do because of poor pay.
That is correct.
Okay. So these English ignorant guys are sitting there saying that immigrants are coming in taking jobs that most likely they would not want to do because of poor pay. But he himself has admitted to the fact that he doesn't work. So they're taking jobs. And I mean, even Donald Trump said the other day, they're taking all kind of black jobs. What's a black job versus a white job?
But,
a job is a job.
Yeah, I agree. But if we look at it lately, I mean, if you live in UK, if you go to West Hampstead, for instance, on Frognall Lane, the whole place is owned by it's a really posh neighborhood, and the whole neighborhood is owned by Sudanese and Nigerian. So if we look at it, they cater to.
You guys are experiencing things that we dealt with Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the other 60 cities that were prominently black, put together communities that had black wealth in it, and they will come to your town and mess it up. That's what they do. They're not going to go mess up their town. They're going to come mess up your area. They're going to come burn down your buildings, kill your people.
Now I will say though, these jobs though, a lot of jobs that they're talking about. Well, when it comes to the U.S. we're talking about jobs that they shouldn't even be doing. You know what I mean? Some of the immigrants, right? Jobs that are, under the radar, right? Jobs that
being
are not
paid under the table. Yeah,
right.
let's say what it is.
Taxes. It's not that blacks don't want to do the jobs or anything, but the jobs are below minimum wage, which is, they are legal. You know what I mean? So why would we want to do illegal jobs that are paying less than minimum wage? No American citizen wants to get paid under minimum wage. So
let me address that. Let me just first of all, when it comes to like the agricultural stuff, Americans used to do those types of jobs. Have you read the book, or there's a movie? I made a movie that's called Of Mice and Men. It came out of basically Of Mice and Men. It was about two like lower working class white men that were, I think they were in California, but they were doing farm work in California pretty much. And if you look at the history, of that time period, Americans did do that type of work, even picking fruit, picking. I know my mama. Wait, hold on, bro. Hold on, let me finish, bro. I know my parents growing up in the South, they picked cotton in the summertime, and then when they got done, they had enough money to buy all of their school clothes. Right. Off of picking cotton. They was glad to get out there. That they wouldn't get all the kids. They brought them in on buses and stuff, and they wouldn't pick that cotton. They made that money, and they was glad to make that money, and so they can buy their school clothes. They was able to go and buy a whole bunch of stuff.
Point made, but we're not talking about America. We're trying to get
but the thing is this. Hey, stop interrupting me. The thing is this. Is that it's the same concept with the UK. The thing is this, is that what happened in the 60s and like the 70s and stuff with Nixon and stuff, they brought, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, they brought in the Cubans, and that was their first taste of like the Latins and stuff like that, using the Latins, as labor. Out in California, they started shipping in Mexicans and stuff like that, across the border, to pick fruit and stuff. But before that, black people actually were big in agriculture in like the 1930s, 1920s in California, but they don't talk a lot about it. But prior to like the 50s and stuff, you had a lot of black folks out there, doing stuff, and not just picking fruit, but also being farmers too, owning land, owning orchards. It was a black woman that owned Rodeo Drive. Rodeo Drive was like a huge like orange orchard and farm, and pretty much prior to the city of Los Angeles buying it, and they had to buy the land from her. It was, you know what I mean, and so we don't take that into account. We just think that well the Latinos are here, they're doing all the work. We need them to do the work, and we really don't. What it is, we choose to use them because there's an infrastructure built around them to get them to do the work. But we could replace them if these seasonal workers from south of the border, if we wanted to. Some states have already experimented with it, where they use like convicts to go out and work agriculture, to go out and pick fruit and stuff. Some states have actually had some success with it. Okay,
Absolutely
but
not.
if
They have
they
not.
use that system, they can eliminate the migrants. They act like we need the migrants. We don't. We choose to use them, but we do have alternatives. But go ahead.
I
Whoever
don't
wants to
know,
respond.
but I don't know how any of that related back to the UK. We know our history. That's not what we're trying to propagate in this conversation when it comes to what's going on in UK and why the dissidents there, in the unrest there,
So,
and just like that
let
white
me-
man just said, he feels
Yeah.
like there's jobs being taken in their country when there isn't really any jobs being taken in their country. But I like to equate it to like a shell game. The distraction is there for a reason. You got to understand the vision is there for a reason. There's something else going on in the background that nobody knows about that's being done, but we're being distracted. Overall population is being distracted and divided by pressing the button of racism.
Well, I don't know if it's the same thing as what's going on in the U.S. I mean, when you have highly populated cities that have a lot of black, high black population in like Chicago and New York, yeah, you do get it's about the resources, and resources are being distributed to the immigrants, and resources that are not being given to poor people, poor citizens, right? Like the cars and things like that, which is is something to raise a concern about.
But I don't think there's extreme poverty. I can see what you're saying in Africa. So you're in Africa, you have the have and the have nots. There's extreme poverty in Nigeria. The ones in the political game that are highly paid and are corrupt, and you got the ones that are just trying to make it every day. That is not an extreme in any Western civilization that I can see.
I'm I wouldn't say it's extreme, but when you got migrants coming over and they're getting like cars like loaded with like $1,500 worth of food stamps. I mean, and me and you, we can't get that. You understand what I'm saying? That seems to be a problem.
But me and you can get a job. Me and you have the ability to go out and get a job.
But they
and actually pays more than worrying about. It pays way more than worrying about what little bit is coming up on that damn food card. Who gives a damn about a food card? Again, that's a distraction, bro.
No, that's not a distraction. I mean,
it is. You're running a circle off the titty of a white man. Zaddy is feeding you. Zaddy is giving you social services. This is all Zaddy stuff. We can run our own businesses. We have the most millionaires. Listen, we have the most millionaires than any other country.
Right?
But yet still we're talking about these penny addy stuff.
We pay taxes, right?
Talking about that.
All that costs. We pay taxes. We have a right to be look at that and say,
You know, there are more white
that,
people
that comes out
on
of my
welfare in the
that
United
comes out of
States.
my
And
tax
again, I
dollars.
don't want to talk about the United States. I'm trying to
I'm
get it
just
back to
saying
the
that
UK.
comes out of my tax. So every case is
So if
different.
there's UK brothers in here, I'd love for y'all to speak up and say what's going on in your country, that is why they're trying to make this big distraction, because something's going on in the background that we're not aware of politically, socially, that's going on in that country, and that's why they're pushing the button of racism.
Yeah,
so y'all tell us what's going on there.
The white people chose to burn down their own cities, and if they're doing Chicago, show the video of them burning their own cities.
Man, obviously, you know, the people in UK, I guess let's say, a lot of the white people in the UK, they feel like, you know, that their resources being, you know.
But doesn't that sound like that's already been done here in the United States? And it was done here in the United States for a purpose of distraction. So why are they doing it there in the UK now?
But hold on.
UK has always had immigration there. UK has always had Jamaicans, Nigerians, and everything else migrating there. Why all of a sudden is it a big deal?
Hold on. First of all, you can't say let's not bring the US in there, but in the next breath you bring the US in. Let's just deal with the UK. Okay.
And I just said UK has brought immigrants in there for at least 50, 60 years now. They've had Nigerians migrating into the UK. The UK has had Africans integrated into a system for a long time.
Obviously, they feel like they're paying too much. Something's going on there.
And that's why I'm asking somebody from the UK what's going on really in the background, that they're now pushing this racism button to get people distracted from what's really going on in the economy, social wise, or whatever. I don't know what the social climate is there. I can't tell you. Somebody there has to say it.
Yeah,
so enough of us American brothers talking. We're the UK people.
Well, the UK people are here. We got to talk till they get here.
Everybody in here is all Americans?
Keizo used to live in the UK. I think he used to live in Europe. I won't talk to him. What about the guy that just
because
came
all of us are speculating at this point without having somebody on boots on the ground in the country.
Well, let's hear from the guy that just came in.
What's up, guys? I don't know anything else. I just heard the blacks are revolting.
No, it's actually the whites are revolting against the blacks and the Asians in Europe. So I'll give you the context, right? So basically, a few things happened. The UK, India surpassed the UK as the, fourth largest economy in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So what that means is the UK is no longer richer than an ex-colony, India. Then we have an Indian origin prime minister who's actually from East Africa. You know, his parents have roots in Kenya and some other country around here. So he became the prime minister. That's basically the president, right? Equivalent. Right. He ruled the country. So basically, at the far right have been having this kind of feeling that, first of all, there's too many immigrants, there's too many blacks, there's too many brown people, specifically the Muslims, right? I'll tell you why. The average Muslim gives birth to about 4 children per woman. The average white man, or rather white woman, is only giving birth to 1.5 children, meaning their population is going down. The Indian population,
that's going on
or rather
globally.
South Asian,
that's going on globally, by the way.
Yeah. South Asian population has already reached an all-time high, over 10% in the UK. The black, I think, is like 3%, right? So they're really annoyed. Another thing happened, right? The Pakistanis, specifically Pakistani men, because in Islam, they claim that it says that you can rape other women who's not Muslims, the kafirs. So what they used to do, they used to go and find children and shout out to YouTube. It's for educational purposes only. I'm not here to
you don't even have to finish the statement. I already know where you're going.
Right. So they did monkey double backflips with children and they groomed them, specifically white, poor, working class children. And this was covered up by the police. I was there. I mean, no, not there, but I was there during this whole investigation.
Did you get groomed?
Yeah, the police covered it up. So these people have just been getting pissed off for various reasons. And now finally, also a black person, or rather mixed race, became the Prime Minister of Wales. I think he did resign, right? So all these things culminating. The other fact is, right, like I used to work in a university in Wales. And Wales is mostly white people, but it's not just white people. It's the people that are colonized by the English. So they already have a self-esteem issue. So they see a lot of foreigners like me who has a good job. I'm getting all this money free from the government, European Union, and they're out there being poor. They can't even get a normal job. So all of that culminates, and right now they just said, "Nah, enough is enough. These immigrants are taking our jobs. Then also these immigrants are not working." So let me give the context, right? They're stupid because they don't know how to understand it, right? But it's true. Immigrants are taking their job, or rather, they're taking jobs that they're not qualified for, anyways. And also, some immigrants are also going on benefits, specifically Muslims from the Somali community and the Indian community. What they do is, because if you have ability to have 4 wives, you're not going to be legally married to 4 wives. So the other 3 wives, they're going to be claiming that they're single mothers, which according to the law they are. So they get given a mansion with 7 bedrooms. Meanwhile, the white working class woman only has 2 kids, so she gets put down on the waiting list. So these are some real issues that they've observed, specifically with the Muslims, and the Muslims do not want to integrate with their culture. At least with the Africans, they generally, try very hard. You have the uncle, double yellow line uncle over there, trying so hard to speak English, even though he shouldn't be speaking English, right? Let me see if I can find the uncle. For those who came in late. So all these things, I think some of them are legitimate problems, but they've got nothing to do with immigrants, right? These are just problems that they're suffering from because these are like young men and men who don't have jobs, men who are just trying to make it, and survive in the economy. But the reality is they're blaming immigrants. It's got nothing to do with immigrants, right?
Talking about skin color,
But
but
let's
they're
listen to this one
projecting,
first.
they're projecting the wrong image.
You rang up and said the reason you went on this protest is to protest.
Oh man, it hung up. Is the video buffering, or did we lose the guy playing the video?
I'm not making it about skin color, but they're projecting, they're projecting the wrong image.
You rang up and said the reason you went on this.
Did we lose the host?
What I missed?
I'm waiting on whoever was playing the video to play the full video. It got cut off, and I think he might have dropped.
Hey, Mr. White, why'd you come up here, Mr. White man?
And all Asians is what you said.
Well, 95% of them are problematic people.
How did you get to 95%, sir?
It's been proven statistics.
Where? Who? Show me.
Exactly.
Tell me. You got in the car and you drove all those hours up to Middlesbrough to go and protest something that you can't evidence, for which there is no evidence to say they're 95% of the problem.
Well, this is what I've read.
Where?
On the internet, I've read it.
Do you take what you've read on the internet that 95% of black and Asian people are the problem? You take that as a fact?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, the level of misinformation is insane. But yeah, we got Flow State. What's your thoughts so far on the? Oh yeah, there's one more video I want to watch. I want everyone to watch. Let me see.
Even working, and they're working.
They take our jobs if they're not working.
Because they do it. They do it over. They do it. Simple as that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You're from America, but yeah, I want you to hear your opinion on what's going on in the UK. I've given a small breakdown.
Who's jumping in first?
Well, I would say what you have is the difference between, because the only thing we have to compare it to is the U.S., but the difference between the UK and the U.S. is pretty much, you know, as far as like the white people that came over to the U.S., they sailed over, colonized, and then they populated. Versus like the UK, of white people been there for a while, and I think it's more of they feel more threatened because they feel like that's their homeland, and and I think that's why you see more schism out there in the street, as if they're like their home country is going to be taken over. So it's kind of like a lot of fear out there through these people in the far right, where it's getting the stream, you know what I mean, and they're taken to the street. So what would you say, Wonder Bread?
I mean, they took our jobs.
Which jobs? Be specific when you say jobs.
Our jobs, like
What
cleaning
job?
things and making things and.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like,
so you guys like being janitors?
And fixing things.
Mechanics.
Yeah.
I want job names. I don't want just things. What is specific jobs that you think these guys are? So you have to be trained to be a doctor or a lawyer. Are you educated enough to be a doctor or a lawyer to come into a country and actually take that job? Why would you be offended that newer doctors are coming in to support the economy and also support?
Because white doctors have always done really good for us.
But if there's not enough white doctors, where are the doctors supposed to come
maybe
from?
that's because
the best doctors in the world are
people.
typically Indian. The best doctors in the world are typically Indians. From India?
Actually, the best doctors in the world are Cubans.
Okay.
Are known to be Cuban.
Okay.
That's not true.
No, Cuban doctors are like in demand, like throughout the world. I mean, this is documented.
Wait, one second. Let's see the uncle. Yeah, let me support the white man, right? This is an uncle that stole the white man's job, even though the white man can do as good a job as him.
What you say? What are you doing? Just carry on. Stacy, I have the belief that you may be in possession of
this is terrible.
Drug.
What?
Yes, I got the belief that
you
you may be in possession of drug.
Are you even an officer?
Stop being rude and just listen to him.
That's why I want to search you.
What's your name first before you search, man?
I want to search you under section 23.
Yeah, 23, can I have your name, please?
Say color number, Michael.
My color number is 08387. 08387.
Where are you based?
I'm Longside Police Station.
And what do you want to do search, man?
I have the reason to believe that you may be in possession of a drug.
Just to help out the white man, is that the
that
white
looked like
job
a training
that,
section? That looked like a training. That looked like a training. You had two white cops standing behind him, and it was like they're letting him run a search and a frisk and search.
Yes.
And somewhere there's a poor white person.
But they're using that. But hold up, they're using that. Do you want to risk your life for your state? Then go ahead and get the job. Nobody's turning down going to. Do you know how many people are not? Wait. Do you know really how low the induction rate for military, police, and fire departments are worldwide? Nobody has the gumption or balls to want to do the job anymore. So when somebody actually does it, you got a problem with them taking the job. So you want to stand in front of a bullet and protect your country.
These are good white jobs that are going to
good white jobs. So policemen, firemen, and military, all white jobs, right?
I mean, except for policemen. That's
let's listen to
those are bad people.
Yeah, Wonder Bread. Let's listen to Hamza. And then you can. Yeah, Wonder Bread. And also, guys, let's get the super chats in. Kaiser's got to pay for his hotel room. The bill's coming through. So yeah, let's listen to Hamza stealing Wonder Bread's job.
They're stealing our jobs. Yeah, Hamza Khan, who studied 7 years at Queen Mary's University to become a doctor, definitely did steal your job, Dave. With 2 teeth, got more gum than teeth. Listen, I love how they keep on mentioning us stealing, like us South Asians or us, like whatever, coming over to this country and stealing stuff. And they're so right, because the British have never stolen anything, have they? Oh, wait. These men literally talking, about us stealing their jobs. They stole our curry dish. Chicken tea was only got ruined by them. But I never complained. I never once said, nah, that can't be your national dish. That's our national dish. I didn't even say. But
That's hilarious. They stole like curry
Hamza,
dish.
Hamza, yeah, Hamza. To be honest, though, Wonder Bread. So for my context, right, I can't remember because I actually lived in a low income white area. I used to live in Wales. I used to work as a lecturer at a university there, and what I noticed is some people did feel jealous because of what was going on. Right? They probably thought, "Why is a foreigner?" They thought I was a foreigner. Why is this foreigner coming here stealing my job? And the reality is, right? I have a PhD. I have different skills. They're not even remotely qualified to work at Amazon, right?
Damn,
There's
Kenzo,
Amazon there, right? They're not even
you from the ghetto?
qualified.
From
No,
the
I'm
ghetto,
not from the
Kenzo?
ghetto. This is where I went. No.
What,
I'm from
did you
Surrey.
teach at a bad
That's a
college?
high.
Were you
Yeah,
lecturing
say
at
that
like
again,
a
Wonder
bad
Bread.
college or something?
He was out there in the
It's actually a good
What,
college. For
what
some
was
reason.
wrong with it?
It's a top. The issue is it was in a poor white working class area town.
That doesn't make sense. There's no such thing as a poor white area.
I know you're trolling now.
Bro, like these people are
Look,
so
white
poor, man.
people
Like
have
I
always
remember.
run Great Britain, and now what you're telling me is that's changed. I reject it. I think that this is a black and a brown conspiracy
Right.
to gaslight the white man.
How are we gaslighting you
Yeah,
when you
but
guys
no.
control
Hang on,
society? I'm confused.
Yeah, hang on.
Wait. You guys
Yeah.
control society. You control the newspapers. You control a lot of different things. How are we gaslighting you with your own infrastructure? Please
You're
explain.
trying, but it's not working.
It looks like it's working. You guys are in an uproar over nothing.
I'm not.
You know what I think is
They didn't take
happening,
my
though?
job.
We're not gaslighting y'all over y'all birth rates. Why ain't y'all having kids?
That's the other
Think
problem.
about it is
Go ahead.
this. What's happening is that the UK, the US, a lot of Western countries are experiencing record immigration from all over the world. The tax system is being overwhelmed. The welfare state is being overwhelmed by so many people. The influx is so great that it's putting a stress on the infrastructure, on healthcare, on housing, and the average person is feeling it. This is why there's a shift to the right in all Western countries, because the influx of immigrants is putting a strain on the economy and on housing, healthcare, and
You should
jobs.
build a wall.
Is it the Prime Minister of the UK, Indian, if I'm not mistaken, from India?
That's part of the problem, as the man said earlier.
And then Kamala coming in. I think that's
He was Indian, but they kicked him out and replaced him with a pure white Wonder Bread.
How many beers would you have to drink before you do Kamala?
Yeah, you came on
Probably
the
I need to
troll.
drink. I think you need more tikka masala for Kamala.
For black people, just want to be around black people talk shit. Huh?
Yeah, he came on the troll. It's okay.
Getting that loose.
You gotta be inclusive, just like they give us inclusive. We gotta let them be inclusive as well. Just ignore the ignorance.
Yeah. I mean, you disrespect a lot of Indian people with that joke.
I mean, he came
Oh
in
man, Big Black. No, your stance though, man. Big Black. Are you a black man or are you Indian, man? You have to choose sides.
No. I mean, Kamala Harris says she's Indian, right?
She's mixed.
Why can't you be both and the same?
She's both. She's 31% black. She's 50% Indian and 18% Wonder Bread.
Wait, what was the DNA test case? So you did a DNA.
Yeah, they broke that shit down, didn't they?
Yeah.
They
No,
literally ran
I
a
can break it
DNA.
down.
Yeah, they literally ran it. I have my DNA done too. So I understand what you're saying. I'm just like, God damn.
Hey,
They literally had to go and look.
Kaiser, do you claim Obama?
Say that again.
What?
I said, does Kaiser claim Obama? You come from Kenya. You come from your country, Kaiser. You and Obama.
Mobile.
Hey, Kaiser.
So I didn't. Go ahead, Mike.
Since you lived in England, I've never lived in England. I visited. But,
Why is there dead air?
England is an island nation, right? So
I lived in England previously, correct?
Yeah. It's an island nation, right? So
I left because it was a shithole, and they weren't able to compensate me for my time and energy the way that I would prefer. It's a poor country at the end of the day.
okay,
It's good
that's
for
not what I'm
poor
asking.
average people. Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
I say it's an island country, meaning it doesn't border any. It doesn't have a land border with, except maybe Wales and Scotland, which they are pretty much the same, United Kingdom. But
okay.
So how they having issue with immigrants? If immigrant cannot, are they swimming across the? I mean, like, because the only way you can enter England is
Good question.
through the airports.
Good question. Good question. Good question.
For you to
let
get
me answer your
in,
question.
you must have
Black
to get a
people don't know
visa.
how
Let me
to
ask you a
swim,
question.
so that wouldn't be
Yeah.
possible.
Wait, Mike
Yeah.
needs to ask Wonder Bread.
Let me ask you a question. Let me answer your question. England doesn't really have a high level of illegal immigration. They have a high level of legal migration that becomes illegal occupancy. So what that means is these people come in legally and then they
And
just never leave.
overstay.
Yeah, they overstay. So yeah, you're right. That's a good question. You're right. There's some illegal migrants that come through France, because there's a road, there's a bridge between France and England that you can actually just drive across or use a ferry, whichever way you're gonna do it. That's how the North Africans and the Arabs come in the country. However, the majority of immigrants in UK either came in legally, then they overstayed, or they just came in illegal. They came illegally, they overstayed, then they got amnesty. Amnesty 2008 basically gave hundreds of thousands of people the right to stay in the UK, and that's what happens. And even that's not even the issue. The issue is not illegal. That's not the issue for the white man. The issue is they just don't want to see black or brown people because their women are just not fertile anymore. They're not giving birth. There's no new white children. Like if you look at the numbers of Asians, and let me give the context, right? In the UK, Asian refers to South Asian, not to East Asians like Chinese, Japanese sort of type. We're talking about Indian, Bangladesh, Pakistan origin, right? So the Asian community went from 6% to now 10% in just a few years. The black population went from 2% to now about 4% almost in just a few years. So they're
You guys only worried. 4%.
Yeah, we're only 4%.
You gotta be more than 4%, man.
Y'all having hella sex.
Nah.
Are you kidding me? You're less than 4%.
Okay, if you
wait, hold on.
population,
The population of England is
like
what, 60 million, right?
No, 70 million.
Okay, 70. So 4% of 70 million. How much is that? What's that?
Damn, Mike, I thought you were smart.
No, I'm not smart, man. Trust me.
Hey, but you want to direct that question to the Wonder Bread. Let Wonder Bread answer you, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead, Wonder Bread. But yeah, basically in the UK, black people are not the problem, it's the Asians because they're just so many, and also Somalis as well. So
what
a
was
Somali
the
woman will
question
give
for me?
5. Yeah, go ahead, Wonder Bread.
I mean, I don't know what the question is. I'm
there
told
a
there's a
fear
question.
in
I've
the
just heard
UK of a
Kaiser
replacement
lecturing.
of the white population with foreigners? Is this what is animating
Can
all
you
the?
repeat that?
Is there a
Yeah,
fear
repeat the question.
of replacement, white replacement with foreigners? Do white people fear?
It's
of
more than
being
white
replaced?
replacement. It's white British replacement because remember, there's Polish, there's Lithuanians. They don't like them either because they have their different cultures and weird food and shit. So it's white British replacement that they're worried about.
We white people
Right,
have
but is
a
it a racial
target
thing or is it a clash
minority
of
rate.
civilizations? Is it
Sort of like
the
the
cultures
Federal
that are
Reserve
coming
Bank
in
has a
don't
target Fed funds rate or a
can't
target
be
inflation rate.
integrated
We have a
or
target
go?
minority
Yeah,
rate.
let him say something. Him and Mike need a discussion.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, inflation and minority numbers are just spiraling out of control. We've got to get them back under control into the target zones.
Is that good for you, Mike?
Mm-hmm. There's no mic here.
I thought Mike was the M. Was that?
Oh, you mean
we would know if Kaiser turned on the names.
I didn't hear you.
Mike, I think he was trying to answer your question. What was your question again, Mike?
What's it about the land border, kind of? I mean, there was no land border. Yeah, I think Kaiser answered it. I believe. Yeah.
Yoruba Mike, we can't hear you. I think you're using Nigerian internet or something.
Mike,
It sounds like he's
No,
not really opening his mouth when he talks, just kind of like mumbling words through
I
it.
don't know. Mike usually is a lot more talkative.
Yeah, I think Kaiser answered the question. Yeah. I was.
You can talk more. I know we got a Wonder Bread is here, but you can talk a little bit more, Mike. I mean, you're free to talk.
Let me see. Maybe the volume of my stuff is low. Let me see.
Don't be scared, man. I mean, he's only human.
How do I sound now?
Oh, you sound good, Mike. You know,
Thank you.
you're talking about are they scared about the people swimming over or something like that? What was you saying?
No. I was just wondering how it came about. Where I mean, because it's an island country, so I don't see how they can have an influx of illegal migrants. I mean, like it's I just find it
remember.
because there's no way airport. The thing about airport is you have to have a visa. You can't illegal. You can't just board an airplane and get into another country.
You're right.
You have to get a visa to get there.
You're right,
So that's why Kaiser
Mike,
answered
Mike,
it.
remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. In the UK, honestly, I promise you, it's never been an issue about illegal migration. Sure, we have illegal overstayers, but we just don't want any immigrant in the country. Like,
Yeah, I do
regardless,
know.
like,
There's a problem between the Nigerian government and the UK government right now because they're doing this mass recruitment of our medical workers in Nigeria. The Nigerian government pays pretty much if you go to medical school in Nigeria, it's almost like you get highly subsidized by the government, because that's a high demand field, So it looks like a lot of our medical personnel, they just being recruited by the UK government, like they're massively being recruited. And it's that brain drain in a sector where so because they offer them higher income and things like that. So, and they just giving them visas and a high rates, so they don't, but they will not talk about that in their media. They think about these governments of these countries, these rich countries, they don't tell you the truth about the whole immigration thing. They make it look like they don't have control over it. As if these people just come in, but they actually, they know what they're doing. So they know what they're doing, man. They got hand in it because there's no way you will not want some people and they just appear. I mean, also if you don't want them, it's easy to just deport them, But they will make you play this political game about, we don't want that. They're just coming in.
Hold on.
Can you guys see this Mexican that took my job?
I was about to say, is that Mexican working for you?
This is one of them. I caught one. He was doing my job.
Basically, he's working for you, right?
Go.
Like I said, troll.
Yeah, guys, if you come to the southern United States, man, dude, like you will see like a structure. You drive through a place, it's an empty land. Come back there 2 months later, there's a skyscraper like being built like quick. I'm like, man.
But Mike, question for you.
Sorry, I had a call me. I had a phone call. Sorry about that. The way the Mexicans are working, oh my God. Man, when it comes to hard work, dude, I'm sorry, Mexicans are number one, dude. These people can work, dude. That's why they earn my respect. Like I've literally see Mexican, maybe it's not only Mexican, maybe Central American people.
Mike,
Those guys are freaking hard
man.
working.
You was at the scared to talk when the white guy was on.
Right.
Let's hit you up.
They're hard working people.
But Mike, I got a question for you, Mike.
That's why I'm not shocked. What's that?
I got a question. You were talking about how England is stealing a brain drain from Nigeria. The doctor.
I didn't say they're stealing. I didn't say that.
Okay, but you said it like they have their hand in it. But
I said they're recruiting.
Okay, but when people japa from Nigeria, aren't they just chasing higher wages that are offered in the West that you can't make in Nigeria? So it's
yeah. That's the reason why the people accept it.
But you can't put that on England. You have to put that on Nigeria for not having enough pay to pay people to stick around.
There's no way in the world Nigeria can match the income of UK. It's not possible. There's no way.
It's just an economic force that is going to pull the most qualified people out. That's just what it is.
It's natural. That's what I'm saying. So it's not anyone's fault. I'm not blaming. You really can't blame anybody. You can't blame the workers, and you cannot blame the UK because the UK needs people where they need them. There's nothing wrong with it. And if they say, hey, we offer you visa if you choose to come, they have a right to do that. Any country have a right to offer anybody access to their country. They're not forcing anyone. The only thing I can say is maybe the measure the Nigerian government can take is maybe stop subsidizing the education, and let people pay out of pocket, or you kind of like those that went through the school system, you kind of make it in a form of loan, and then you hold on to their certificate until they finish their work, and they pay over time, over the years. And if you hold on to that certificate, then you can't leave. You got to work. You got to pay off your student loan. I think that's what the new president is trying to do. He's trying to do this student loan thing, but strategically, what he's trying to do is kind of like, you know, use that loan to hold you for ransom. In a sense. Because like the way they're recruiting the doctors in Nigeria, man, like God, Lord, the medical workers. It's not only UK, even Saudi Arabia. They just recruiting our medical personnel, man.
But it's not like they don't want to be recruited. It's like winning the lottery.
Yeah. I mean, anybody would go for the income. Anybody in the world, even you in America. Even if Mexico offer you higher pay, you'll go to Mexico. Trust me. So it's every human being. I mean, survival force. So nobody would turn on.
1 second, Mike. Let me just shout out to the super chat. I haven't got run to them yet. Shout out to Nakmizi for the $25 in the sense of 22 euros. Have a seat, big black Akata. I'm assuming that's big black. Go back in the back of the bus for 25 minutes, and then you'll be back to the conversation. Shout out to you over there. Also, we got two new panelists. We got Black American, also Nakmizi, but we'll start with Nakmizi if he wants to time in. Well, let's just shout out to the sponsor of the show again. We got Mike TV for $10 over there. We got Mike TV for another $5 super chat. We got Mike TV for another $5 super chat. Again, same tradition, getting rid of Big Black. Mike TV again for $10. We got Dwight Woman over there, the ad mix woman with 20% African DNA, and the rest is between Dwight and Arab. $50 super chat. Appreciate your support. We got Mike TV again for $5. Mike TV again hitting it strong, showing why Black Americans are better than the Africans. Mike TV again for another $5, right? So shout out the Black Americans and white women. Definitely saved this stream. So yeah, go ahead, and that means if you want to come through first, or you'll or we can go with the Black American.
Salute Nakmizi. Go
You're
ahead.
far. You're speaking
Nakmizi.
far.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nakmizi?
Yeah.
Your microphone sounds far though. We can't hear you.
Yeah, you sound like you're in a closet, way away from the phone.
We can't hear you. The microphone. You're using a Nigerian microphone, eh? What happened? I told you.
Oh, you don't want to tell him that means he's using anything from
Am
Nigeria.
I sounding better now?
There you go.
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you.
Welcome to the panel, brother.
Ah, shit. I'll log back in.
No, you good. You good. You strong right now.
Biafra
You
forever.
strong right now.
Salute.
You strong right now. You don't have to go nowhere.
Yeah, we hear you.
I think there's a delay. I think there's a delay. It must be in a shithole African country or something, or Dominican Republic.
Oh no!
No, you didn't just do that. He's gonna come back and get you.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Black America. I don't know if you want to go ahead and speak. The mic is yours.
Yes. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How's everybody doing today? I hope everybody's doing well. I just had a problem with the immigration, wherever the immigration is at. It doesn't matter if it's here in our country or if it's in another country. I'm a truck driver, okay? And that affords me to see the entirety of the country. And being a black man, niggas don't want to be out in the field picking fruit, and they don't want to be out there picking vegetables. It's 12:25 here in Vegas right now, bro. It is 100 and something degrees. Okay, right. I drive down to the New Mexico and Mexico border every day, in Yuma and all of these places, and I see these people in the fields working hard, and we need them. We need them. Believe me, I got a bunch of kids, and my kids were all educated and either went to the military or went to college, and truck drivers or mechanics or estheticians. Like, they do jobs that are also needed in this country. People are trying to shy away from.
So did you have kids with a Mexican though? That's the question. Or did you got kids with a black woman?
Yeah, I've never touched anything but a black mama, sir. I'm a real nigga. Felonies and all of that. Okay. I'm gangbanger, drug dealer. I'm the
hard for the
typical
Mexicans. I was like, he might have a Mexican. You never know, buddy. You never know.
Right. Well, in LA, when I was growing up in LA and in Vegas, it wasn't no mixing of the cultures like that. So my question to you, because we all sound, I'm 51, we all sound like gentlemen of a certain age. Has any of you brothers lost your job to a Mexican or any immigrant? I just want to go around the panel and ask that job, because people acting like we're losing jobs. Like I say, I'm a truck driver. I drive gas trucks. An illegal immigrant can't take my job, bro. It's black background clearances and all type of stuff that you got to go through. An illegal immigrant can't do my job. So has anybody had their job taken, and what exactly is a black job? If somebody can answer that for me.
Yeah, to my point, Black America, that's exactly what I asked earlier when White Bread was on here. What are white jobs versus black jobs? Explain that to me. What jobs are we taking? He could not give us a clear answer on any job specifically that was a job that was being taken by these immigrants. Besides for jobs that took training.
He's part of the problem. He got a Mexican working for him.
Yeah, he was just basically trolling. But you're absolutely right. There's no jobs that we want in America that we don't mind the immigrants doing what they're doing. Now, should there be a limit of immigration? Yeah, there should be a lottery. You can only allow certain. If you go to other countries, there's certain things that you have to do in order to even get in that country with a visa. You can control it with the lottery.
So this is the problem with that. Okay. I don't know how many kids you have per se. Okay. But
4 grown sons, 2 grandchildren.
Okay. So you got 4 sons. All right.
4 sons, 2 grandchildren. I'm as old as you. I'm 56.
Okay. So, and like I said, I got a bunch of kids too. Man, I'm not looking to my sons to take care of me when I get older, bro. We know as men, we know that that's just not going to happen. Now, thank God I have some girls and they have more compassion, but my sons are not finna bro, like real talk. My sons are not finna just drop everything and, oh, well, I got to go take care of my daddy. No, because I trained them to take care of your family. I trained them, hey, this is now your precious cargo. You were my precious cargo. I'm expired, bro. I'm expired milk. And if any of these people, all of these white people are having a problem with it, you know why? Because, the Mexicans are coming over here and they getting it in and they having kids. Some black people, like I said, my little sister have 10 kids. She get $1,500 to $2,000 in food stamps a month because her and her husband are bum, and they've been on Section 8 and welfare for the last 20-something years. Okay, so y'all talking about some Mexicans coming and freshly getting on this stuff. It's black people that has been on this stuff for generations, bro. For generations. So I hate it when we, as a community, as a black people, talk to the fact of they're taking our jobs. And when we look at it and point it out, I don't know any garbage man that a Mexican has taken his job. I don't know any truck driver. Yeah, it's some Mexicans that come and do the job, but truck driving, it's a shortage of 1 million truck drivers in this country. It's shortages of all of these blue collar. These Mexicans are riding around selling fruits on the corner. They putting paved stones in people's yards. They're hustling. They're making their money, but we can't be mad at them for getting it how they live, bro. I'm sorry. It's really hurtful. And my last point is, black people, we as a whole are not real racist. against anybody, but we, for the most part, we hate red dot Indians. I'm sorry, they're in our communities.
What are
They
you
own the
talking
corner
about?
stores.
Who is we? Are you talking about American
Yeah,
blacks,
I,
African blacks? Who is we, bro?
yeah,
You got to be
one second.
specific with that, because I
Yeah,
don't even know no
American
Indians
Black
like that in
America.
my community. Maybe
Yeah,
where you at
okay.
in
Black America.
California, but not over here in Texas like
Yeah.
that. I know my
Okay,
part of
Yeah, Black
so
Texas.
America.
so
You
so
can finish you can finish your statement in a second, right? But let me just clarify for YouTube. I over here, as a leader of the Kaiserian Empire, do not hate anyone, whether they were dusty African, Black American, or white. I love all people. But go ahead.
okay, so back to what I was saying, bro. In Texas, it may be a different story, but on the West Coast and any other black community that has corner stores and they're owned by the Hindus or the Indians, like I say, I don't know where you guys are from or what part of Texas you from, but you go down to the corner store, they are owned by the Indians or they're owned by some other uh Middle Eastern person like that. We don't like them.
Okay, what is niggas doing to make them leave?
I'm saying for the most part.
Don't hate
I
them
didn't
like
say.
that, bro. Most people they be going in the stores. Got nicknames for the dude, the little Middle Eastern dude or whatever. But that may be how y'all get down to California, wherever you at.
Yeah, one
Oh
second. Let me just shout out
man.
to the news.
Okay.
And then we can continue. Yeah, one second, brother.
All right.
We got DiCapriono. Shout out to you over there. I believe you're a Black American, right? $5 super chat. Again, no super chat from the Africans, man. Look, no offense, right? You guys always call me a coon, but this is why I love the blacks, right? If UK cleaning up the Commonwealth. Shout out. Also, Mike TV, $5. Shout out to you. You don't speak for all Black America. You pharmacist, unlicensed pharmacist, ignorant Negro. Is he referring to you, Black America? Are you an illegal or rather unlicensed pharmacist dealer?
Oh, like I said, I am all of that. I grew up in the 80s and 90s. Yes, it's nothing wrong with growing up and having growth. See, if you get stuck in a place and then stay there, then that's the problem. It's kind of like when they say you come to church and you come as you are, but when you leave the church, you're supposed to change. Okay, so when you grow and you grow into certain parts of your life, that's where your growth and your knowledge and your wisdom start to come from. So yeah, I don't have any problem admitting, my shortcomings in what I did. But I tell you what, like I say, I got a bunch of kids, no teenage pregnancies, no gang banging. Ain't none of my kids died before they was 18 in the streets. So you know what? I think I did something a whole lot right, or nobody stuck on drugs or anything. So I think I did something right in my life. So I don't have a problem with that. 51, all my houses and cars and motorcycles are paid for. Bro, I don't have any problem with you trying to say anything bad about me. I'll take it all.
No, my issue was you speaking of Black people as a monolith. I'm from California too. We don't colloquially have beef with red dot Indians. Just because you grew up in the hood and you didn't like the guy that ran the corner store doesn't mean that's everybody's reality.
What part of California did you grow up in?
Northern California.
So
how about you? South, I assume, right? SoCal?
Yes, South Central, 35th and Normandy. Is there
Poverty.
a vast poverty, bro? My dad worked for the railroad for 40 years.
South Central LA is poverty, is it not? It's not Beverly Hills, my guy. Come on, let's take feelings out of this.
Hold on. My dad worked for the railroad for 40 years.
And his son became a drug dealer. Congratulations.
Does that sound like somebody that grows up that's poor?
I'm talking about you and your upbringing. You said you grew up peddling drugs, poisoning our community. I think it's because you grew up in poverty, right? Or did you grow up in the suburbs?
No, I grew up in a neighborhood. No, I didn't grow up in the suburbs, sir.
So you grew up in poverty. If you didn't grow up in the suburbs, you grew up in poverty.
Is that what it is? You're either poor or rich?
The suburbs is not poor, dumb nigga. Gated communities, or excuse me, the suburbs is not rich, dumb nigga. Gated communities are rich. McMansions are rich. Beverly Hills is rich. Suburbs is middle class. So yes, if you don't live middle or lower middle class, you're poor or you're wealthy.
So
There's not that many classes, right? We got low income, aka
let me
poverty.
put it in the
We got middle class, and we got upper class.
Let me put it into context for you. I've never lived in an apartment growing up. So would that consider me poor?
Sir, you grew up being a fucking drug dealer. You grew up in the hood. Just admit it.
That is a choice that I made, dumbass. Are you kidding me? It's my mother and father.
In a good community that you sold these drugs in? Were you selling these drugs in a good community with picket fences and little kids running around? Or were you in South Central LA, the hood?
So when we all know what people were doing in the 80s and the 90s. Am I right? Or maybe not you. Let's put it in. How old are you?
I grew up during that time frame. Wait,
you came up here colloquially speaking on black people as a monolith when you're part of the uneducated subculture of black America. You are the least qualified to speak on behalf of black Americans. You don't realize that
because you grew up in the 80s, that was your reality. That was not your reality. Even if you grew up in the middle. Hold on, I'm just as old as you. I grew up in
I said it was my choice, though, didn't I?
You did say it was your choice.
Exactly. So I said I admit that is my choice, brother.
Don't glorify it like it was something that it was a great thing to do.
I'm not glorifying it.
Yes,
what
you
I'm
did
doing
glorify it, dumbass. You said earlier, I'm a real nigga. I sold drugs. I'm an ex-felon. I'm a real nigga. That's nothing to wear with a badge of honor. Are you fucking ridiculous?
Ain't bragging about that shit. There ain't no way.
So you guys may not brag about it, and you guys may not feel good
because you're uneducated and you come from the poverty area, right?
Wow. Can you let a brother finish a sentence? What I'm saying is it shows where somebody can start and somebody can finish. You see what I mean? You're taking it as if, oh, you grew up poor. No, I didn't grow up poor, bro. Once again, my dad made more money than probably most of your fathers on the
and his son grew up to be a crack dealer. Go figure.
And his son grew, yes, but his son has
which
changed.
Means you're not qualified to speak on behalf of Black America.
Why not?
Wait, but let me get in on this. Wait, hold on, bro. Let me get in on this. Mike TV is not qualified to speak on Black America either because he's not black. He's a Northern California Indian native.
No, dumbass. I'm not a Northern California Indian native.
Yeah, yes, you are. Yes, you are.
My
yes,
tribe
you
is
are.
the
You're from the Muskogee. Well, what's the name of the tribe you from again?
Play the replay back. I'm not going to repeat myself for
okay. Yeah, no. You're not black. You're not black. You're a native Indian. So who are you to question this other brother about the black? You didn't grow up in a black community. You grew up on a reservation.
No, I didn't grow up on a fucking reservation.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You're from a reservation. You're not from the black
talking out of your ass. Because this is going to make an interesting clip of yet another pan goofy who seems to be mentally retarded.
Well, these are all things that you've said. You said you went up to Mount Shasta and you did a chant and you did a prayer.
Mike TV, I got a question
from the shadows.
Mike TV,
and try to misinterpret what I say. Oh, goofy ass dumb nigga.
Mike TV, I got a question. Did you grow up in a typical black neighborhood?
No, he didn't grow up around black people at all.
Neighborhood. If you grew up in the suburbs, you are always going to be a minority as a black man. Black people don't predominantly make up the majority of the demographics of suburbia, do they?
So in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, did you grow up in a black neighborhood where the percentage was more than 75% black people?
I don't know why you think I was born or raised in the 70s, nigga. I'm a 90s baby, 94 to be exact. So no, I didn't grow up peddling crack like you did.
So yes, and that's exactly what I'm saying, bro. I have kids older than you.
And you're still up here talking like an idiot. You're still up here trying to classify Black Americans as a monolith, saying every Black American in California hates Red Dot Indians. Who the fuck? Who said you're qualified to make that statement? Can you cite a source? I get it. You grew up in South Central. You didn't like Habibi, who ran the corner store. That's not everybody's reality. So why do you feel that you're qualified to speak on Black Americans as a monolith? I don't do that.
Mike,
why do you?
Mike, do you have an uncle?
Okay, so he's gonna deflect and ask me questions
No,
instead of answering why he made the asinine statement he made, right, guys?
No, it's
hey, is there
because
any
you
other
need-
Black
it's-
American on the panel right now that concurs that we all hate red dot Indians? Hey, is that something I'm just out on the loop
I
of?
said for
Do
the
we all
most
hate
part.
Indians around here?
I said for the most part, brother. I didn't say we all hate them. I said for the most part.
Which means
you are
the vast
really-
majority,
you're really-
dumbass.
You
You're
are
still
you are
speaking
a
on Black
sensitive
Americans
ass
as a
nigga.
monolith. You're still speaking for the majority. Why can't you see that when you claim to be so
Because I
educated,
am.
revitalized,
Because I am.
successful member of society now? You still can't see the
Because-
error of your ways, huh?
Because I am, bro. I am speaking for the majority of Americans. Black
And you're not
Americans.
qualified. You're not qualified. That's the point. You're not qualified.
Well, ask somebody else. Ask somebody else that
Does
grew up
any
in
other
a
Black
typical
American on the
black.
panel think that this nigga is the de facto spokesperson for Black Americans? Or does he just think this by his damn self?
He thinks it by himself because he's not speaking for me and I'm older than him.
Thank you. Does anybody
you
else
grow
have an
up on?
opinion? Stop
Huh?
asking
I
niggas
was-
questions when they
so
disagree
let me
with
give
you.
you
Does
my
anyone
rundown.
else have an opinion?
No, it's
Wait, let me
context,
give
bro.
you, let me
It's
give
for
you my rundown.
context.
Hold on. You just asked me where I was born. I was born in Baltimore, Maryland. Lived in upstate New York, Germantown, Philadelphia. Moved to the Midwest, and also lived in California for 30 plus years. So, what's your point?
Oh, okay, so did you grow up in California?
Hell no. I grew up in some other bad areas, but I didn't come out bad.
But
I was raised by a single mother, but I didn't come out bad. You had a mother and father that you just bragged about. You lived in a great neighborhood, most likely because your dad bought that house at a very cheap rate back in 40 plus years ago that he owned it. So you had a choice. You had a bright future, and you still chose to go out on the street, and then you bragged about it. That's
Which is
not
why you're not
acceptable,
qualified.
bro. That's not acceptable. I don't care how you want to slice it. You had an opportunity, and you fucking wasted it.
How did I waste it?
Because you went to fucking jail.
So then that means my life is over because I went to jail?
No, you can always
They
have a
saying your
second
life could have
chance,
been
my
way
brother.
better than what it is. Your life could have been 10 times better because you had a dad and a mom.
I'm not going to cripple you for having your second chance. You paid your time to society.
Well, the
You
good
have
thing
an
is
opportunity
it's not an
for-
elbow.
for-
The good thing is it's not
Right.
an elbow. So it's hope. There's hope.
But I don't get how we got to this and dissecting this guy's history when we talking about UK and the whole thing that's going on over there. I don't want to sit here and dissect this guy's history. But you do have to watch how you say certain things. You don't speak for everybody up here in America as a black man. I'm sorry to tell you that you don't do that.
The only reason I joined was to check his ass on that.
You
'Cause
definitely don't speak for
bro,
Mike TV because Mike
bro,
TV is bi.
You're a little kid, bro. You couldn't check a goddamn thing. Matter of
But
fact,
you just got checked on a
I
global
will send a
stage.
fucking-
Everybody
I
watching
will
right now just
fucking-
knows
I
Mike
will
TV
send a-
came and pulled your
I will
card.
s-
You ignorant ass old head fuck nigga. You want
I will
brownie
send a
points
plane
'cause you used to
ticket
sell
for you
crack
to
rock,
come to
and now you
Vegas.
don't anymore. You're what's
I will
wrong with
send
the
a
black
plane
community.
ticket.
You fucking
I
imbecile.
am.
And then you have the nerve
I
to say that
was.
you're a real nigga
I
because you're an
was.
ex-con. You're a real nigga because you used to peddle dope to our community. You're a fucking failure of a man.
It's because he asked me did I date white women. You date white
And
women?
yes, you just got checked again, dumb nigga. You just got checked.
do you date white?
Actually,
You must date
wait,
white
hold on.
bitches. don't you?
Actually,
Hold
I'll
on.
answer that for you. Actually, Mike is gay,
date white
so he
bitches?
doesn't date women.
Oh, he's a pillow biter. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
he is.
That explains it.
Hold on. Black
Hey,
America.
when the ex-con gets checked, he comes for someone's masculinity. We expect that from dumb niggas who grew up with a lack of education. That's par for the course, dumb nigga. Dance for me now. I like the way
I
you
didn't
dance.
throw it out there. Somebody else threw it out there, bro. I didn't throw it out there.
Hold on 1 second.
Him mad.
Can't
Him
blame that
mad.
on me.
Hold on.
Him
Hold on.
mad. Mike
Let-
TV mad. Him mad.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. You see my background? That's the definition of a real man. I had a choice. I chose to do the honorable thing and serve my country, then go out on the streets and do what you did. So don't sit here and tell me that you didn't glorify you a real nigga and you didn't go to jail for whatever the fuck choice you made and it's acceptable. Because I'm not going to sit here after all the shit I had to do in order to raise my kids and allow you to do that. Not on the air. So stop it.
Okay.
Now I'm going to turn the camera back off.
Okay.
And thank you for your service,
and
brother.
that's and thank you for your service. Once again, I got boys, and I told you they went to the military, bro. I said I made bad decisions. It's different than somebody coming up here lying about the things that they did. But I have also redeemed myself by walking the straight and narrow since the 90s. I mean, fine.
And I gave you your props for that. I gave you your props for that. And I said you are allowed to have a second choice. Yeah, you did well for your second chance. I commend you.
Look, Sugar
I-
Booty
I-
Mike.
I-
the
original
topic,
we
Sugar
just gonna
Booty
be
Mike
talking
made
about
bad
people lives
decisions.
all day, bro.
Okay, man, let's
Yeah, I don't really
the
want to talk about his
conversation,
life.
man.
Yeah, let's go back to the UK.
Sugar Charles Mike made bad decisions too. Let's just move the conversation, man.
I got nothing to do with that. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'd like to go back to the UK, man. That's the biggest topic, and that's what we're supposed to be talking about right now.
And hopefully he can refrain from speaking on us as a monolith since he's not qualified.
Oh my God, dude. Oh, okay. So are we sure that they over there riding and burning up stuff? Because I haven't seen that on any other news feed.
Yo, Kazo, you up?
Kaiser just gave us a breakdown. I don't know if you were in the room when he did on the
Yes,
current
they-
status of UK.
Some shit.
No, they actually are.
Yes, he sleep.
If I'm in the UK, indeed, it's correct.
Can we hear from Michelle?
Wow.
Our jobs, yeah, and not even working. And they're working.
They take our jobs if they're not working.
Because they do it.
Now let's turn to the UK, which is also seeing massive unrest. Riots have broken out in all corners of the country: Belfast in Northern Ireland, Liverpool in Merseyside, Sunderland in northeast England, Bristol in the southwest. Riots have broken out in all these places. Mobs have been setting cars and buildings ablaze. They've been attacking the police and leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Take a look. Britain's new Prime Minister Keir has a crisis
Wow.
on his hand.
Oh, Sugar Booty Mike that messed up the video, guys.
Jesus.
Wow.
Who's on that Squirrel Network? You need to feed that thing.
Squeeze Mike draws,
Are
make
we
cool.
still here?
Yeah, we're here.
All right.
Yeah, so basically they over there
Checking in.
because they don't want immigrants and shit over there. They don't want Indians and Black Africans and Arabs. That's Muslim.
But it's gonna be hard
anybody
because
that's Muslim.
the biggest fortune of UK is Indians, so they have no choice.
What's the ratio? What's the population ratio now in the UK?
It's actually 2.3%. Is it even that much? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think. Let me Google it really quick. The black population in UK, wise, it's actually 3.7%, and that's about 2.485 millions. And then the Indian population It's actually 1.8. So we talk about between
Let's round up to 4%. 4% of the population.
No,
is between
3.1 up 3.7, about 7% of the population. Yeah,
that's nothing. That's negligible.
Exactly.
Yeah, I thought it would be more people, more immigrants than that.
So then again, that even shows how more delusional the white UK people are.
Exactly.
So what's the big point? There is something I'm telling you guys are not seeing that the government's trying to do, and they're trying to make this a talking point and sensationalize it while they're doing something in the background. There's some new law that they're trying to pass and population control. There's something going on. And you guys just aren't seeing it.
Do you think it is that they just the fact that they're just racist and may not like those other people?
Yeah, we all know what they're all racist. Yes.
82% of the UK is white, but the richest man of UK is Indian. Go figure. I mean, the Indian. I mean, they are buying everything in the UK, and then like I used to live in the West Hampstead. I mean, the whole street in Frognall Lane, it was like a very posh neighborhood, like compared to but
so that's envy and jealousy at that point. You're just envious and jealous that the smaller portion of the population is are basically excelling past the larger portion of the population. But that's even in America. In America, the highest paid individuals in job functions is India, Filipino, believe it or not, Asians, and then everybody else rank and file down.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, Black Americans are the lowest.
And
but at the end of the day,
we're above the Hispanics, brother. We're not the lowest.
Well, thank God.
Imagine, the UK. India represents only 3.7% of the population, but yet the richest man of UK is Indian. So go figure.
Yeah.
Now,
So
going back to the field, going back to the field though, as far as like picking fruit in California, man, you pay the right money. Anybody will go in that field and pick that fruit for the right money, but you got to pay.
That's not true.
But here's the thing: even if they paid them the right income or the right cost per hour, whatever it is going to be, that fruit in the grocery store is going to be that much higher. You want a $20 freaking bag?
Yeah,
of
but
fruit?
see, here's the thing about the fruit, right? The way the fruit could work is there's
somehow we got this back to America. I don't know. I don't know how we can get that.
You know what, brother? I think it keeps coming back to America.
But bro, I'm not done. Hold on, bro, I'm not done. What they got is buses that bring those migrants and stuff in. They got porta potties and stuff for them set up, and they just take them from field to field. They go to one field for an hour and a half to 2 hours. They run through that field. They pick as many strawberries as they can, and then boom, it's on to the next field. Okay, but they got buses and stuff for them. You can get Americans to come and do that stuff, but you have to market it as seasonal extra money. And say, hey, we got this seasonal extra money out here. My mama used to do it. She used to pick cotton in Tennessee in the summertime. That's how they got their school clothes money. And they used to bust them out there to do it. Americans used to do it. Americans fell out of doing it because, we thought everyone needs to go to college or that kind of work's not good enough anymore. We can get people to do it. We can get felons to go out there and do it. We can get them to go out there and do it. They'll do it. We just got to we just got to get people out. We just got to get them out there, get them out there to do it. We got to have the infrastructure for them. And they'll do it, but we let that infrastructure fall away.
That price will go down eventually, man. Due to technology, somebody will figure out some technology where we don't need that much manpower out there. Because there's going to be there might be a demand, but at the same time, the prices rise too high. Then, now you got a whole bunch of fruit that you can't sell. So.
I don't want to pay $30 for a little thing of strawberries and $50 for a bag of oranges. I'm sorry, guys. And I know the brother said, he want to keep this on the UK, but You guys really don't understand. I make over $30 an hour driving a truck. You think I'm going to go bend over in the field in the hot summer sun for 8 to 10 hours a day for a whole $30 for the day? Bro, these people is out there making $5 and $6 an hour. You guys, they do it because of group economics. Because like I say, I don't know where you guys are, but my neighbors, they're Mexican, and it might be 15 of them living in the house by me. Like, we got 5-bedroom houses around here. It might be 15 of them living in there. You know, so I'm sorry, black people have not lived that way for a very long time. And
but we have though before that.
That's
We could
that's
do it again
200.
if it
That's
comes down to it.
240. That's 240 a week. I mean, you have some people. Some people that better make that than go to McDonald's and work. 200. I mean, 240 a day.
bro, McDonald's is paying $20 an hour right now in California.
Well, that's in California. Where a 3-bedroom house is like 60, 70,000. You know,
To me, I got
that's different from that's different from
confused.
somewhere else.
To me, I think what's going UK have to do with Israel. I think what's going on Israel has the losing in the media war, so they're cutting chaos in the UK. The Israel government is. I think they're behind the chaos in the UK.
Yeah, speak up, brother.
I think the Israel government is behind the chaos in the UK because the Palestinian people are protesting for the G side, and I think Israel government behind this. What happened in the UK? They're behind this. What happened in the UK? That's my opinion. That's my controversy behind what's going on in the UK. The Israel government, because they want to shut down the Palestinian people up. That's what the chaos in the UK. Threatening Muslims, black people. It's all even the guy who did his design, the guy who did his designers from Israel, who did that chaos in the UK. I show you. They just want to scatter everything. It's sad.
Yeah, so if their government is doing something, what's the point of it? And then
Yeah,
how the
that's,
racist people gonna feel when that happens? If whatever y'all think gonna happen.
but you do like England was always a racist country since time. There are people, British people are also racist people since time. That they're showing the true color.
Do y'all think maybe it's because the UK is kind of not as big as not really a big country, and then the population is not that big, where maybe the people, let's say the original inhabitants there, kind of feel like the country's being taken over, or like
No,
I mean, how can they be taken over if we talk about only 8% of the population is actually black and Indians, and then 82% is white? I mean, I don't see proportionally white. I mean, it's
no.
not defined
but
there.
that
It's just
but I'm saying, like, it's not that big of a population period. What you say, it's like 70%. I mean, 70 million, right? UK is about 70 million.
UK population. It's exactly, we are about 70 million.
Yeah, that's kind of small. I mean, black people are at 50 million in the United States.
At, you mean 15 millions?
No, yeah, our population is 50 million here in the United States.
Yeah, 15, yeah.
So
Yeah, I think we're only like 12% of the overall population in the United States right now.
Yeah,
but we're still like 50
They
million.
say we tough.
What I'm saying
Yeah.
is,
They don't count.
what I'm saying is, as far as like 70 million is low, so there might be some kind of phobia that hey, if
it's growing pains.
Well, I think
yeah,
I think it
It's
stems down from
growing
the fact
pains.
that economically, the Indian are actually surpassing the local, the native of, if we call them native between quotes, and that's a big issue. I mean, like, imagine, all the big, think about it. Okay, Jaguar, Range Rover were bought by Indian. Harrods, used to be owned by Egyptian guy Dodi Al Fayed. I mean, you have all those big African names in London. I mean, in England, and Indian. So it's a big issue. Misio, another philanthropist from Zimbabwe, big fortune in London, Sudanese, they are killing. Even we talk about billionaire. If you go to the millions, you realize that all the Nigerian, the Sudanese. I mean, when you go to all the expensive part that in London, I mean, it's not filled by local. It's actually, and also now you have the Arabs. What the UAE do, what the Arab and UAE do when they actually fly to London with their cars, and they're the big spenders. So at the end, and the people actually driving the UK economy, it's that minority. It's a big issue.
You see, I think what's going on. I think the UK are mad that the Muslims are protesting for they feel they're being genocided, and the UK is mad about that.
But have you seen? Have you been to the UK? Have you seen how many license plates from Dubai and the United Arab Emirates?
Yeah.
They fly the car with Emirates Airline and Saudi Airline. I mean, what's the name? I can't remember the name of that Etihad. They fly with the car, and then they fly in. They be there for 2 weeks, and they fly back with the rides. I mean, so technically, Arabs, Indian, and African are taking over, which is a big thing. So there is some type of.
But the issue I don't get is why do you get mad at passing people protesting? They've been decided. Why do they get mad? You shouldn't get mad. You shouldn't get mad. I don't want you to get mad for the immigrants protesting.
Yeah, but let's not forget too, though. India is real big in the tech market. You know what I mean? They're pretty much.
No, they took over literally.
Yeah, they're a big player in the tech market.
I mean, I keep on saying,
tech and medical.
Range Rover and Jaguar were the flagship of the UK, and it's been bought by Indian, by the group Tata. Go figure. I mean, so if you pay attention, what big brand actually belongs to the UK? You don't have any. They've all been bought out.
But you guys know some protests happening everywhere now. Something's going on. What's happening in Kenya, now UK? What's going on?
That's what I'm trying to say. There's mixed direction in this process. They're trying to misdirect everybody and push the racist button, but there's something else going on. The whole thing is to look behind the veil and find what it is they're trying to distract everybody from.
Exactly. Yeah. But another thing, if you guys know, all the new developments in London are owned by Emaar and Damak, which is the largest group out of the United Arab Emirates. All the new development, all the new construction, it actually come from foreign capital, mainly from the Middle East. So at the end, I mean, it's quite the whole neighborhood. I can't remember the neighborhood.
I also heard the guy who did the chaos in UK. He fled to Cyprus. He's not in UK. The guy who did the chaos. He fled to Cyprus on a vacation. These people.
Do you behind the veil? Do you think it has something to do with that Israeli war? Because that's not ending no time soon.
Yeah, I think it does have to. I think what's going to Israel government is mad that they're losing the media war, so they won't be chaos in UK just to blend the Muslims, just make them rile up. The Muslims will be radical, attacking us. They want to rile up the Christian base in UK. They'll make a religious war, but it's not. That's the one. That's the goal.
Yeah, that war is ending no time soon. Because they're trying to target like these groups, right? These groups like Hamas and everything that are in countries that are countries. So, and to get to them, you have to attack a country really to get to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. They might be behind what's going on in UK. That's my conspiracy theory.
It could be because, recently the chief of Hamas was killed in Iran. So all of a sudden you have all it could be related. Yeah, makes sense. I didn't think about that part. Yep.
Yeah, because the Iran official, I guess it was like the first or second day of an Iran official, and he was real close to that Hamas leader, and they killed him in Iran or something like that.
Yep, it was the Hamas leader. Was one of the big one in leader. It was actually, he lives. Think about it. The second command. He lives in Qatar, but they knew where he was in Qatar. But guess what? No one did attack him when he was in Qatar. But the moment he fled to Iran, that's where they got him because they know they can get him there. But why didn't I attack Qatar when he was there? And why didn't actually we didn't get assassinated when he was in Qatar? Because they knew exactly they can do it. They couldn't do it because but then they have to wait for me to fly to Iran to do it. So it was a calculated move. I mean, so maybe those are the repercussions indirectly that's going in London. That could be. That definitely could be.
See, that's what I'm talking about. The thought process behind that, Muslim versus the Catholic or Christianity.
Yeah,
and you're talking about Israel versus Palestine at this point,
I think what they
and desensitizing the fact that Palestine is being run over by Israel and backed by all these European nations.
You see, I think goal is make the people in the West afraid of Muslims. That's the goal. You just show Hamas is Muslim attacking Jews. That's the goal. They want to scare people in the West. They want to scare them, make it religious.
Exactly.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
And our government is fair for it. Our government in the West are fair for it.
And that was a bold move because that you go attacking a mosque leader, you just pretty much saying the hell with Iran's airspace. You know what I mean? That's so that's gonna stir up a lot more. And
what's up, brothers? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
What's up?
Peace, y'all. Peace. You guys remember when they attacked Soleimani, the head of the leader of the Revolutionary Guard in Tehran? They killed him in Iraq. You remember in the airport?
Yep. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
They killed him and his entourage. And then also what happened previously before the leader of Hamas, he was the political leader of Hamas. Before they did that, they attacked the quote unquote embassy in Iran, in Syria, where they killed like 12 people, but 3 top Iran Revolutionary Guards. This was before they remember when they shot that, they brought down that building in Syria. There was a consulate. It was supposed to be an embassy between Iran and Syria. They blew it up and they killed like 15 people. And then that's when Iran, for the first time ever, shot missiles at Israel for the first time. And then you had the UK, you had America, you had Jordan, and then you had France.
Let me say this: that was a tactic that the Muslims tried to do during the Iraqi war back in the 90s. They were trying to get the Muslims involved in the unity that we had when we were fighting Saddam Hussein by bombing the Israelites with the Scud missiles. They were trying to get them involved in the war by pulling Israel in. It would have broke down the alliance that we had with the Muslim nations, because they already knew the U.S. wouldn't be fighting against Israel. So that would have pulled us out of that whole unity thing to fight against Saddam.
Yeah.
So here's another way of misdirecting everything that's going on. You know what I mean?
Right now, what's happening right now is they're about to do an all-out war. They're about to attack Iran right now. Hezbollah, the Houthis down in Yemen, Iraq, Shia Iraq, and Iran. They're all about to attack them. But now you have the U.S., France, UK, and Saudi Arabia, and Jordan. Any missiles that are going to go over their territory, they're going to bring it down. So you got Arab nations, right? Arab nations, even Egypt, that are going to protect missiles coming from Israel, coming from Iran, and coming from Hezbollah. That's going to protect Israel. You believe that shit, y'all? Even the UAE too.
I thought Hezbollah was in Egypt too.
No, Hezbollah is in Lebanon.
Isn't Hamas in Egypt though?
Hamas. No, Egypt is a subservient state to the U.S. Egypt subservient state. Saudi Arabia subservient state. So is UAE, and so is Egypt, Jordan. They're all subservient to the U.S. So meaning they're there to protect Israel because they get they get foreign aid from America, cash. basically money coming to them every
Oh
month.
yeah, we're the piggy bank for Israel. You guys didn't know that?
Yep. Yep. You're
But
absolutely right.
when the Lebanese running to Egypt and back and forth, and then I was hearing Egypt was saying that a lot of aid were getting blocked when it was going back to Lebanon, but is Israel or
Well, what happened was, Egypt got a little upset, right, because the fact that they took over the corridor between the Philadelphia corridor, the one between Israel, between Gaza and Egypt. They took over. Israel took over that corridor because they want to get rid of those tunnels that go in between. So Egypt got upset, and they the one that signed off to the. One second, y'all.
Sound like he had to go tend to a kid.
yeah.
Did we lose our host?
He's somewhere. He's not. He's somewhere. He come.
He pulled himself in the back.
He does that from time to time, and
Oh, he'll put himself in the back and keep the panel going.
yeah, and then appear like
I'm
Houdini.
sorry about that, y'all. I got interrupted. Got a phone call. Yeah. So what happened was Egypt got upset because of the fact that they took over that corridor, and Egypt had control of it. Also, the U.S. and Israel is pushing Egypt to open up that corridor so that they could have all the Palestinians get out of Gaza to live in the Sinai Peninsula in tents.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
2.2 million people to leave, who are half of them are under 17, to live in a desert built by the U.S. The U.S. was going to pay for everything, and Egypt said no.
Yeah, they didn't want to open up the borders at first, and then they started to because of the amount of people that were dying because they didn't. But that's a whole game too. That was a whole shell game. That whole misdirection with that is, there's about $5 trillion worth of natural gas in the beach area
Towards Gaza. Yep. Around
Yeah.
Gaza. Yep.
And there was a whole discrepancy on who owned it. And the two nations were supposed to be splitting it. Well, if you kick everybody out of that certain area, guess what? Israel gets to own it all.
So you got Syria now that's threatening to join the people that are going to attack Israel, and so is Turkey. Turkey's the strongest nation there, but they all mouth. They just all bark and no bite because they're part of NATO. That's the only Muslim country part of NATO, and it's the second largest army in NATO after the U.S. So they all barking, but they ain't gonna do nothing. Turkey just talking. Yeah, they shit. But I think what's happening in Europe, I think what's happening in the UK is
So who all's back in Iran though? I mean, who all? As far as like
back in Iran is Russia and China.
Russia, China. What about the Muslim countries?
No, man. The thing is, look, Iran is Shiite, right? Hezbollah is Shiite. Houthis are Shiite, and the Iraqi, the ones that are gonna attack, they're Shiite. It's all the Shiite Muslims that are helping the Sunni Hezbollah, the Sunni Palestinians, and I'm a Palestinian. I'm Sunni, and all the Sunni nations like Saudi Arabia, UAE, they all Kuwait, they're all sellouts. They're all family-owned gas stations. They could all die for all I care.
Damn.
I know. I heard that most of the Muslim countries not helping Gaza. Is that true? Are they most of the Arab countries not helping the Palestinian people? Is that true? I don't know if that's true.
They can't because America's too powerful. Like, for example, Indonesia, they could build hospitals in Gaza. They could try to send money, but America and Israel could stop it, but they can't send no armies over there. They can't send nobody to fight because America's too strong, bro.
I guess one of my questions is, and this might be a question out of just I wouldn't say stupid, just not knowing anything, but I don't understand like the initial strike, right? Why the initial strike? You know what I mean? That started all this. You know what I mean? And I know there's different I would say reasons as far as like, you got one side has this reason, another side has this reason, and say, okay, you started first. No, you started first. But
October
as far
7th?
yeah, when they went and you know, did what they did in Israel, as far as
Yeah,
like
yeah. That's but here's the thing: you can't start there because 75 years of oppression. You know what I mean?
okay.
And then you have what 60 about 35 years of occupation.
Yeah.
So
They don't understand that Israel was established. These are white Jews, and these Jews were brought down during World War II as a
Right.
settlement. And there was an agreement because at that point, America and England were having a problem with the Palestinians. So they said, well, let's form a nation of Israel that were transposed from German, European Jews, and let's give them Israel. And Palestine gave up a portion of their land in order to establish this country. But each year, overpopulation, they keep pushing into their territory, keep pushing, taking more land, taking more land. They're stacked on top of each other. If you look at the amount of the population on top of each other in Israel, it's ridiculous.
Yep, it's absolutely right. And then what they kept doing, right? Here's what they did. You see, in the Arab lands, there was no such thing as anti-Semitism because there were Jews that were Arabs, that were Jews that were living among the Arabs. So here's what the Zionists did. They went and they planted bombs in their synagogues, blaming it on the Arabs, and also with the new state in Israel that was Zionist. See, the people in Israel, they're not really Jews, they're Zionists. And what they're saying is that come live here, you'll be safe here. So what they did was they started attacking the Arab nations in 1948, in 1956, in 1972, 1973, 82. They kept attacking.
Okay, now,
them.
brother, let me ask something. What? Because when they talk about this Israeli Palestine issue, what is the benefit for like a Westerner to support Palestine or the Arabs? Like, what incentive do the Arabs give others to support them? Because the thing is, they always talk about what the Israelis are doing to them, and they doing this and they doing that. What incentive do they give others for others to support them, though? That's what I want to know.
America bribes Israel's enemies. If you go look, right, if you want to Google it, somebody Google it real quick. You Google U.S. foreign aid. Number 1 would be Israel. Number 2 would be Jordan. Number 3 would be Egypt. Number 4
Guaranteed cutting checks every year out of our budget.
And also
straight
their
to Israel.
military. Also their military.
They get first chance at any of our tech. They get it. They get to modify it. No other nation can modify our tech.
Yep.
But Israel has all our tech specs that they can have it modified before they even have it shipped to them.
And they spy on us.
They don't need to. They got some of the greatest spies in the world out of Israel.
Like they caught that one spy. Remember they caught him, and also the Rosenbergs. Remember they spied.
Yeah.
They're the ones that gave the nuclear.
So basically, we're the melting pot for Israel.
Yeah,
but
basically Israel is an offshore base for America to keep the.
I would say that's in reverse, actually.
Yeah. But here's the thing now, AIPAC is too strong. They have a lobby in DC called AIPAC. And AIPAC is American Israeli pack for something like that for Israel. But there's many other packs, but that's the strongest pack. And they're the ones that are controlling things. Can't you see that right now it's Israel that's wagging the dog's tail. It's Israel that's in control of America. Because they try to even hold back like 2,000 bombs and they couldn't even do it. The U.S. had to give it up. The U.S. is facilitating this genocide as we speak.
But the question I'm asking is why is it protecting it? Why is the U.S. protecting Israel? No matter reason, why is it protecting Israel when they know all this atrocities?
Because of the AIPAC. The AIPAC.
No, but it's more than that. We need to look at the historical part of Israel, how Israel was created. I mean, if we understand that part, and the West is actually Israel was created by the West, and it's been like the baby for a long time since 1948 when the state.
Well, the baby grew up and took over the parentage of the others.
Exactly. So it's been like this ever since. So that will never change. I mean, think about it. I mean, how many how many Israeli American actually going to fight the war in Israel, which is permitted. But if anybody from any other nationality, even I've seen that people who serve in the U.S. Army actually serving in the Israeli army at this, at this present time. So thing that you won't see in any other nation. So Israel always been, I will say, the baby of the West. So that will never change. And in a standpoint, technologically wise, economically wise, Israel is a good ally. But Palestine has been chaos since its inception. So it's been, it's geopolitically, it's very hard to anybody take their side, even pay attention. Besides Iran, and then even the Middle East, even the UAE and Qatar are not backing Palestine. They're not. They've been quiet about it because
to me, Iran don't really care about Palestine. Iran just using Palestinian people. Iran don't care about Palestine. They're using it for their own political game. Iran, they don't care about Palestinian people. They're using it for their own political game. Iran, and that's my Iran government. They do a political game. They don't care about Palestinian people. They will stop it. They don't really care. They're just using it for political game. Iran, that's my opinion.
No. Iran. We need to understand. Political gain, yes, but we need to understand that if you look at the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini, it's pretty much always been their motto. They've always been, those extremist guy. So they've always been, they're always behind Palestine, and you need to understand that Iran historically, they've always had issue with Israel. So therefore, it's just another reason to attack them. The same thing, we look at Hezbollah with in Lebanon. So all those are branch of trying to put an end to the Israeli state, because if historically how Israel was created, they will understand it's been a problem ever since. So it's been a dormant war, and they just went out of proportion when Palestinians attack Israel, and that's pretty much. And Israel will not back down until. We have a long way to go. Israel will not back down. Think about it. They were able to get the second in command.
So what is the goal that they want to do with Palestine when it's all said and done?
Get rid of Palestine. They want to get rid of Palestine. Literally, they want Palestine to just. They want to take. The idea. Think about it. Have you seen how many inside Palestine you have Israeli settlements? So the idea from the beginning is just to take over Palestine and control it, because if you look at Hamas is not a part of the government. The Palestinian government Hamas is like a separate branch. It's not even. It's like a separate government from the actually Palestinian government. Palestine got the president, but yet who's ruling that region? It's technically Hamas. So therefore, they just want to get rid of. The idea is to get rid of Palestine. Put it this way: they want to take over the whole Palestine, and they want to make the entire thing Israeli. And we need to understand something too. There's also Arab Israeli. Not all Israeli are actually Jewish. You have Jewish who actually Arab, Muslim Jewish, and they are actually serving the Jewish military. So it's a very complex problem. It's very complex.
But my guess, those Arab Israel might be from like Turkey, because Turkey also decided the Kurdish people too. So Turkish are not clean too. They're not clean.
With the Kurdish in Iraq, that is correct.
Because they decided the Kurdish people too. So probably that's why Turkey don't feel like helping Palestine, because they know what they did is wrong too. So they're not clean too.
It's really. This war we're going for a long time until they don't see the end of it. And think about it. Benjamin Netanyahu, even though he's doing whatever. He's doing whatever comes to his mind. Doesn't listen to anybody. The U.S. gave him warning. The West gave him warning. He said no. It still continues. So he will not back down at all. He will not. He will.
Yeah. How many countries do you know that will speak up to America and defy them?
No one.
None.
But he has the nuts to do it, right? Why
Yeah,
do you
that's
think that is?
crazy.
A lot of countries are doing that. What do you think? What do you think Burkina Faso? What do you think the Sahel Federation is? What do you think Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali are doing?
But
What
the whole
about
thing, and
what about North Korea and China?
hold on.
Are North Korea and China
Exactly.
not
North
standing up to
Korea,
America?
China. It's a lot of countries that stand up to America.
Not really.
Cuba.
Not really. Not
No,
like
they
that.
stand up, but I mean,
Because we put
we haven't seen
sanctions
a
on
war.
other. Hold on.
Exactly.
We put sanctions on other countries. We don't sanction Israel for speaking up against us.
That
We
is
can
correct.
sanction Israel as well.
Okay, but
we sanctioned all those nations
here's
that you
my
talked to.
question.
But hold on. To his point with Burkina Faso, I'm all for that. I'm all for every African nation kicking all of the colonizers out, including the French, who are the ones that are the primary reason why there's issues. So all of them, in order to be independent and stop all the corruption, in order to control all the precious metals and everything else, they need to kick all the fucking colonizers out. So absolutely, they should be doing that by any means necessary.
I want to just highlight. I want to highlight the problem I had. Shout out to whether the Israel or Palestine. No,
Your mic going in and out. But we can hear you. We can hear you loud.
To anybody, to the brother who's from Palestine who's on the panel. Shout out to you. I can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but your mic going in and out.
Yeah, it's just
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's going in and out. Try talking now, man.
Okay, what about now? Still going in and out?
Just a little bit. You might want to sit down.
I'm literally screaming at the mic right now.
I don't know.
It's a little bit better.
Scream. It's not.
No, I'm sitting down.
Your signal. Yeah. Okay. You good now? Right.
Okay.
Now.
So I'll be brief. Maybe my network isn't that great, but I'm just gonna quickly highlight to say that, as the brother was saying before me, in terms of kicking out colonizers and things, that's what I think Black men, African men, wherever you find yourself in the diaspora, in the Americas, in North, South America, in Britain, Europe, wherever you find yourself, we need to acquire power. And our goal shouldn't be getting caught up in other people's political battles, because we can't, help them. They won't help us. So what we need to be doing is acquiring as much power and working together in terms of cooperation. I always challenge Kaizo on this platform. This platform could be done for a lot better things. Shout out to him making his money, but taking money to kick people off the panel, I think that's silly. I think we could put our money towards making this platform a think tank where we can create meaningful policies that can be given to governmental officials. So that's something that we should be focusing on. But this dusty, you're this, Somali, you African, you're Bantu, your mother's this. We can't expect our women to follow us. If we're on these platforms talking like this, insulting each other, we don't work together. Everybody's trying to get information to assassinate someone's character. It's despicable, and I'm not trying to preach to anybody. I hope the message can permeate to some people. Find somebody on this platform that's serious and do some good, legitimate business with them. Sign some good contracts, make sure nobody can get cheated. Start small. Even I've told Kaizo, listen, you're in Kenya. You can start shipping, farm products and farm produce and things to you got Crenshaw grinder in California, right? You can send some dried ginger, some dried mushroom. You can send things over to him so he can sell it over there in California. And now you've created global trade. That's what we should be thinking about, so we can acquire power. So now we can protect ourselves, defend ourselves. So I'm in Africa making money, and somebody, shoots a black lady unarmed because she had a hot pot of water. We can send some money to get the best lawyers to go after these mother effers. But if all we can do is come online and insult each other and do all this, nonsense, our women are just going to keep falling in the arms of the oppressor, and we just going to keep kidding ourselves. So I'm watching the Olympics. The Chinese, they're not perfect, but they're not worried about anything happening in the Middle East. They're getting power, and they're powerful. The Japanese, they're getting power, and they're powerful. So we Africans got to do that. I'm going to get off. Like I said, I don't want to preach good business and work together, because that's what we need.
before you get off, here's the thing I want to add into this thing. The problem is, it's imagine, have you heard of CFA zone, which is encompass 14 African countries, in which 50 their money is it's actually tied up with the euro. 14 countries in Africa belong to that CFA zone, and 50% of the reserve go to a French bank. So until we have that economic autonomy, we won't be able to do anything. That's the problem. I mean, and also the thing with Africa, I mean, I don't think for Africa, the majority of them are not united. So imagine, so one will say this thing, and also the majority of our leaders in Africa are actually put them by the West. You might have 2 or 3 nations like Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, who kind of rise up. But this movement is going to be ephemeral because it won't last a long time because the other guys won't jump into the same bandwagon. So that's the issue with Africa. Until now, all our resources are controlled by the West. Let's take the example of the Congo, the coltan, which is a mineral useful for all the electronics. 80% of the world national reserve is in the Congo, and guess who's buying it? The Chinese. And then who's buying from the Chinese? The West. So we're in the exact same thing. That's the issue. Until we are independent, we separate industry and things of that nature, we won't be able to get out of this nonsense. I mean, it's gonna be so. That's the issue we have to look at. Be able to be united and control our own economy. But unfortunately, the West is still present in in large scale in Africa.
That's facts. Yeah.
And the reason why the West in the Middle East because of the oil. That's the reason why they're there. Because of the oil in the Middle East. That's why the West is there.
That's
because of the oil they have in the Middle East. That's why the West is there.
Yeah, check your coltan. It's a mix of. It's short for columbite tantalite.
Yeah, hey Kazo, maybe you want to create a new channel along with this channel, right? The new channel, new guidelines, like no profanity, no racism, and grow it. I'm pretty sure everybody from this channel join that channel where that channel could be monetized and grow. You know what I mean, Kazo?
Yeah, he's absolutely right. You should always have a backup channel, at least 2 of them. He's right, absolutely.
And then we can definitely talk about like deep politics on that without any racism or profanity.
Or strikes, or you getting flagged for any. There are people that come up here, say words, right, and then they go report you to YouTube, and even in the chat. So definitely get 2, at least. I'll say 3, not even 2, 3 backup channels. I mean, this one and 2 more.
Wait, you're saying how is Saudi Arabia? You said Saudi Arabia is controlled. How is Saudi Arabia controlled? You said Saudi Arabia is controlled by the West. How? Saudi Arabia, you were saying that.
Well, Saudi Arabia was created by the
British.
The British and the French. They carved up the Middle East after World War One, and then after World War II, all of the UK's, most of it, 85% of its territory went to the US. So Saudi Arabia was created by the British and maintained by the US to this day, right now, because they have the largest bases in Bahrain and Kuwait and UAE and in Saudi Arabia. They have 2 huge bases too.
Yeah, but this is just to have them as allied. But if you look at it, the actual political scheme. Saudi Arabia, the politics, it's a unitary, absolute monarchy. Along with traditional Islamist lines. At this point, that has nothing to do with the West. Because if you think about it, the proof is they're even getting out of the what it's called with their oil. They are part ways with the West.
OPEC.
They are part way exactly. So when you think about it, no, they're in the point where they don't need. Saudi, they don't need the West. The West needs them.
Yes.
That's the big difference. They don't need the West anymore. They're totally autonomous. The same thing with the UAE. When you go to United Arab Emirates, where I'm a resident, and I can tell you, there is no much say so by the West. Literally, it's totally run by Arab. It's crazy. Literally.
But let me ask you something. You live in the UAE, right?
Yeah.
If the UAE was to be attacked, let's just say by a foreign, let's just say Iran, because Iran is way stronger than the UAE, who's going to come and protect the UAE?
Guess
United
what?
States.
The United States, of course, the United States, the Brits, and because
Right.
they're allied. Because it's
Right.
this is because here's the thing: Iran. We need to understand that Iran. First of all, Iran are not Arab; they're Persian. First of all, and then Iran will never attack the UAE. Have you ever heard of
Never.
any
Never.
attack in the UAE? The same thing I was giving in Qatar. The head of Hamas, where he was living in Qatar.
Yep.
They have to wait for him to actually go to Iran to attack them, because it's to show you that money rules in that part of the world. Iran will never attack Qatar.
Never. Or Saudi Arabia. Never.
Got,
Saudi Arabia. They will,
got a quick question. What's the difference between Arab and Persian?
Oh, they're different. Like let's say Mexican and Peruvian. Like that. They're different.
Okay.
No, not the same language. They speak I think Farsi, right?
Farsi, exactly.
Yeah, and Arabic is a different language.
Yeah, because we need to the Arabs trace their ancestry in the original inhabitant of the tribes of Arabia, from the Syrian desert to the Arabian peninsula, while the Persian lives in Iran, and of course they're bordered with Pakistan and Afghanistan and Turkey. So the Persian are the part of the Iranian inhabitants. So they're pretty. I mean, it's two different people totally. They're more close to the Turk, to the Afghani and the Pakistani more than while they're not part of the Arab Peninsula, their ancestry.
Yeah, they get mad if you call them Arabs.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they get mad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're Persian. The only thing the difference is they're Shiite Muslims. Shiites make up about 15% of Muslims.
Exactly.
Majority Muslims are Sunni, but there's only a political split, and also it's religious now. We're never going to be one people, but we shouldn't be fighting each other. But that's what the West does. They take little crack and they make it into the Grand Canyon. You know what I'm saying? Like what they did in Ukraine and Russia. They're not brothers, man. And look what they did. Now it's a proxy war. Ukraine.
But the Persian are what is called Indo-European people, actually, totally different than the Arabs. Yeah, so they didn't come from the Arab Peninsula. Different people, totally.
So what are the Arab and Arab countries that have like Persian allies?
Like Yemen. Yep. Yemen.
all the war-torn countries are backed up by by Iran, Palestine, Yemen.
Yeah, it's because they have a Shiite population.
Yep, Shia Muslim. Yeah, that's correct.
You could be Shiite Arab, you could be Shiite Indian, you could be Shiite anything, but you're a Muslim. I see them as, look, Iran. I am a Muslim. I am a Salafi Muslim, to be honest with you. But I 100% I politically support Iran. Now, religiously, no, I wouldn't pray with them or not like that. But they're not my enemies. They're my friends. They're my brothers and sisters in Islam.
Now, are there any your opinion? Because I think the word Arab is kind of like a mystique around it, right? Because you say it's tied to land, and there's a lineage too, a bloodline lineage too, right?
Yeah, Arab. Yeah, Arab means, Arab is you're Arab. You're tied like being German is tied to Germany. Indonesia is tied to Indonesians tied to Indonesia. So if you're saying Arab, you're going to be tied to either Yemen. You're tied to any Arab.
But aren't there Arabs in Morocco?
Yes.
But that's Africa. That's an Arab. That's an Arab speaking population, but that's an African nation.
Okay, but they're Arab speaking, so in short, you would still call them like the people there Arabs, right?
Yeah, the Arabs, yeah.
But they're Africans.
But they're Africans, right?
Yeah.
The Arab Africans. Even in Sudan, the north part of Sudan, some of them are. Egypt. I know it's right. It's very complex. It's very complex.
All that is Africa.
Egypt, exactly. North Africa, yeah. Egypt, Sudan. Sudan is actually East Africa.
The problem in Sudan is the Arabs. They're the problem. They're the ones that are causing the problems. The Arabs, because they have a connection with Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia with America.
I believe that
it's not the non-Arab Sudanese. No, they're the ones that are being oppressed by the Arab Sudanese.
I believe because if I'm not mistaken, because it was because the Islam arrived in North Africa, I believe, in 639, and that's why that part of North Africa it's actually Arab because it was invaded by the Arabs. That's why they make them Arabs. But
In the east part of Africa, no Muslim army ever stand it, but the west part and the north, yeah, Arab armies did
But
come
let me,
there.
Africa, why is I know in Africa the Christian and the Muslim are having divide in Africa. Why is that? We know that the Christian and the Muslim having divide in Africa.
Well, back in the day, it was about religion. Like when the Arabs came to Africa, it was all about religion. People fought over religion back then. Like for example, look at Eritrea. Eritrea is half Christian, 6 million Christian, and 6 million Arabs. 6 million. I'm sorry, Muslims. And look, they went to war with Ethiopia for like 30 years, and they both combined together and they fought Ethiopia because they didn't want to be part of Ethiopia. And today they are an independent nation. Am I wrong?
that is correct.
Yeah.
But the Arabs in North Sudan, are they Arab by like not just linguistics, but like by DNA?
No, they were
Also,
Arabs.
it's a
Go ahead.
mix. Sorry,
Go
it's a
ahead.
mix because it's a mix of because the whole North Africa because during the Arab, I mean, imagine Arab invaded North Africa. They said with Egypt because if I'm not mistaken, in the early 640 when they arrived in Egypt and they conquered the whole North Africa. I believe that was the Muslim conquest. Therefore, they've been mixed from that part. So Sudanese, it's DNA. It's a mix of Sudanese and Arab. That's why some Sudanese look Arab, literally. And if you go to South Sudan, they look darker. They look more sub-Saharan African. But DNA, it's a mix of Arab mixed with local Sudanese. And some of the Arab, stay in Sudan and mix among each other. So you have some Sudanese that actually 100% Arab. You have some Sudanese that actually mix Arab and Sudanese. So it's very complex.
So let me get this straight. So yeah, it's kind of like let's say the in South America, the South Americans are being called like Spanish, right?
Yeah.
Is that almost like the same thing where they're not really Spanish, but there's some mixture there, and then they share a language.
Indeed, but it's even if you looked at it. Do you know that for 600 years, Spain was under the Moors. So Spain, it's a mix of white and Arab as well.
800 years. Yeah. The Moors, the Bourbons.
Yeah.
So Africans ruled Spain.
Spain, yeah.
Yeah. They ruled Spain. Yeah. The golden age of Islam was when the North African Berbers and the Arabs and Spaniards, when they all multiculturally, one at a time, ruled Spain.
Exactly.
Right. 711 AD to 1492. Yeah.
Yep. Ruled Spain. Yep.
Crazy, yeah. So people don't know that. So the end Spanish is a mix of Arab and.
you have parts like, for example, Indonesia is the largest country, largest Muslim country in the world. Not one Muslim army ever went there. They traded with them and they spoke to them, through dawah, and then they became Muslims.
But you say Arab conquered the whole. Why doesn't Nigeria, Mali speak Arabic? Does Nigeria, Mali, do they speak Arabic? Nigeria, Mali, this country, do they speak Arabic?
Anybody heard him?
Say it again. What was the question?
No, I'm questioning. Does Nigeria? You say Arabic conquered the whole. Why doesn't Nigeria, Mali speak Arabic? They speak Hausa, Fulani.
You said why
Niger and Mali don't speak Arabic, even they were. Well, they pray in Arabic.
Well, you see, I understand what you're saying. Look, wherever country you go, for example, Indonesia, right? I made that example. They speak Indonesian, but every country, wherever you are in Indonesia, they pray in Arabic.
Yep.
So that you don't lose the language of the religion. You understand? So in let's say Burkina Faso, they speak their own language there, right? I think it's French, right? Which I hate that they speak in French. I wish they speak their original language because French came there and colonized them. But when they pray in Arabic.
That is correct.
So wherever they go, in any country you go, like for I'm American, right? My parents came from Palestine. in 72. I was born here in America, but when I pray in Arabic.
I think the Bikini Fox, I think they know their original language too. But they do speak. No, but I'm not only French. I think they probably like.
No, they have. I mean, the whole Africa that has.
They
have
use
their
that
native
tier 4
language,
language.
but the official language it's French. I mean, you
Right.
know, that's,
Well, the indigenous language of that land they speak. Yes, yes.
yeah.
The
I mean,
language. Yeah,
everywhere
the
in
language
Africa.
we spoke,
But
yes.
Sudan, the majority speak Arabic. They also have the local language, but it's actually spoken by very few people. That's funny in Sudan.
But the South Sudanese, they don't speak Arabic, right?
No, they speak Arabic.
The South Sudanese?
Oh no, South Sudanese speak. They have their local language. I forgot what was the name of it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they speak their own language, but they pray in Arabic. They pray in
They
Arabic.
pray in Arabic. Yep.
Yeah, all Sudan is Muslims. But I told you, it's the Arab Sudanese that are causing the problem.
Indeed. Yep, I believe
What
in South.
problem are they causing? What problem is South? You said Sudan. What problem are they causing in that country?
I couldn't hear what he said. Anybody heard of him?
No, what problem? You said like Sudanese causing problem. What problem are they causing? What
Oh,
problem?
what the problem is? They're pushing off the South Sudanese, right? The ones who don't speak Arabic. They're pushing them off their land to get their oil and their natural resources. And the Arab, the North Sudan Arabs are being supplied and funded by Saudi Arabia, UAE, probably, and America.
That's for UAE because in the UAE, for instance, all the top attorney and judges are actually Sudanese. Doctors, they have a huge influence in the Arab world. Yeah, even look at Mo Ibrahim, for instance. He's the richest, one of the richest guy in Sudan. Is actually based in Saudi Arabia.
You know, I heard the richest person in the world to ever exist was Musa. What's his name?
Kanka Musa?
Yeah. He was the richest person to ever live in Africa.
Yeah.
Mansa Musa.
Mansa Musa, there you go.
Mansa Musa. Yeah, that's correct.
When he went to Saudi Arabia to make Hajj, he gave out so much money that it caused inflation. I heard. And still this day, Forbes magazine says he's the richest person to ever live.
Yeah, because see, here's the thing. I mean, the thing about us African, we haven't been able to maintain our culture. I mean, when the colonizer came and pretty much took over, we led them and we pretty much assimilated to them instead of maintaining our own. We are trying, but if you think about it, the majority in this panel are, I mean, we have African, but realize that the common language spoken is what English. I mean, you haven't seen anyone.
but you know the East Africa care about the culture more than West Africa. East African people, they care about the culture more than West Africa. Do you agree with that?
Ethiopian do. I would say that because if you look at even if they still use Amharic for their in school, their writing, and so they still maintain their identity. Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. It's still, but the rest of Africa, we want to be like the colonizers so bad it's not even funny. But East Africa.
But no,
so going back to the go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm saying most of Africa do care because like Kenya, but I think West Africa don't care because West Africa is controlled by the French, by the British. That's what Africa couldn't last the culture controlled by the French and the British. And slavery affect West Africa for them to keep the culture alive.
Yeah, that is correct because when British came in Africa, they did they also explored Africa, but not as much as the French did. At least they have what is called they did a transfer of knowledge. At least they were. But when the French came in Africa, it was just exploitation system. And it was no transfer of knowledge of into the nature. So therefore, that's why we realized that the most French African countries are less developed than British African countries, definitely.
Yeah, and Portuguese, yeah. Right now, I think the French controls 14 currencies in African nations.
Yep, the CFA zone, exactly. And 50% of their reserve go to the Central Bank of France. Can you believe that? They are obliged to contribute 50% of the reserve to the French central bank. So therefore, 14%. I mean, if you think about it, a good GDP of France belongs to those 14 African countries.
You know that they try to overthrow Ibrahim Traoré, right? Am I saying his last name right?
Ibrahim Traoré, yeah.
Yeah, they try to overthrow him 8 times, and they try to assassinate him 3 times.
Yeah,
And he's the youngest ruler in the world right now. He's the youngest leader of a country. That's my man.
I mean, that's my man too. And he teamed up with Russia and China instead to do so smart move.
I think honestly, if Africa was to be united and if it was to be the superpower of the world, we'll have a way better world.
That is correct. That is
I don't
correct.
know if that's a smart move, strategic, and
well, for Ibrahim Traoré, but here's the thing. I mean, the reason I'm saying it's a smart move in which way? Russia never invaded any African country, nor China.
Nope.
That's what, but they used those Russian troops were used. They're getting paid. They're getting paid with like minerals, like resources. Like,
well, if you here's the thing. I mean, if you can pay them in cash, it's. I mean, to me, I look at it. I mean, it's a business deal.
No, they're getting paid by straight resources.
But that's fine. That's fine because I mean, what's
Not
the purpose?
necessarily though.
Hold on. What's the purpose of having resources if there's nothing you can do with it? So first of all, you can start by trading, and eventually find the resources and the means to develop your own industry. But in the meantime, you can then exchange. I think it's
no, but that gives them not just control like some of the resources, but the land.
He's right. He's right. What they do is this: China goes in, right? They build infrastructure, but they are like foremen. They actually, whatever African nation it is, they're working. They're putting jobs there, right? Also building infrastructure, and then they're saying, all right, look, if you don't want to pay it, then let us just lease your port, right, to us like here, so we can control our shipping lanes. But
that's some sneaky ass shit that they do, though.
Yeah, the Chinese, right? Chinese and Russia. First of all, the Chinese bank is the best bank to deal with. I heard they have the cheapest rate, and also
they're failing though.
Yeah, they also have whatchamacallit. They also have forgiven, like I don't know how many billions of dollars of debt the nations, and also they don't interfere in the politics in African nations. They look at us as equals. They don't interfere like America does.
But the whole thing is, you don't want to interfere because at the same point they're still destabilized. If they were uniting, then here's the thing. Here's the biggest thing. China gets crappy deals on loans, and the reason that is if you default, they own your land. So it's the quickest way in order to get the possession of whatever rare earth metals they have in that country, is to give them these loans in order to set up their infrastructure. But the minute they default, they can call in their loans and own the land. Well, they're marrying their people into the culture.
Yeah, but it's not really true. It's not really true.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm on a roll. Even if they do all that, at the end of the day, like Ibrahim is doing in Burkina Faso, he's made deals with Russia. At the end of the day, when you get set up and your infrastructure is set up, you can kick all these motherfuckers out. Excuse my French.
But here's the thing: it's not really true because Sri Lanka. The Chinese built a port in Sri Lanka as well. Yes. And just recently, India told Sri Lanka, because India is enemies with China. They told Sri Lanka not to allow Chinese to dock their naval ship there, and then Sri Lanka refused entry to the Chinese ship. So this idea,
you know what India is doing in Africa?
Hold on. This idea that China has that anything China builds in another country is their sovereign. They somehow have sovereignty over that. You don't have even under international law. You don't have sovereignty just because you build something in another country. That doesn't mean that you have sovereignty over that country's land.
That's
exactly.
You don't.
But there's
nothing that backs that up. There's no international law. There's no nothing.
I'm going to shut up. Let me finish this point. So India in itself is kicking China out of Africa because now they're going in and giving these same better loans to the African nations in order to get their infrastructure set up, and they're moving China right on out.
I don't know
So,
about
yeah, they are working towards pushing China out of that area.
I don't think India's that
Here's
rich.
the thing, though. We're
Oh,
talking
they're
about
getting there.
that. You talking about that help with the coups down. You know, we talk about Russia. We talk about the Wagner Group, man. The Wagner Group. You know, they come
Yeah, the
in and
Wagners are private mercenaries. But here's the thing. The thing is this, right? America gets involved in the politics involved in these countries. For example, let's say somebody is running, right, and he's running to not privatize but publicize water and all this and that. America will have him killed. They are in the business of killing people and making sure the right people become the leaders of those countries. What I'm sorry, what China and Russia does, they don't get involved in the politics. They let them just do what they want to do. That's it. So they treat them as equals. Look, this one guy told me this. He's a foreign minister. I forgot what country.
nah, it's not that cut sweet.
Okay, not that cut sweet.
Because what they do though, they don't want to they don't have to get involved with the politics if you give them the land. You know, Wagner Group.
But that's only if they default. But that's only if they default. And also, but they forgive a lot of loans. But hear this out. Let me just finish with this and go ahead. There's this one guy, right? He was a foreign minister, came from America, and he visited a foreign minister in one African nation. And he was telling them, don't deal with the Chinese, and don't deal with this, and don't deal with that. And then when he left, this African foreign minister said. He said, this guy's nuts. When he came on a plane that landed on a tarmac that the Chinese helped us build. He got into a limousine that the Chinese helped us build. He went to a hotel that the Chinese helped us build. And then he went to the embassy that the Chinese helped us build. And he wants to tell us not to do business with China?
Well, you talking about China though, but you talking about China and Russia. You're talking about two different ways of quote unquote, you know, some sort of exploitation, right? When you talk about China, you're dealing with you know, infrastructure. They're willing to, you know, get loans off infrastructure. When you talk about what Russia doing with the Wagner Group, it's basically we train your troops and we need some of those resources. And matter of fact, give us that land. If you give us a piece of this land that has those resources, we'll be out your way. We'll train your troops and we be out your way because we're going to steadily get these resources from this land we just got from you. And this land that we own is permanent. There's two different systems.
Here's the thing. Look, anybody that's living in Africa knows better than me. But I've been studying for a while, bro. I'm a political junkie. The way I see it is this: the Russians and the Chinese are more interested in doing business, and they look at Africans as equals. Now, if I got that wrong, tell me, please.
All right. Well, here's what I say. Hold on. I'm gonna back up what you said. The thing about Russia and China is you're absolutely right. They have a totally different way of dealing with Africa than the U.S. and the Americans, and that's because they don't have like a colonial history with Africa. Correct. You know, the same way like England and France do, where they have this paternalistic, you know, we got to tell the Africans what to do. They don't give a fuck what the Africans do. The Africans, you know, are free to run their own affairs as you know, as they see fit. All they want is they just want to do business and get whatever gold or minerals or iron ore or copper or zinc or lithium or whatever it is that they need. As long as they get the resources they need, they don't care. And to be honest, this is a better foreign policy for Africa because what happens is when the West tries to interact with Africa, the West tries to make Africa more Western, and that's not going to work for Africa. If you try to make Africa like Western, it's going to destroy the African, you know, society and you know, and civilization. So you have to let Africa develop on its own, you know, have its own culture, develop on its own, and don't interfere with their affairs. Let them conduct their own affairs. So you're absolutely right. Like they have a better policy. Like China, Russia,
they do have a better. It's better. It's a little better than, you know, the you know, the usual colonization, right? Some of the, you know, but at the same time, let's not be, you know, fooled that it's still predatory. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, it's still on the predatory. But it's on a different wavelength. It's a little better, but it's still on a predatory wavelength.
It's not predatory for the simple reason I say this. It's not predatory because for the simple reason that China and Russia, on a geopolitical strategic reason level, they have an interest in doing business with Africa rather than destabilizing Africa and dominating Africa. See, the thing about the U.S. and especially the U.S. realistically doesn't really get any resources from Africa. Okay, we don't get no lithium from Africa. We have our own lithium. We don't get oil from Africa. We got our own oil, in Alaska and Texas and stuff. We don't need Nigerian oil or Ugandan oil. Most of the oil in Africa is going to Europe. But what the U.S. is more dangerous, because what the U.S. really wants is they just want the influence in the place. So they're willing to, they don't really care what happens to, if it gets destabilized or not, as long as they have the influence and they keep the military bases there, that's all they care about. That's why they're willing, you know what I mean? And it's just, personally, that's really just what it is from the U.S. perspective. They just want the influence.
The U.S. enslaves. Wow.
I understand that. Hold on. Let me respond to that now, brother. Now, brother, if I I train you cool, you know what I'm saying? People that's going to do the cool, right? I give the right training, and I'm asking, okay, let me just get a piece of that land. Let me grab the minerals out that ground. Yeah, I'm helping you get your country back, but at the same time, if I'm getting your minerals straight from the ground going to my country, I don't need to touch it. I don't need to touch a country. You see what I'm saying? I don't need to direct the politics if I'm getting minerals straight from the ground into my pocket. Y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. It's still, you see what I'm saying? It's still predatory though. You know what I mean? But I understand now. I don't know exactly the exact deals that these countries have. Ibrahim, I might be saying his name wrong. I don't know the exact thing, what they worked out. But believe me, these people are coming in as shrewd businessmen, and they understand that. Hey, I'm gonna get a lot of leverage if when I'm training your troops to do. Yeah, I can use that, and I have a lot of leverage to get them resources, and they're gonna negotiate just like any other person. You see what I'm saying? That wants to negotiate for a product.
But the issue I have with China still illegal money. Even Nigeria government find that China do illegal money in Nigeria, and Nigeria government didn't know what China do in Nigeria, stealing our resources. That's the problem I have with China. Sometimes they do illegal sometimes.
Let me just ask a couple questions real quick. Ready? How many countries in Africa did China or Russia overthrow? I'll wait.
Say that one more time.
How many countries in Africa has Russia or China overthrown?
Well, that's not what's being discussed, brother.
But the thing is, that's
if I got a better way, if I got a better system, I don't have to do that. If I got a better system, if I could just, I don't.
I mean, that's a rhetorical question. That means nobody.
Yes, right. So here, China. Well, here the U.S. enslaves. China just wants to get people build their infrastructure so they could keep doing business with them, and Russia just wants to keep out the dominant power, which is the U.S. Look, they kicked out France out of Burkina Faso. And look, France said, we're there to fight terrorism. The whole time they've been there, terrorism been on the rise. When they got there, it was, let's say, 0.7%. While they were there, it went up to 80%. So you ain't trying to fight no terrorism. You just enslaving the people and taking their resources. No.
Brother, just because the lion went for the kill don't mean that the other animals are gonna come eat. Listen, I see what you're saying, but like I said, it might be a better deal, but it's still predatory. It's still predatory. You understand? If I'm trying to get some people off your back, I'm not gonna do it for free.
But it's a better trade. It's more of an honest trade. And not only that, but look, when African nations develop, now they can play each other off. Oh, you Americans want to give us this? Okay, hold on. You Africans, you Chinese want to give us this? Give us the better deal.
But if you get, listen what I'm saying. If you get, but at the same time, some of this stuff is not a better trade, because if you got other countries having control of your land, That's not good. That's not a good deal.
Okay, name me one country in Africa that China has over control over.
I'm not talking about China. I'm talking
Oh,
about see, that's what I'm talking. We talk about two different systems. You're talking about with China does an infrastructure deal. When you're dealing with Russia, this okay, you want to stage a coup to get these people off your back. Okay, we'll send in, you know what I'm saying? We'll send in the Wagner people to come train your troops, this and that, give you better weapons and this and that to take your land back. But at the same time, we need a piece of this land that has these minerals.
okay. So what's the
Two
minerals?
different
What the minerals?
deals.
What's the minerals that What's the minerals that Russia wants from Burkina Faso?
Definitely gold. You know, let me look up some more minerals, but definitely gold. Yeah, the Wagner Group has been doing this for years in
Okay,
different
now,
countries.
okay, now are they leaving them broke? Are they leaving them starving?
No, they're not leaving them broke, but I'm saying it's not the best deal in the world. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a shitty deal.
Okay, but
it's a shitty deal, but it's a shitty deal. But hey, you know, it's one of those deals. I guess it's better. It's better than having your country. You know, you're getting back your country, so I guess it's better than not having your country. But it's still a shitty. It's still overall, it's still a shitty deal.
Okay, but it's better than the France controlling you, controlling your resources, and controlling your currency.
Yeah, but it's still a shitty deal. Just
But
because.
which one would you pick, brother? Which one would you pick? The France or the Russians?
Well, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing, bro. What you need to understand. Wait, no, let me address you. Let me stop you right there. What you need to understand, bro, is you have this colonial mindset. Hold on, I'm not done. You have this colonial mindset that any country that Africa does business with is a potential colonial infiltrator, and that is not the case.
But
okay, the thing is the way that the real hold on, bro, hold on, listen to me. The way that the real world works is countries have to go out into the world and they have to do business, they have to do commerce, they have to do trade to grow their economy. Okay, you cannot just sit there and be afraid of the rest of the world and think, oh, this person's gonna exploit me, or that person's gonna exploit me. If you do that, you'll stay poor forever. You'll never get any real deals done. If you do that.
Still predatory. They're not angels.
Hold on. Okay, perfect. Okay. My question is,
they're not angels.
Okay, we're not talking about angels.
They don't have to be angels. You don't gotta be an angel in order for me to do business with you. You just have we just have to come to an agreement, a mutually beneficial agreement. And if you have smart people who can oversee those agreements, like Ibrahim Traore and stuff like that, there's no problem. It's fine. The problem is when you get incompetent people in charge. That's where the problem comes in. But go ahead.
The problem is that a lot of y'all have a one-track mind that because they're not colonized in the place. That means it's a shitty fucking deal.
Hold on. Here's the thing. In business, first of all, there's no angels in business. I mean, everybody in business want to preserve their interest. First of all, my question is, what can Africa do with its mineral? First of all, they don't have the infrastructure to do so. They don't have the know-how to do so. Therefore, what do they have to do? They have no choice but to work with those that know what to do with this, because there are no industries in Africa. What are we going to do with our minerals? Just look at them? So therefore, the first step is to establish this type of deal. And after a while, as we grow, at that point, we can decide to move forward. But with no industry, our mineral isn't worth anything. It's like having gold and no buyers. What do you do with it? You cannot refine it.
So you think that Africa is so stupid, right? We can't brainstorm. They can't form think tanks to do better, to think of better ways to get around
they don't have
giving pieces of land to another
country. Unfortunately, the reality of Africa, they don't have the resources to do so. That is sad. They don't have the industry to do so. Look at what's going on in Nigeria, for instance, with the refinery. The problem is it's very complex because, okay, I always go back to the coltan in the Congo. The coltan doesn't have the industry nor the know-how to do so. What could be, they can do some type of collaboration, type of joint ventures with high-tech company where they access the mineral and sell to them. Yes, they can develop an industry, but unfortunately, it's our leaders don't have. Those aren't seasoned individuals, you know, and there's not like, okay. I always go back. Let's look at Chile. Chile is the world's largest producer of copper, right? What they do, the coppers actually state own the majority, but they do joint venture with Gold, they do joint venture with Barry Gold, they do all those Freeport McMoran. They do those joint venture with all those companies where they have what they call I will say a balanced deal. What they need to do, I agree with you, is to be able to come up with a system where the state own the minerals, they own the mine, and they lease those concessions to those guys. We have to look at the contracts where they say, no, it's a 40-60, 50-50, 51-49, whichever the deal is going to be. Those, but my thing is, we have to focus on what do they do with those minerals. But Africa, unfortunately, country like Nigeria, they are not great there. I mean, like Nigeria produces uranium, but what is it going to do with uranium? Because uranium is used to make to make nuclear stuff. So therefore, but Africa, we don't have any nuclear plant. We don't have any. So what can we do with it? We have no choice but to sell those minerals to those guys that know how to do with it. Unfortunately, Africa is not developed industrially. I mean, besides South Africa, and I guess that's it. The rest is pretty much it's a big mess.
You see what's going on with the echoes, right?
Let me. Can I speak on this? Can I speak on this?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, you
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Thank you. I think you are correct with your assertion, what you just spoke about. But I think there's a new wave in Africa right now. Probably African leaders are been pushed, kind of being called out by the people that we need to do more. You need to do better. Let me give you an example. For lithium, the highest lithium producers in the world are in South Africa, and I think China too, and some other guys. But those are the largest producers. But Nigeria has one of the best grades in the world, the highest grade of lithium. But what happened? Elon Musk came around and was trying to sign a deal with them in Dubai, and they came to Nigeria. They came also at the meeting in Dubai that we need your what? We need the lithium. You help us. You allow us, give us license. We mine the lithium. We take it out to go and refine it and stuff. But lo and behold, the Nigerian government says no. We are not allowing that to happen again. We've already messed ourselves up in the oil and gas sector. In the gas sector, we did a bit. Oil in the crude oil sector, nonsense. So we are not going to do this again. So what they did was, if you want to get your hand on that lithium, you bring in the technology, just like you said. We have not been exploring these things before. Bring in the technology, we do a joint venture, and that's what they are doing right now. As I speak to you, a $250 million investment is already on grant, and they have started producing. So between the contract, so because of that alone, there's another Chinese company that came in with a $500 million investment in lithium battery production. And also, but the fact that we also have this, there's a resurgence of the automotive industry. More indigenous car producers that are doing some minimal manufacturing, and they bring in some other parts into the country. So the automotive sector is also improving. So technically, people are keen into the renewable energy solutions to fix Nigeria's power problem. So that could help lift up people, lift them up in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I was watching a video on Bloomberg. I was talking about that the impact of that. So that's how just of recent, Nigeria had a meeting with they hosted a meeting of ministers of mines and steel in Africa. And Nigeria was sharing his thought also. Botswana has done this. South Africa did well in the way they arrange their things. Botswana is also doing well in that area. In West Africa, we are not too smart with the way we did our deals. Like in the oil and gas sector, we messed up. It's just now that Nigeria begin to have some indigenous oil companies that can even have the capacity to buy back any of the oil wells. If anybody wants to go, you can go. So, so it takes some time since we don't have that technology. But now we are trying to change the narrative. See how we can do a joint venture, bring it in. Then you also have there's a Content Development Act, which signifies that there must be a kind of transfer of technology, and that's what China actually brings.
Facts. Let me ask two questions real quick. You remember
like, for example,
oh, my bad, go ahead.
Yeah, like in gold production. Nigeria was having serious issues with illegal gold mining all over the state, all over the places. We were having serious problems with illegal gold mining. But there's a Canadian company that came in, liaised with the government, the state government, the federal government. They said, okay, they shared the stakes in it. So when you produce it, we get our own cut. The country gets its own cut. The state government, the community, everybody gets something. You used to develop his own thing. So, and the investor also goes with, it's a Canadian company, so they go with their own path. So everybody is a win-win situation, unlike before. And that's the lesson there. Reorganizing yourself, knowing your strengths, and also looking for a way to actually imbibe those technologies, play with those technologies so that you can at least get some few things out of it.
You said that's a Caribbean company that's doing that?
Yes, it's a Canadian company.
Oh, Canadian. Okay.
Canadian. I heard Caribbean. I was like, wow, that's nice. Well, Canadian.
Let me ask 2 questions if you're done, brother. Let me ask just 2 questions. You remember when the France were being kicked out of Burkina Faso? I think it was Chad and a couple countries that ganged up with them, and it was the West. What they call it? What I forgot what it was called. WECOS, I believe, that were threatening to go to war with them.
There was the ECOWAS was having problems with this. ECOWAS.
Yes,
ECOWAS because they
Right.
Yeah, what happened is this. What happened is the French, they weren't doing enough. Some of these contracts have been signed long time ago, and it was signed when people are not too exposed that time. The same thing happens to Nigeria too. The oil and gas sector of Nigeria, when they signed those short contracts, those product sharing contracts with ExxonMobil, Chevron, and Co, it was not too. I mean, people don't really know much. They just sign. Okay, when maybe they give you 10% or 15%, you're okay. You think you're fine. But now you get to see Saudi Arabia doing well. Look at Aramco. Look at Petrobras and other guys doing well. So people are saying, what are we getting from these deals? And the insecurity is also on the high side. People are becoming more impoverished. They are crying that they're saying we need a change. So at the point, Russia came in. That's where the Russians came in. So and they had to collide with them, kick out France, which France is France also has some links with other Western European countries. So it's a power play game. It's a geopolitical power play between the global powers. So, but the French had to be kicked out so that and ECOWAS was like, okay, we don't want these guys, this spread of military dictatorship in the world.
Real quick, let me answer what you were saying. France was kicked out of the AU. Hold on. France was kicked out of the AU for a specific reason. Once they started rereading those contracts, they understood France was in default. They owed them billions of dollars. They never paid.
Exactly.
So they kicked out the French ambassador out of the AU during that meeting. I think it was back in maybe March or even April of this year. And then France started to send the French Foreign Legion in to Burkina Faso and some other nations where they all unified together and got their armies together at one time and said, come on, bring it. And France said, nah, we're going to go the other way.
Yeah,
so go ahead and continue with your story, but I wanted to fill in that blank.
Because Russia came in.
And
not only
Russia came in.
Go ahead, brother.
France normally tried to play this hidden hand. There was a time the African Union Parliament, they had the African Union Parliament. I think that was what you were talking about. That held in South Africa. France was present, and France was lobbying to make sure that his own person, his own country, the country that they felt as kind of friendly with them, becomes the head of the African Union Parliament, Pan-African Parliament. So, and that was when his problem started from. And before you know it, there was a serious blowback, and the thing just spread across the West African. The political situations in those countries have always been tensed for so long. So people believe that the French are the ones giving the backings to this government, and that's why many of them were saying, "Okay, let's bring in the Russians. Probably we can get a soft landing, and we can do some renegotiations that will favor us." I think that was the. Then ECOWAS was actually saying that, "Come, we understand, but if this thing continues, it doesn't look good for us. If we are having military dictatorship or through, and of course, don't forget, Nigeria is leading the ECOWAS region at this moment, the chairmanship. And you know, Nigeria never had it good with the military that way too. Yeah, a lot of human rights abuses, a lot of harsh policies that actually killed our industries and even put the country in the precipice for a long time. So we spent about 33 years of our political life under the military since independence. So those things are still fresh in our memory, except some people want to just play dumb or something. So and the current president happens to be one of the guys that fought the military. So he fought the military to a standstill. It was there's no way you write the political story of Nigeria in terms of democracy that you not talk about him. Anybody may not like him, but he played a significant role. So he was of like, this is what I stand against this. I do not. These guys almost killed me, and because if you allow this, who knows? This thing might spread into can engulf the whole of the West African coast, and there will be a serious problem.
Other country but it will to control Africa to say the British. Do you still control all those British countries in Africa, like the French is doing, or no?
With BRICS.
Yeah.
Yeah, the BRICS. Yeah,
you're talking about BRICS.
Yeah.
Yeah. The BRICS. The BRICS does not really have much footprints in what's in. I mean, they have individual footprints, but when it comes to as a political bloc, and as an economic bloc, they do not really have much footprint together. It's just now that they are trying to see, okay, like when they brought in people, South Africa has been with them for some time. They brought in Eritrea, they brought in Ethiopia and Egypt from Africa, and Saudi Arabia, Iran, and some other guys, Argentina or something.
Yeah,
so
you see that countries lined up. There's a lot of countries lined up to join the BRICS. A lot of countries are lined up.
Yes. More countries are now lining up to say, okay, everything is about. Let me just sum it up. Everything is about multipolarity. The era of unipolarity is gone. So, just like the American states also make sure that at least they balance their relationship with everybody. Like before now, more African countries are now thinking, okay, let's have a spread out relationship with different people, just like everybody does, so that we can benefit from, the Americans have one or two things that they also do for the African, like you have the AGOA Act and some other bilateral relationship in defense and cross borders.
Yeah, the U.S. only wants a unipolar world. They want to rule the world. That's it. Their problem is with any country that's sovereign, I could tell them no, they have a problem with. You know what I mean? But what Russia and China want is a multipolar world. Anyway, a multipolar world is here anyway. But my question is this, right?
It's already here. It's already
here. Yeah, it's been here. Yeah, and now also BRICS are going to start their own little currency, but they are telling countries to invest in your own currency, use your own money, and buy gold. But here's the thing: this is what I wanted to ask, right? When they wanted to invade, I think it was Chad and Burkina Faso and all that, right? It was Russia that helped, right? And also, how do we judge nations, right? How could we judge a nation, right? How they treat other nations? By history. Look at the history of how America treats nations, bro. Europe is a vassal continent. It does whatever the United States says. Canada has no foreign policy. Germany has no foreign policy. So what I'm saying is, thank God we have a multipolar world. Thank God. You know, I believe honestly, if Africa was united, Africa would be the best superpower that would ever we can ever see. Why do I say that? Because some of African nations, right, are oppressed. Can we say that? Yes or no? Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay. I believe in my heart as a Muslim, right, that people who are oppressed knows what comes with oppression, evil, hatred, racism. They don't become oppressors.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
And I
You're
believe,
right.
look, now among them could, among them maybe, okay, 95% won't, but there's a 5% that might sell out here and there. But the majority of them will never become oppressors. First of all, they're going to seek for justice for what happened to them, and then they're going to want to lead a just world, man.
Yeah, just like you see South Africa, standing and speaking up, and Ireland, Republic of Ireland. These are guys that suffered under. they went through a lot under the Irish and Highway. They suffered under the British the British hegemony, and of course the South Africans too. And you can see how they are pulling their weight at least to at least get some consensus in the Israeli-Gaza thing. I don't want to go deep into that, but I'm just using that as a premix, kind of to what we are talking about. With time, Africa will eventually get its act together, because right now the youth, let me tell you, the youth, you can see the youth are not, they are not ready to take that shit. Because they already saw what is happening. Some of them might not actually read deep history about what all this is, but what they wanted they wanted good life. They wanted good life, so they are ready to do anything either to get to the West, or they stay in their country and get things right. And right now, every government in Africa now knows that if you are not doing the right thing, you are not going to be there. These guys are having a lot of power. You can see what happened in Senegal. The young.
You see, all these protests going on in Africa showing that the youth are fine waking up. They're fine enough for their leaders. All the youth in Africa, they're fine waking enough for their leaders doing like shit. I'm happy that the youth of Africa finally waking up. But I'm happy they're waking up now. Even it takes so many years, but finally. I think social media is helping us. Social media is helping us to work.
Yeah, social media. Yeah, social media really helped. Okay, I should ask you before, we can't talk like this. So nobody, whatever you have in your mind, you just. But the fact is just that the Africans just wanted something. That's one thing about Africa. They just wanted live and let live, so that everybody can just balance it up, just like Kaiser. Is it Kaiser that was competing not quite long? That live and let live, let everybody else live. So there's a way we deal with the Chinese. We deal with the Chinese. I just mentioned how the Chinese is helping Nigeria to help us with lithium production. And many of the infrastructure that Nigeria boasts of today are.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
We have social media.
Watching a documentary on the Chinese.
We have social media. Are we in the past of being oppressed by social media? Are we in the past of being oppressed by social media? So you wake up passing people being oppressed. I didn't know that by social media. So social media help the world now a lot.
Brother, you gotta turn up your mic, bro, because I can't hear him, man. I don't know if you guys.
I'm saying social media helped me.
This was how. You said?
Social media helped me learn more about Palestine. It helped me learn more about the Palestinian people. I didn't know. That's
Yeah, that's social media. Social media has really helped. It has really helped, and and it's not. Let me tell you, there's somebody that was saying something the other time, and that is he's saying that one of the greatest tools right now is not even democracy. I mean, like you can say, I can use to change the world. I think the new power is technocracy now. Technocracy. When the person broke it down, I'm saying that the social media, a whole lot of things will be shown to the world. You know, you have the opportunity of showing yourself to the world, showcasing your talent, whatever you have to the world. You can see the world is becoming borderless, and you can see the world is becoming borderless one way. It's also because of the multipolarity that is happening. Everybody is trying to hold on to whatever he has, building back on what you have. And the last few years, COVID, Russian-Ukraine war, and so many other wars that are happening around, and so many political upheaval at the global stage, is making everybody to know that you have to take care of your home first. So before you work, before you go it, or to go do some other things outside. Of course, your living might actually be dependent on some of the things that you're able to do on the global stage, the ability to open up. But all the same, you have to take care of your home. Because if anything happens, we saw what happened during the 19 when everybody was on their own. Everybody was on their own. And with the advent of social media now, if you are not doing something right, you see yourself on the social media, fast on the fast track. Something like this, any sport like this, people can follow it, they do their video, they send it online, they are on live. So you have to be very careful, even as a government. You can even see it. No, and the revolution started from America itself, who happens to be a bastion when it comes to technology and when it comes to technology I can see. So you see what happened during the Trump first time, how they were pushing the power that the social media companies, telcos and the social media companies have. They can shut you off. And even the global politicians, or powerful politicians in the world, they were all saying, if this guy can do it, they can do this too. US president, of course, I know US is the land of freedom of speech. Everybody have their own rights. You have to protect my rights. So, but the fact that if this guy can do this, can cut off the president, or it's going to have a very serious effect on all of us. So, and that's the reason why you see these days that any small thing that all these social media companies do, although those ones too, they also overstep their boundaries. It's managing people's private data. Everything you cite out of private data protection policies of different countries. So you see them that they look for a way to sanction them, put them in their place or something like. When you guys take over the the country from us, so it's a new world actually, a new world that is evolving before our very eyes. And social media is one of those wonders, the new wonders of the world right now.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny when the United States says rules-based order. Yeah, you Chinese are violating the rules-based order. You Russians or whoever. What is the rules-based order? Has anybody ever seen a pamphlet or a book? I mean, what the hell is the rules-based order? I mean, it's just what they can do, the U.S. can do, but no other country can do. That's all it is. I haven't seen nothing on the rules-based order. What the hell are they talking about? You know what I mean? These people are crazy, man. I swear.
As far as I'm concerned, Kaizo, as far as I'm concerned, based on what I've the way I've followed international politics over the years, there's no rule again in the world as I speak, because it has been broken so many times by the powerful countries, not the powerful countries. They have broken it so many times, but before it used to go unnoticed. That's what happened. It normally goes unnoticed before.
Hey, I gotta chime in a little bit because you guys are really pushing on America like we're doing a whole bunch of things that are wrong. We don't invade countries. We're asked to come and defend countries.
You do things.
Let's get that straight. We don't invade countries. We're asked to come and defend certain things about countries.
Okay.
So let's get that straight.
Okay, you're done.
What country have we invaded? Wait.
Iraq.
What country have we colonized? Wait. What country have we colonized or invaded?
Okay, Iraq. 20 years.
Iraq was not invaded.
Iraq
was not invaded. We would control the country. If we invaded a country, they would be considered a part of our country. They would be colonized, and we would be running their nation. We are not running their nation.
What I mean is invade and destroyed. Libya. Hold on, I'm not done. Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, Syria.
Libya, hold on. All these countries had terrorist nations.
But
So you don't believe there's terrorists, right? You don't believe
where
there are
the
people that are
weapon of mass
terrorists.
destruction in Libya, we didn't find them.
What?
Look.
The weapon of mass destruction.
One at a
that,
time. One at a time. It wasn't in Libya. It was Iraq for the
Iraq.
second
Okay, when
round.
they found
Iraq.
Iraq,
The
right?
first time it was Saddam. Second time it was weapons of mass destruction.
No, but did they find any?
Oh, absolutely not. It was always to go back and get Saddam. Listen. I'll tell you the truth. It was always to go back and get Saddam. Because I tell you the first time, let me explain. I was there. We were already in Saddam's back door. We had possession of him. They said, release him. We can still work with him. So we did. That was the first war. We did. And he turned around and did some more F shit.
Yeah.
And then they say, okay, we're going to have to make up an excuse to go back in and actually take him out.
Okay.
But we had him the first time around.
Okay. But how about Gaddafi? Gaddafi killed his own
Omar
people.
Gaddafi. No. There was, I know the deal behind, he was doing some bad things, but he also, on the flip side, if you want to go to the hyper stuff, he was trying to develop, just like BRICS, a national currency or international currency, gold back again. He was trying to take the money back to gold. So I believe that was a political attack, aside for the excuse they were using, in order to get him out of there before he reestablished another currency for the world market based on gold again,
so you
instead of GPD. No, I didn't.
So you did.
No, I didn't. I said we have not colonized them.
They invaded.
And do you think? Listen. Do you think that America could move without NATO's approval?
America controls NATO.
No, we do not. No, we do not. No, we do not. Let me explain America. Hold on. For those that have not been in the military,
Well, the American influence in NATO is very massive.
listen, for those that have not been in the military, I'm in the Marine. I was in the Marine Corps. We could go anywhere in the world for 30 days on the president's wishes. On the 31st day, in order not to violate any kind of NATO rules, we have to pull back out. And then we can go back in again for another 30 days legally. So no, we cannot sanction any kind of war without some type of congressional fucking approval. So no, whatever you think, it did not happen that way. You can assume certain things, but I can tell you what rules and edicts are, and we have certain standards of operating procedure that we have to adhere to so that we're not breaking any laws internationally.
Okay, according to national security, an American president could go to war without approval by Congress.
He cannot.
And he did.
Yes.
He did for Libya.
He cannot.
He did for Iraq. Yes, he did. The only thing
he did not.
All right, brother. Okay.
But hold on, Ronan. You know.
But you know,
hold on. NATO was created by the United States in 1949, and Canada.
Yes.
And you know.
Yes.
But
it was
did
really
you ever wonder why? Listen. Do you ever wonder why NATO has never been led by an American?
Why? But
it's always another foreign country in order to lead NATO.
Look, an American general sits at the table of NATO. Now, Google that and prove me wrong.
At the table, yes, but they don't control NATO.
Of course, they control
Everybody
NATO.
has a seat at the table beside for a certain amount of nations, which we all know what those nations are. The same ones trying to start BRICS.
Brother,
so let's be true.
Okay,
let's be honest.
No, Ronnie. Let's be honest. We know the U.S. run NATO and army-wise, US run them. I mean,
no, we don't. No, we don't.
Of course we do.
They run them.
No, you can say they have influence. They have a greater influence.
Listen. Let me put it this way: we are the biggest contributors to NATO. We contribute the majority of the amount of money that it takes in order to run NATO. We supply NATO with the majority amount of their wartime equipment, or whatever accessories they need. America has been putting in the pot for a long time, unfortunately, to be the international police of everybody else's fucking problems. Right. Just like you said, if somebody went into UAE right now, who would they call in order to come over there? The Americans. You know why we stay on station all the time? I was always in a forward deploy unit. We deploy 6 months at a time. We're always on standby for whatever's going on in the world. We do that because we're paid to do that by everybody else. We don't start the wars. We go in based on somebody calling and say, we need fucking help. Just like you call the cops. Hold on. Hold on. Just like you would call the cops in any country that you're in to come and help solve a problem. Unfortunately, that's what our edict is to do in the military.
What does make America? Why America got to be the policeman of the world? Look at this track.
You asked me. We're the biggest country. We have the biggest freaking We have the biggest freaking military out of any nation. Even China doesn't have as much as we do.
America is the most militarized country in the world. America is the most militarized.
Yeah, you know why? Because it's
good.
Because we're an industrial listen, we're an industrial country. It's all for profit.
But it's not for good though.
What do you mean it's not for good? What have we done that was evil?
What?
Please explain.
You know how many countries America invaded, bro?
Bro, we are listen, I'm gonna fix this for you real quick. America is one of the youngest countries, even though we've progressed far past countries that are way older than us. Half of the wars that you guys are fighting all over the fucking world has been going on longer than fucking America's been around. So you fix your own fucking problems, but no, you can't. You wind up calling us to come and solve it and be a fucking mediator at the end of the day.
That's patriot talk. I like that.
Well, let me tell you, why is it that it's been difficult for the West to fix the Congolese problem, knowing that that mess was actually created by the West, the Europeans, and also bringing it under the West. I think the Europeans majorly.
Listen, when it comes to Congo, I'm 100% with you, bro. I think we should do something militarily in Congo to stop what's going on. But again, it's not on us. NATO has to order us to do that. Why? Ask yourself why NATO hasn't stepped in and say, why are you abusing those people? And yes, we need to issue an order to have the Americans go over there and figure out what it is. We can't go to certain countries without starting wars if we're not welcome. There are treaties that are involved. You just can't step in a country like that.
No, America doesn't abide by international law, bro. America
That's a lie.
That's
a lie. That's a lie. We have to. I just told you we have to. Go ahead.
Who they need to address to in the Congo? Who's oppressing them? Who's fighting them? Who?
I think you guys have some rebel countries or companies.
Yeah, but who financed them?
I don't know. You tell me.
The West, exactly. The West financed them. They're using proxies such as Rwanda, Uganda to fight them. I mean, so that's pretty much this war is led by the British, of course, and then and they're using Rwanda as an scapegoat to do the same. Imagine they even came with a law where refugees asking for asylum in England were sent to Rwanda as to wait in Rwanda. Think about it.
You see, the reason why NATO cannot help Congo because France is in NATO. That's the reason. France is in NATO.
Again, that's not our fault.
But America could talk to France.
I mean, who's to say that we're not in back channels right now trying to tell France to get the fuck out? We don't know that. I used to read top secret messages. I had top secret clearances. Yes, the world is a big fucking chessboard when it comes to policies and things that are going on. We don't want to touch this country because it's going to offend this person, and that person. We have future plans with this country, but we don't want to do anything in order to disrupt their growth. There's all kind of things that are going on in the background. Nobody really understands. There are multiple levels when it comes to foreign policy and things that are going on in all these different countries. If you step in one country, you could offend another country. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? So unless you have prior approval and the intel is exactly right, we can't move. Or we're going to offend somebody, and then, everybody's going to turn against us as a fucking bully. So even though we swing the biggest stick, we can't act like that. We can't.
That's difficult. I mean, here's the thing.
No, I think you are right on this. The Chad issue, the Niger issue. I can see you explain. It's been a long time I see them play that way. But probably everybody just have to understand how delicate the world is right now before we blow it up.
Very delicate.
That's just it. It's very, very delicate now. Because on a good day, what Niger was asking America to do, to pull out, it will have come with a lot of, Iggy Aga. I mean, they are going to have a lot of pushback. like I'm going nowhere, that kind of thing. But I can see the America just
It's like
withdrew
playing.
voluntarily.
The
I
world
think
is.
they keep they
It's like
finish.
listen.
Mhm.
It's like playing four-dimensional chess. There are so many sub stories
Mm.
and sub politics behind everything that's being done globally. I mean, even with listen, even with Ukraine and Russia, Russia is not that economically sound right now. Russia needs Ukraine in order to become economically sound. Hence why they pushed into Ukraine. They used the excuse that they were going to become a NATO nation, but really they need the fucking money.
That's not true, bro.
That is true.
America overthrew a democratic
What
election.
major export does Russia have beside oil?
A grain.
No,
That's not a big deal. Everybody produces grain. Everybody produces grain.
Not
That's
grains
not a big
alone.
deal.
Not
Natural gas.
not grains alone. Not even minerals. All these rare have metals. They have. You know, we cannot. Russia has that basic when it comes to that area. Crude, oil and gas, and the rare earth metals. Those are the things that controls the world right now. You look at it very well. And even military power revolves around those three things. Food, you're going to feed your military. Metals, no, steels, metals. You need to put in the military industrial complex is going to work based on that. And also oil and gas. You've got to move the world. You've got to move the industry and the economy. So that's what Russia has actually. That's made them to be able to stand. If they don't have, if they fall short of one of those things, they will have been dead by now. No, you will all know that they will have been dead.
Well, whenever y'all
Russia is a major producer of cobalt, chrome, copper, gold, lead, manganese, nickel, platinum.
But my thing is, where
has
is that not
untapped-
the way? Anything that they have, you can get from another nation.
It has untapped resources.
Yep. Be careful,
Now,
Russia.
So you're talking one of the world powers that have untapped resources, and they don't even have the ability to go and tap it. So that's a problem.
Right. It's
Understand
so
that.
huge. It's so
that
huge.
means there's a social economic issue in Russia if they can't go and tap their own fucking resources. You think America has a problem with tapping resources? Fuck
Well,
no.
fracking? What you think? Fracking helps? Laying down pipelines help?
Bro, you going through
America
every
is-
negative thing
Well, you know
America
what?
does in its
Yo,
own
brother,
country.
brother,
But
I'm
guess
born
what?
and raised
We
in the
have the
US.
ability to do that. That's
I'm
what we
born and
do.
raised in the U.S. I want you to do me a favor.
Okay.
Look at mountaintop removal. Look
I
at
already know about that, bro. You're
It's
not
what
telling
they
me
destroy
anything I don't
mountains.
know.
They destroy the mountains. They destroy
I
the land.
already know what you're talking about, but they're doing it in Africa too. Here's the thing. You're going to turn a side eye to what's going on in Africa, even though you know what's going on with Africa. They're tearing up the land for resources too, but nobody's saying anything to that. But you're going to use that against America for doing it, even though we're totally aware of what's going on in order to frack and pull oil. And we know what happened with the Indian reservation where they were tearing up the mountain in order to get to resources. We protested. Listen, we protest our own things. Some of your countries, you can't even protest.
Let me ask you something, brother. Let me ask you something. I'm not African American. I am brown, though. I'm brown. I'm not white.
I understand.
The greatest.
We've been sitting on the panel for a while. I understand who you are.
The greatest crimes committed against humanity was.
You better not ever say America.
The African slave trade that America did, and the Navy.
America did that first, huh? There weren't Portuguese, French, Spanish fucking ships over there. Those were American ships over there, right?
I didn't
You're
say
gonna blame
most.
America
I
for
said
that.
Most. I said the most. I said the
But
greatest.
you said that we
The
started it. No,
greatest crime.
that
Hold on,
white people. Listen, white people took advantage of the situation, but it was the Portuguese, the Spanish, the French, and everybody else that was on there getting the fucking slaves to bring them over here. So you can't blame white Americans for that.
Let me finish.
Yes, they took advantage.
But yet we have museums, right, being every single day everywhere about the Holocaust in Europe. What the fuck? I don't give a fuck about what happened in Europe. I care about what happened here.
You must not have been here earlier when I said.
Okay, but
wait, you
where are
must
the
not have been here
museums?
earlier when I said the Jews. Listen, when I said
Americans
the
don't
Jewish
admit-
people were controlled
Americans
by.
even admit to it, brother. The crimes are
Yo,
still
Z,
happening.
did I
against
not
my
tell
brother.
him? Did I not tell the panel that the Jews basically controlled America? Did
Oh,
I
yeah.
not say that earlier today?
Yeah, no, if you said that,
I did say that.
I
Okay,
agree.
so why are you bringing that up? I already made that point.
What I'm saying to you is the greatest crimes committed against humanity happen here, but yet we don't have.
It happened here?
Of course, happened here.
So we're the only nation that did anything wrong.
I said
the thousands of years that your older nations have been around, you haven't done enslavement. You haven't done enslavement in your country, in the other countries across the world.
Communism killed people.
Slavery was the original crime of America only. It didn't start somewhere else.
I said the greatest crimes,
which was
the greatest crimes committed against humanity happened here in America.
That's what crime was.
Hands
Name
down.
that crime. Name that
500
crime.
years of slavery.
Okay, so other countries didn't have hundreds of years of
And
slavery.
it continues
as well.
to this day. 97%.
Wait.
97%.
Other countries, listen, other countries did not have slavery as well. Let's go point by point.
Listen, you're not listening. I said the
I am
greatest
listening. I'm going point by point with you. Other countries did not have slavery as well. Is that what you're telling me for hundreds of years? This is the only country that's ever had slavery, and that's one point.
I'm asking you a question. Is it fair?
Answer that question first before you ask me another one.
Yeah, no, of course other countries have slavery.
For hundreds of years as well.
Well, listen, not more than the technology that the Americans had.
For hundreds of years as well. I'm just on the slavery point. I didn't say technology.
Not more than America.
That's a lie.
And not only that, but let me ask you a question.
lie.
Shouldn't we have more museums, more history books written on that than the Holocaust?
We should. But against, guess what? Guess
Then
what?
What?
We
Because
already
they
know
hide
this
in
is a
their
white
crime.
wait. We already know this is a white supremacist nation. So why would they do that?
So why are you defending it? Why are you defending it?
I'm defending America as a whole, not necessarily everything they've done, but I can guarantee you this: America's helped more than they've caused harm.
Oh, yeah, listen, you can live with that. I will never live with that. America is the greatest.
Everybody says that until they fucking need help, and then all of a sudden,
America
our kids are dying overseas for everybody else's kids.
They out of business.
Right?
All right. What does right now? Tell me right now. What does 42,000 American troops doing in Germany right now? The war was over in 1945.
No. You tell me.
Germany was unified in 1991. Everybody left except America. What they doing there? Tell me what they doing there.
No, there's other countries that work off of our bases.
No. What are
we have a base.
Germany has no.
Wait.
The North Atlantic Treaty Organization is the North Atlantic Treaty. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization is
one
why
question
America
at a
is
time.
there.
One question at a time.
Okay,
So
but
why
you
are we
can't
in
answer all the
Germany?
questions. You don't have all the answers.
It was
You don't have all the answers.
It was a forward operating base to
That
get to
wasn't-
Russia.
It wasn't an FOB. The contingent that's left in Europe is to support NATO and the United Nations, period. And in concert with other military bases around the world, and that's how we became the policemen of the world.
And to suppress.
I know a few things about the military, and the military really isn't the contingent that will actually go to war. They will more aptly prevent war in most cases. That's what they're
all we
designed
are,
to
is
do. There.
a major deterrent. Exactly.
Why Germany doesn't have a standing army? Why Germany doesn't
They
have?
do. Because
it
a
has
part of the
zero-
agreement at
has zero
Nuremberg,
foreign policy.
after the Nuremberg
Zero
trials, they decided that Germany could not have a standing army because Germany would do like they did in World War One,
Germany
and they would do like they
unified.
did in World War Two, and they would start another war.
1991,
That
the
is
wall
why.
came- 1991, the wall came down. The Russians, the French, the Canadians, and the UK went home. Right? They all went home. They unified Germany.
No, that didn't happen. What happened is they split Europe up into zones, and those zones, whether they had military members.
1991, they came back together. They
I
unified
know,
Germany.
but
All right,
once
so Germany
it doesn't
was
take 10
unified.
years or 5 years. When the wall came down, it came down during Reagan back in the 80s.
Right,
And
and
when it
Germany
came
was
down, a
unified.
period of adjustment occurred through the 1980s to the early 90s. What actually was happening behind the scenes is they were exchanging their military forces, and they were having problems with Russia. Russia did not want to relinquish anything,
No,
and
Russia
it broke
did.
itself up. I'm sorry?
Wait, hold on a second, brother. Hold on a second. Germany
broke itself up.
invaded Russia. Hold on. Germany invaded Russia. Russia lost over 32 million people in World War II. Right?
Yeah, but 85 million people died in World War II, not
Hold on,
just
hold on one
Russia.
second. Hold on a second. Germany lost about 8 million. Now, if anything, Russia should be controlling Germany, but yet Russia left. It took all of its troops out and said, look, just do not have NATO go 1 inch to the east. And what happened as soon as they left Germany? NATO went straight to Russia's border. So
Yeah,
I'm
the global
saying to you-
population at that time was around
I'm
3
saying to
billion.
you is- I'm
The
saying to
global
you is,
population at that
why
time
is-
was 3 billion.
Did you
and
forget
over a
about
period of time
Crimea?
is now at 8 billion.
Did you
The
forget about
annexation
Crimea?
of Crimea?
Wait.
Exactly.
Did you
Russia
forget
invaded
about
Crimea.
Crimea? Russia
Yeah.
went to Crimea first, and we said, "Look, stop."
He sure
Then
did.
they started to attempt to go to Ukraine. Then we said, "Look, we got to put our foot down. Now we're going to have to support Ukraine
Because he's
because all
encroaching
you're
on the
trying to-
West, but we can't
Thank
encroach
you.
on the East. That makes no sense.
You're moving the goalpost. The goalpost is Germany
That's
has
not the goal. No, the goalpost
You set
moves
the
itself.
term.
All right, look,
Yeah.
Germany. Okay, hold on. Just agree with me or not. Germany has zero policy on foreign, zero autonomy on
That's a
foreign
lie.
policy, and it has. Hold on one second. It has almost minimum, limited autonomy on domestic policy. Who blew up Nord Stream 1 and 2? Germany, Russia.
Okay, what are you saying? What is your
I
question?
didn't hear.
Say that
I
again.
didn't hear the
Because,
question. I don't even understand
look,
what you're asking.
they had natural gas coming from Russia straight to Germany, pennies on a dollar, and because America didn't want Germany doing business with Russia, they blew up Nord Stream 1 and 2. And
Why do you think that happened? Think about why do you think that happened?
Because
Why do you believe that happened?
America, why? Because America got his foot on Germany's neck. And that's how it's
That's
gonna
not
be.
true at all. That's not true. Germany is one of the most profitable countries in the entire world, and the most industrious country. That's not it. But if you leak hundreds of millions of gallons of gas, or in Europe they call them liters of gas, out into the marketplace without any control that Russia was doing, and without the same grade of gas that's being produced worldwide, if you do that, you flood the market. You reduce prices of gas around the world. You destabilize the markets, and the next thing you know, we're in a global recession.
So Russia
That
did
is why they did it.
So Russia,
Russia does these kinds of things so people like you can sit on the phone and talk like this. Of course, Russia did. Russia provokes everything.
So Russia did it
And
after
if I were Putin, I'd do the same thing. If I were
After
Putin, I would do the same thing. Anybody would.
Out of spite. Out of spite alone.
After they filled it up with natural gas to the hilt, then they said, blow it up.
Yeah, but okay, but see here, you got to listen to something. There's a thing called the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and that's NATO. And NATO has agreements with its members that you buy from us, you buy with us, and you are one of us. And when you go outside of that alliance, then you are in violation of your status with us, and our protection that you would provide us and we would provide you becomes negotiable. You don't want that, nor does the German citizens, and nor does the German government want that. From the Bundeswehr. Listen, I lived in Germany for a few years, so I'm trying to educate you about Germany. You know, what you need to understand about Germany is they're one of the most autonomous, industrious, and most profitable nations on the planet. They could care less. They're not afraid of Russia. No, matter of fact, most European countries, with the exception of parts of France.
Okay, you just
Nobody.
You just said it.
Okay, but let's not do the distraction thing. It doesn't work with me. I used to teach psychological operations.
Did you just hear what he
so
said?
Just let it stop. Just let it go. Listen to what's actually happening.
No European nation is afraid of Russia. So why does NATO exist? Because
they're together in that. Because they're together, they're not afraid of Russia. They can individually and in severalty be against Russia.
Okay,
they
so
can say, by myself, Germany, I don't have to be afraid of you. And they can also say at the same time, with my alliance, I don't have to be afraid of you. That is the whole purpose. Russia isn't a monolith of global power, nor is the U.S. The U.S. can't even be the U.S. without its allies and its alliances and treaties. It just doesn't happen. None of this is in a vacuum like it's been discussed. I want you to know the one thing we want to do, if we're going to have world dominance and power and all that, it has to become a more collective organization, a global organization.
Multipolar world.
And that's not happening.
That's happening. It's already here. It's already here. It's already here.
What do you mean?
It's not here yet. You know why it isn't here? Because a few players still control the markets. What's going to happen, though, and I do believe here shortly, after this next U.S. election and a few elections in South America as well as in Europe, Africa is going to start to take hold of an alliance within itself. There's 54 nations.
It's about time.
I wish.
Listen, bro. Don't be so pessimistic. Just listen to logic. What's going to happen is the realignment of the global power structure. And it has to happen. There were 3-4 billion people on the planet, 3.5 billion people on the planet back when they were trying to push their way through, and Gaddafi was leading a charge for Africa to become like a United States, but a united Africa. He was doing that, and then of course he was killed. Now,
by who?
5 billion people, of course, you know who. So listen, let's stop with the semantics. 5 billion people later, almost 8 billion people on this planet now. Things change. Economic structures change. The needs of the many greatly outweigh the few, although the few are still taking advantage of all of the resources on the planet. The top 1% in the world owns 30 to 40% of the world. That makes no sense. So a realignment is going to happen with what? The very same issues and commodities that are fueling the wealthy are probably 85% in Africa. The world could not exist without Africa. And the governments and the people are being educated by the West. They've been educated by the East, China mainly, United States mainly, and the European power structures, because there's old power structure there, whether you like it or not, or know it or not, or believe it or not. There's old power structure. And all of them are working in concert with the African continent to lessen the blow on the world for that transitional phase of Africa becoming autonomous. Once Africa gains a certain level, not complete, but a certain level of autonomy with the alliances that they have with the existing nations around the world, equanimity will be something that would be sought by most of the nations in Africa who can participate in the different trade opportunities, political opportunities, as well as the population growth that will occur and of course proliferate into the marketplaces around the world. Just like China's doing now, it's about goddamn time Black people, whether they're Africans or African Americans or African Central Americans or African Jamaicans or whatever the fuck, it's about time we got together and had a platform that people succumb to instead of us continually succumbing to their platforms. This has been the problem. Period. The 450 years of Jim Crow, slavery, and the lack of civil rights in America is nothing but a drop in the bucket, although it is a genocidal situation. And I know a lot about that. My family is rooted in civil rights. And I grew up in the 60s. I can tell you, people I sat on the back of the bus. So I'm going to tell you how it was bad. My uncle is Dr. Joseph Lowry. I don't know if you know who he was, but he was Dr. Martin Luther King right hand. Look him up. Joseph E. Lowry. My aunt is Evelyn Gibson Lowry. And we have been steeped in civil rights for a century as a family. So I can guarantee you how the part the U.S. played on the world as far as slavery was concerned. And yes, it was the America's fault. Yes, but it was also Africa's fault because America benefited and paid for it, and Africa and Europeans sold it. So it was a commodities trade. Slaves in those days were commodities. They were white slaves, but they did have racism there because mostly white and Chinese were considered indentured servants and slaves were considered slaves. And that was a difference. Indentured servants were only under servitude for 7 years. After 7 years, they got their freedom. They could get land. They could participate in the commerce. They could do everything else because of the color of their skin. Black people were prohibited from education. They were prohibited from having a job. They were prohibited from marrying. They were prohibited from education. They were prohibited from earning a wage. They were prohibited from every aspect of American dream, if you will, because I always tell people you got to be asleep to enjoy that dream. But everybody in the American dream participated except for Black people. So what happened for a couple hundred years? Black people fueled the economy before the cotton gin. Before Eli Whitney created the cotton gin, Black people fueled the economy. And all of the wealth, the trillions of dollars of today's dollars of wealth. Did you know that the slave trade in the Americas back in those days was bigger than all of the railroad companies, the telegraph companies, how ITT, now AT&T got started, all of the new technology and the cotton gins and industry and oil and everything else put together. The slave trade was bigger than all of that. And off the backs of Black people, It built America. It funded America. When you could ship hundreds of thousands of tons of raw cotton to mills and gins all over the world waiting for it, and you got it free of charge. And the slave owners made money. So what happened when Lincoln enacted the Emancipation Proclamation from the 14th to the 16th and 17th Amendments? What happened? What did anybody really know? Well, when they emancipated slaves, they emancipated people who had been displaced with their families. Because remember, on the selling block, they would separate families, separate them. And they would put the husband in Alabama, the daughter in Georgia, and the son over in Mississippi. And that family would never see each other again. They would prohibit them, other than listening to the Bible, which is a tool, just like a lot of other religious texts around the world, to control people, period. And they would only have them hear the Bible and hear those stories because they use it to pacify and control the Black people. That's what they use it for. If you're ignorant about a lot of things, but you're savvy and understood about religion, you're going to follow what you are savvy and what you know about. Now, what actually happened when they emancipated those slaves? Remember the 40 acres and a mule? Does anybody really know the real story behind that? 40 acres and a mule, 40 acres was promised by every slave by Abraham Lincoln as part of the Emancipation Proclamation. He had severed off land from South Carolina all the way down to Florida just for Black people. And he had started moving Black people in there. And they were getting their 40 acres. The mule was never promised, but Black people would say, well, we need a mule to till these 40 acres. So it became 40 acres and a mule. But a mule was never promised to Black people. So thousands upon thousands of Black families were moving into this land. And then what did they do? They assassinated Abraham Lincoln. The incoming president immediately vetoed that issue, removed all of those Black people who were making their families work, making money, building prosperity, building their own little towns. He moved them off the land and kicked them off and returned the money to the people they got the land from in the first place. And on top of that, after Lincoln died, they went to all of the white old slave owners. This is a congressional act. Don't take my word for it. Check it out. Went to all the white people who were former slave owners and said, listen, you lost 100 slaves. So we're going to give you, just like in insurance, your loss deduction. We're going to give you a loss. So if you lost $10,000 per slave, we're going to pay that for the life of the value of that slave. And if you lost 20,000, we're going to pay for each slave. So the U.S. government turned around and paid the slave owners, kicked the Black people off of their land, put them out in the field, and then it came over. What was that shit called? It was called sharecropping. They came up with sharecropping because all of these displaced Blacks all over the South. Then what happened? They said, okay, we're going to get these brothers a different kind of way. These newly formed free men, we're going to give them another way. That's where the chain gang came from. We're going to lock any one of them that we see out walking around for vagrancy. And then on top of that, those who used to have land, we're going to let them till the land we just kicked them off of. We're going to let them serve that land, develop crops, and it be their crops, and they can make money from it. And then the white man came up with another deal. He said, I'll do this. I will charge Black people for using tools because they can't till land without tools. So if a Black man made $1,000 worth of groceries and farming and goods and services, and he was tilled his land and he was going to go to the market and sell his goods and come back with $1,000, the white landowner, this is a matter of public record and the law, and it's in the Library of Congress. Now, by law, the white person or the white landowner could take his cut for the use of his tools. So they would charge Black people at the end of every season. They got $1,000. They charge them $995 and say, here's your $5 for all the work you've done the whole year because you paid for the rental of my tools. So they went through that. And then Jim Crow started, which prohibited Black people.
Quick question. Was the North and South, was it fought over slavery or cotton?
It was, of course, fought over slavery and cotton. Commerce is what all wars are fought after, but the people on the backs of whom developed that commerce were not participatory, nor were they free. Matter of fact, they didn't even become 3/5 of a person to the 16th or 17th Amendment. So that's not even the issue, whether it's about slavery or whether it's about money. Both of them involve Black people. They would not have had that commerce. They would not have had that income had it not been for Black people. So that's question makes no sense in this context. Makes no sense. because Jim Crow assured that. Then black people said, well, on our own, we'll just build our own communities. And they did. They built prosperous and thriving communities from Auburn, Georgia to
Black Wall Street.
Kansas to Black Wall Street, everywhere. They built the most amazing, homogenous and just really secure communities for black people. Whether no matter the strata, no matter if they were poor, rich, or young, or old, black people had their own. But they couldn't travel between blacks and communities at a night. There was a curfew for black people. At 6 o'clock, sundown, your ass better be indoors or you're dead. Look at Emmett Till back in 1955, Emmett Till. Think about it. This kid, you know, I mean, you go out after dark, you're dead. If you whistle at a white woman, you're dead. If you wink at a white man, you're dead. If you talk back, you're dead. You're hung.
Vagrancy law.
Okay. Now, what I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to bring you up to date. So what happens is then Jim Crow ends miraculously after civil rights. But during that time, black communities were being burned down by white people. Oh, white man, was pushed by a black man, so let's burn down the city. A white woman was raped by a black man, let's burn down the city. The white man disobeyed the law, let's throw out the dogs and let's go ahead and burn down the city. Now, I'm not a racist, I'm not a xenophobe, I'm none of that. But I am a historian when it comes to my own people. And I know what happened. Exactly. And a lot of us sit around here thinking we don't deserve reparations when everybody, during the gold rush, during the land grab, did you know it was against the law for black people to own land outside of the red-lined areas? It's a matter of congressional approval. They had black people could not get loans. The whole term redlining came from prohibiting blacks from participating in development of real estate and commerce.
Yeah,
they used to.
Jack Johnson, he got arrested for travel out of state with his wife. He was married to his wife.
They created the Mann Act for that. I could talk about the Mann Act all day long. They got that for Jack Johnson.
Yeah, Jack
because he used to just he was hitting white women at the boxing match and fucking them and doing everything else, but they couldn't touch him. So they created the Mann Act so they can go into another state and grab a black man and bring him back for atrocities committed in each state. That and according to their, but what I'm trying to say is back when, and I'm going on this rant for a reason, because the black people don't know. We don't know. These new niggas today in the street don't know what the hell these old niggas went through for them to be in the street. They don't have a damn clue, and nor do they appreciate it. They simply flippantly just wonder, why was my grandfather looking like he was a weathered old man? Because he was weathered. They beat him down. They beat his daddy down. They beat his daddy's daddy down. They beat his mama. They raped her. They took from her soul. So the kids today, these young folks today, can be sitting on the street talking shit. The reality is to bring our country or our global population, be it America, be it any country in Africa, and Africa is not a country for those people who don't know, because I met a lot of people lately who don't know that Africa is not even a country. It's a continent. The continent of Africa has 54 nations, and all of these nations have one thing in common. They have solidarity. In the United States, we don't have that for black people. We have monoliths. We have certain communities who are monoliths to others, and they sell each other and our political prowess to the highest bidder. Once we can start collecting ourselves as black Americans and appreciating Africans, I've been to Africa more times than most people been in their own backyards. And I'll tell you, it ain't shit like most people think it is. It ain't nothing like it. These people, look, just don't even take my word. Nothing. Matter of fact, nothing I ever say, take my word. Just Google it or AI it or whatever you're doing.
Always double check.
Google African cities. Forget the shit you see, the kabunga bangy shit you see on National Geographic. Just Google African cities. Some of the most beautiful, productive, profitable, clean, modern cities on the planet, but you'll never know that because you believe the propaganda and the hype that you've been taught since grade school. Yeah. But it's not true.
Let me
so
ask you.
The bottom line is, when you get through what happens in civil rights, I'm coming to today, trust me, what happens? Desegregation. Now, what happens if I go to my salt shaker and my pepper shaker and I put it together and I start to desegregate all the white stuff and the black stuff and split it all up? That's exactly what they did. They said, okay, we're going to siphon out of every black neighborhood, every underserved. 'Cause a lot of white neighborhoods that were poor experienced the same thing during this time. But we're going to siphon all the money and wealth and doctors and lawyers and butcher shops and banks and insurance companies out of the black community, and we're going to bring them into the white community. Not integrate them, just move their commerce out of the neighborhood. Why do you think by law every single convenience store in America that belongs to an underserved, especially black community, has Pakistani, Indian, Asian people running it? Because they were the only groups of people by law during the 60s and 70s that Congress approved to be able to go into the black community and generate income. Yet they did a grave disservice to black people, and it wasn't their fault either, because this was the license they were given. They start taking money out of the community because they're Asian. They lived in Chinatown. They lived in the different other communities for Asians within those cities around the country, not in the black neighborhood. So they would make money in the black neighborhood and take it out. So all you got left in the black neighborhoods all over the country, and everybody's talking about pull yourself by the bootstraps and all that old bullshit. That's just another way of saying it's not my fault. I didn't do it. I don't owe you reparation because I didn't do it. But you benefit from it. Society is set up for you right now where you can go out the rest of your life as a white person and not even care about ever thinking about doing like or participating in culture like a black person has to. Nobody would trade places with me or you because the decks are stacked against us. And they know it. That's why black people should be paid reparations. This is why. It's not black people and Americans and Africans need to stop bitching to one another and start working together, because there's some brothers in Africa that got more money than everybody you know put together, times 100. And they are willing to do something if everybody's not looking at them like a piece of shit.
Not
That's
cash,
just how it
land,
works.
right? Land, right? Not cash, land.
They have cash, bro. Africans got cash.
No,
Are you kidding me?
Reparations. Do you
No,
believe
no.
in cash? I mean, land.
I think
land.
you should. I think it should be. I think it should be based on the contextualization of today's society, and not in remembrance or in honor of what passed, because that will not be applicable today, and it'll only create chaos. To even ask the question, land or cash, means that we will be taking ourselves 30 years backwards, maybe 40 years backwards, back into Jim Crow, or 60 years backwards, back into Jim Crow, if we choose land and money. What we should look for is financial reparations and fiduciary responsible entities created to help black people nurture and understand, invest, and reallocate those funds back to the black community, as well as to their families and their extensions and their legacies. This is something that's very comprehensive, and white people do it every day as a normal thing. Hispanic people do it every day as normal. Asian people do it every day as a normal. Some black families, not all black families are poor and fucked up, but some black families do it the same thing. But a more collective reasoning and understanding, and even bargaining, as well as negotiating with any kind of financial reparations, because money talks and everything else is bullshit. So give money, but not to the boy standing on the street corner. Although he's a descendant of slavery, he deserves his. But that money should put in certain types of trust. His rent should be paid. His education, his school, his commodities, his food, his car, all of those things. And that's just the beginning. And then a way to start collecting wealth in the black community. And hell, the same money that they gave Ukraine, the U.S. has given Ukraine, could end the poverty in America.
3 times over.
Okay. So you know it could be done. It's just that people sit on their ass and they talk about, black people don't need no reservation. Fuck that. I wasn't there. I wasn't a slave. Fuck them. Fuck that. And people hear it. They perpetuate that myth. They make it real to them because stupid people make stupid shit real to them. I mean, I'm former military. I fought in wars all over the world. I don't know if you know, but I'm a former Special Forces Green Beret. I'm a former U.S. Army Ranger. When I graduated scuba school back in 1980, I was the first black to graduate from scuba school since 1966. And I'm telling you, I'm a tough motherfucker, but nothing is tougher than the human spirit, gentlemen.
That's right.
I'm an officer. I'm a former officer, and I'm former senior enlisted. I was a sergeant first class when I went to OCS to become an officer. Then I went to flight school to become a pilot. I have experiences being around and nurturing myself and growing myself into the international entrepreneur I am today. I'm sitting here in Dubai, in one of the best places in the world. How am I here? Because I didn't decide to believe the bullshit that everybody told me. They first told me when I went to Central America, they didn't like black people in Central America, so I should go ahead and not choose Central America. I should choose another special forces group so I can go, to Africa somewhere, because where black people are. And that's not true. They even told me that Africans hated me. I said, screw that. They said I chose the Defense Language Institute. I learned Spanish, and then I went down to Central and South America for 5 years. I was on the first drug interdiction operations in Colombia. I was in the first fucking team in Honduras, Special Forces team there. I was in El Salvador for 2 years. Are you kidding me? They loved me. Yo sí hablo español con fluidez. I speak fluent Spanish. So again, alhamdulillah. Listen, being here in Dubai, let me tell you something. You don't have to. That's the one thing I love about it. You don't have to speak Arabic here. You don't. You want to, and I speak a few words, but it's not my language. I think if I bring my kids over here, I'm going to take some Arabic classes with them. But other than that, that's not the point. The point is that I want you guys to understand that the more black people enter the global marketplace, the geopolitical strategy of entering the marketplace from a global perspective, even if you're locals. Everybody, there are 3 types of thought processes that we have as black people, as people, really. The first one is when you're poor, what do? You worry money. How do you think of money? How to pay bills, right?
Right.
That's it. When you're poor, all you think about is paying bills.
Getting by.
When you're middle class, what are you thinking about?
Making money.
You're thinking about making money, putting it in your pocket, and securing a future for your family, and building something that you can, sit back and retire on and be okay, be a decent human being. But when you're rich, what are you thinking about? How to make that money, make money for me.
Hello.
Period. You don't think about family, legacy, none of that bullshit. You think about, how do I make more money out of the money I have in my hand? And let the residual or the profit or the net from that fuel everything else, the legacy, the kids, the colleges, and all that bullshit. Instead of me saying I'm going to save up and get me a nice Range Rover for $150,000, I'm going to say I need 15 Range Rovers for my executive team because I figured out a way to make money on my money. This is the change and the proliferated growth we need to support. When I sit on some of these panels, and I sit on a lot of them, some of you probably already heard me speak. I'm going to start one called The Strong and the Wise. And I want to teach people strength and courage. What we don't have is a lot of courage in our society. And people are taught to be cowards. They just are. They're taught, to turn the other cheek and all that old bullshit. People are taught that. Black people especially. But what they don't say about, turn the other cheek. In the Bible, keep on reading. It said, turn the other cheek, but hold on to your sheath.
Yep.
Hold on to your sheath. Means slap me again, I'm going to slit you. But they only told black people and the masses the part they want them to do. Remain meek and docile so we can take control of you and own you.
Also, Christ, peace be upon him, said, think not I come to bring peace. I came with the sword. He also said that.
No, Christ. Okay, let's say, I don't want to get into religion because that's a whole nother conversation. And I've looked at everything from the Bhagavad Gita to the Bible to the Torah to the Quran. And I've been to all these countries too, many times. I mean, your religion in India is different from religion in Africa. That is different from religion in the United States. That's different from religion in Russia. That's different from religion. Religion is just different. It's an opiate of the masses. That's all it is.
I want to ask you,
even though Christ is real, bro. He's real. But in the context that they make you believe it or the world believe it, in that context, it's to control you. It's okay to be cool with Christ and God and Allah and Buddha and Lord Krishna and Arjuna. It's fucking wonderful to be cool with them. And I'm a God's warrior, a real life warrior.
Yeah, you got to go to the source.
I'm okay with that. Yeah,
you gotta
yeah.
go-
But who gives a shit? God is God. Don't matter which religion it is. I don't think God goes to bed at night worried about, which are you a Catholic? Are you a Protestant? Are you Jewish? Are you Muslim? It's the same God. So it doesn't really matter. And if you look at every Bible or every religious story on the planet, with the exception of the new ones like Dianetics and all that, and but if you look at all of them, they have the exact same story. The exact story. I have a savior that came down here to save us. He's a prophet and the word from God directly. He leads us no way to get to heaven but through him. God is this person. His son is taking over that. And it's the same story. Lord, look at the back of our Gita, the Gita for Indians.
Before
Same
we get off
story.
topic, the question I wanted to ask you, brother, did you did you ever read what Malcolm left, the OAAU, the Organization for Afro-American Unity?
No, I don't join that. I don't join it.
Here's
let
what
me.
he said. Go ahead. Here's what
I
he
know
said.
Malcolm. I know all about Malcolm X. Malcolm, you mean Malcolm Little? But Malcolm X was the name he took, not to be called the slave name.
Oh,
But go ahead.
Al-Hajj Malik Shabazz. But his organization was this. Whites Can't Join Us is a black organization, two philosophies: Pan-Africanism, have always an open contact with Africa, with Pan-Africanism, and black nationalism. Black nationalism means that we are not anti-nobody, we are just pro-black. We want to control the houses we live in. We want to own them. We want to control the businesses in our neighborhood. We want the police, they got to look like us. And also our mayors and our counselors, all that, they got to be black. This is what he
In order to have that, brother, and I'm sorry, I don't want to. I have to leave in a couple minutes. I really do, but I want to say this: that'll never happen. Never. Black people will never own and be supported, be collective in any of that until we have a global presence. Until we link with other entities that can reinforce us having that kind of commerce and ownership.
What he did. He linked with Africa.
He didn't do that. He didn't do that. What he did was he proposed it. He didn't. It hasn't happened. It hasn't happened. What actually happened though is they killed him. When they killed him, that died. So that's okay. Yeah. But it wouldn't be applicable today either because the marketplaces don't work. One of the things black people need to understand from just a standard viewpoint if all black people understood this one little thing I'm about to say, if we just all said, okay, I'll believe that, we can catapult ourselves up and juxtapose and put ourselves next to any culture, any amount of money, any amount of people on a planet together. Because we control that kind of commerce. We really do. We just don't know it. But if black people can simply say, I'm for it. I may not like it. I may not understand it completely. I may not care about it at all. But if other black people are moving in this direction to ameliorate or better the lives of other black and, forgive me for saying it, underserved people, no matter their color. They could be white, Asian, Hispanic, Latin. It doesn't matter. If black people can get off of that old time bullshit about black people are a monolith, and so whatever happens to one happens to all, because that has always been bullshit. I guarantee you, if we can get off of that collectively as a people and just say okay to other black people, even if you don't like him, even if you don't like his politics, even if you can't stand, like that Byron guy that I hear talk sometimes against black people. He's so damn articulate and intelligent, but to talk about his own people, to sure himself up to a white man, to a Donald Trump or even a Joe Biden, that's a goddamn shame that we accept that type of treatment of one another. And everybody is sitting back in judgment of whether he's right or wrong. It shouldn't be our job to police him. It should be his job to police himself. And that is how black people become strong, is when we learn to police ourselves.
Before you leave, drop your name in the chat because Uncle Guns. He said he wants to have an interview. He wants Kyle to interview you.
I'm good. I'd love to talk with anybody. I don't even know how to use this thing. I'm supposed to. What I do? Just put
In
my
the private chat. You see where it says private chat? Do you see it? Click right there on the private chat and put your name in there so he can have it. Because he wants to interview you. He wants you to be interviewed. Because you got knowledge and you can share it with us.
Well, I think I spoke to him earlier today when I was here before. Listen, I'm gonna give you my. That's my name. Did you
There
get
you
it?
go.
Let me,
all right, make sure y'all get that.
And hold on. Let me put my email address here so you'll get it. Go to this website here. I'll tell the audience too. normtherapy.com. normtherapy.com. That's my company, Norm Therapy Inc. in the United States. And we have Norm therapists all over the world. And a matter of fact, I'm here in Dubai right now raising money for Norm Therapy Inc. We're taking it all over. Matter of fact, we're already on every continent. We have trained Norm therapists. We help abuse victims all over the world. We're a different kind of treatment for abuse, any kind of abuse you think of it, from narcissistic to spousal, child,
opioid,
you name it, political. Yes.
I'm
As a
sure
matter
you
of
do
fact, we have a
PTSD as well for veterans, since you're a veteran as
Yes,
well.
we do. As a matter of fact, it's one of our most prized areas. I just finished with a couple of
Yeah.
Green Berets. I don't want to say I'm a legend in Special Forces, but a lot of people know me back in Special Forces back in the day because
Right.
there were so few black men in it
Right.
during that time. Now there's a few more, and I'm trying to stay with these guys. But you get in your 60s, you just I'm not trying to run up and down mountains anymore. But I
you
can
need peace
guarantee you
too,
this.
right?
Say again?
I said you need peace too. It's time for you to settle
Yeah.
back down a little bit.
Right.
Add MG to Norm Therapy, mg@normtherapy.com, and drop me an email. And then that's how you can communicate with me the best. And then we can just start talking. Hold on, select all. Black people, we lose ourselves in ourselves because we have a lot to worry about. We have a lot to care about. We have a lot to be hurt over, and we have a lot to be happy for. We really do, but we don't normally orient our thinking towards being happy. We orient our thinking towards what? Towards our problems of the day. You ever talk to somebody and what do they say to you? I mean, in Norm Therapy, we teach this, but what do they say to you? They say, oh man, it's fucked up. Oh man, I don't know. It's bad. You perpetuate who you are.
True.
And that's that whole thing I was just telling you about. People of low income and low opportunity, more importantly, oftentimes look at the problems they have and how to solve them. People who have got a bit of stability in their lives, they're always looking at just taking care of their own, just making sure they're okay, make sure the people they care about is okay, and not really participatory in the rest of the commerce or the psychology of the community.
Unity.
And then you have the rich people who don't give a shit about anybody but themselves, but they bring in the dollars. What are you going to do? You have to be able to bridge all of these operations. And if you can't, this is the problem with black people. It's not white people. White people don't go home saying, oh, let me fuck some niggas over tomorrow. No, there are some who do that, but that's not really what all white people are about. And I know white folks all over the world, and I'm not a golly gee nigga, so I'm not going to sit there and go, yeah, Bill, how are you? I'm not that guy. But I will say this to you. When you go to a white man, and I see a lot of brothers do it, and they play that, yes, and boss, Uncle Thomas here, Uncle Tom, yeah, yeah. They play that shit. That's when anybody will take advantage of you if you act like that. And that's what we do. And we've been taught that generationally since slavery, to succumb to the master. Why do you think the word master came out of the Bible? It wasn't something that black people automatically got off the boat and started calling white people. No, master came out of the Bible. How to treat your slaves came out of the Bible. How to beat them came out of your Bible. I have a 501c3 nonprofit as well, and we always like donations. Go to Abuse Refuge, ABUSE Refuge, refuge.org. It's a IRS approved 501c3. We are a public charity, and we offer norm therapy services to victims and survivors of abuse all over the world, free of charge from that 501c3.
That's
And we
awesome.
also train norm therapists to, it's a year-long program and it's not easy. We train, and I created it. It took me 3 decades to create norm therapy, and we've been implementing it for the past 7 years. For all over the world, we have patients and norm therapists on every continent. And I built it, and I'm a Black man doing it. And most of it I did by myself, building. Now I have scores and teams of whites, Blacks, Indians, Arabs, Asians, all over the world as norm therapists and as staff members to our organization. White too. I got everybody because we're doing something good for everyone. Say again, brother.
You know what I loved about the Black Panthers? The Black Panthers were serious, man. I mean, look.
They fucked up in one thing, bro. They just fucked up in one thing. Just one thing. Being militant is cool. But if you're going to be militant, have a military. Had he appeased, not white people, but appeased the countenance of Black people. Martin Luther King did a great job of appeasing the countenance of Black people, but he did a terrible job of stepping up and not being stepped on. You know, they needed a combination of Dr. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X to make the message permanent and to make it stick and to make it work. You cannot, remember this one thing, Upanishad, some 3,000 or 4,000 year old dynasty, Chinese dynasty philosopher, Upanishad said, any nation without the threat of external aggression will fail. So if the US didn't have everybody in the world trying to kill them and say, fuck you and fuck America, the US wouldn't be shit. Look at all the countries who have no enemies. See how poor they are. You have to have external aggression in order to be pushed into a position to do better, become stronger, to become not a monolith, but to become a force to be reckoned with. That's what Black people need. We have the threat of external and internal aggression, but we ain't doing shit about it, but taking it. That's the problem.
But they were
instead
serious,
of mobilizing.
But they were serious. You seen what they did? They broke out Ashada Shakur in a I think semi-max prison. They broke her out of jail because they were gonna kill her. They were gonna kill her. They broke out jail and they didn't kill nobody. They didn't hurt nobody, and they got her over to Cuba. That's
Look what's happening in Europe right now. Look what's happening in Europe right now. I mean, I don't feel for any people who have subjugated others, especially people of color. I just don't feel bad about them. But what's going on now is they're not losing their country, they're losing their identity. And once you lose your identity, it's over for. It's game over.
Yep.
And I think that's not fair. I mean, I love Muslim people, I love Christian people, I love everybody. And those Muslim people there are not representative of all the Muslims in the world. Have you ever been to Mecca? Go to Saudi, go to Mecca. And stand in the big crowd of people going around in the circle. Just stand there. And you will see every color white. You see people whiter than the whitest people you've ever seen in your life, who are full-fledged, law-abiding, good Muslim men and women.
Yep.
Yeah, bro, that Muslim is not a Black thing or Arab thing. It's a global thing. It is. And you have Muslims in China, you got Muslims in Asia, you got Muslims in South America, in Africa, and Europe, and United States.
Igloos in Alaska somewhere.
Yeah, everywhere there are Muslims, everywhere there are Christians, everywhere. I mean, I one day I'm in Palestine, the next day I'm in Jerusalem. I'm telling you, go to Jerusalem and look at and feel the tension there. Or I used to get, because I'm a light-skinned brother, I would get stopped with machine guns in my face. Oh yeah, asking me for my papers. Because I looked like one of the terrorists there, or they were called. So I'm trying to tell you, bro, and this is real. The world is more complicated right now. And because we're using myopic and outdated strategies and terminology and positions with old philosophies, we're failing miserably. The first thing we have to do is start listening to each other, stop not liking each other, because I heard a brother talk so badly about people. Some of the brothers from Africa, he said, "Get the dick out of somebody's throat," and all that on one of these chats. They say all these things, and you hurt yourself by doing that.
Yeah,
You
they
just do.
online, though.
Although the brother was smart and he was talking a good game, he was really nasty to African people, and that's our problem. With the same voice and power that he demonstrated today in our meeting, he could literally go to Africa and become one of the richest men if he just shifted it around from hurting to helping. Very intelligent guy.
But let me ask you,
know,
something. Don't you know people's attitude change when you're talking behind a computer or a phone? Face to face, nobody's going to talk like that to each other, man.
Well, everybody who knows me will tell you that I don't give a shit who you are.
Same on the mic is not off.
I'm the same way with everybody.
Yeah, I treat you as we're face to face. I talk to you right now as we're face to face. I show you all the respect in the world. Even if you used to disrespect me, I won't say nothing back.
And that's what Black people needs to do more of. Now, I think some of the points you're making are based on what you have been educated in, what you've seen, what you've dealt with in your life, and that is to be appreciated and admired. It really is. But there are more understandings out there about Black people and our participation. And I'm a Black American. I grew up Black. I mean, my first drive-by shooting I ever saw was the police shooting at us, killing one of my friends, shooting him in the head in Chicago. That's where I grew up. So I'm in the south side of Chicago.
Well, I salute you, bro.
The worst
I've
day.
heard that story.
Yeah.
Oh my God, where did I hear that story from? It was on a documentary.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what happened to me. Matter of fact, they built the largest precinct back in 1972 or 71. They built the largest police precinct in America, and then what was called the worst neighborhood in America, which was Robert Taylor Homes at 51st and Federal. They built the largest police station in the world.
Was it somebody's father that got shot?
I'm not sure. It was.
I think it was a young man that was talking
Larry
about
was
it.
a young man. Larry was a friend of ours.
Oh.
Police, but see, what you need to understand is, if it was a dad or if it was an uncle, if it was a bunch of Black people back in those days, that's a normal thing.
Yeah.
You had the Blackstone Rangers, the Disciples, the Gaylords. You had everybody fighting and getting shot by the police, drive-by shooting police.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
All
That was not a single story. That was just how it was.
All the Black Panthers headquarters were always bombed, shot at. You see what they did to Fred Hampton? That's sad, man. That makes me cry, bro.
Yeah, they assassinated him, of course. But here's what I think we know. I'm speaking like I speak now. Why I can get away with what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of white people who hate look me up on LinkedIn. Look me up. Look me up on LinkedIn. Look at my profile. I got like 40, 50,000 people follow me. Look at me. And then read some of the shit I write. I tell white people, Black people, Asian people, Indian people what's on my mind, and I don't give a shit their color or what they're talking about. I will debate or confront anyone with an issue that makes no sense. If it's stupidity, I will not tolerate it, especially if you're trying to convince someone else of that stupidity or propaganda. I'm even across the board. That's the reason why I think people appreciate me. Even if they hate my guts, and there are people who hate my guts, they still respond to me in a way where we can confront one another and not argue. Because they know I'm making a point based on my experiential knowledge, I'm making a point based on my education, and I'm making a point based on my soul to whatever the issue is on the table. And that's what most people cannot do. The one thing you have to do is collect yourself before you open your mouth. Before I said a word on this panel, I listened and I was trying to say to myself, okay, Michael, just wait a minute and just bring yourself into the conversation. But then I heard a few things that are relevant, very relevant, but it's relevant for another time. It's not relevant for today. We have almost 8 billion people on this planet right now. We're pushing for 9. The things of the 2.5, 3 billion people days are over. There are 3 times as many people on this planet right now, and there's 3 times as many opportunities or losses on this planet right now. And we have to finally shape ourselves and position ourselves in a manner where we become a part of not only the solutions, but also the profitability. I know a couple of brothers that are billionaires, quite a few, as a matter of fact, that are billionaires, but you wouldn't know it. Because as soon as they show their face, they're dead, or something happens to them, or they go to jail or something.
I was just about to say, there's 6 individuals that have more wealth than 3.7 billion people in this world. That's crazy.
How do you think that happened though? It happened because people sit back and they praise the rich and they have disdain for themselves. They're taught that from birth. Oh, that's Mr. Smith. He owns the steel mill. And yeah, you got to be nice to him. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Smith? Good to see you. White people do it to him. Black people do it to him. Ass kissers do it to him. I hate people who kiss my ass. And I own my companies. I cannot stand an ass kisser. I'm telling you, when we stop kissing ass and kissing up to these people and start looking them face to face, eye to eye as a culture. And remember, culture dictate the people. People do not dictate the culture. And I guarantee you, as a culture, if any people of color, especially Black Americans and Africans outside of Africa and inside of Africa, if they start looking, and they're doing it in Africa, by the way, Dangote and quite a few others in Africa, they look white powers of the world in the face and say, I'm getting this shit done whether you like it or not, and they get it done.
Thank God.
They say, I'm going to build a power dam here, they build a power dam. They say, I'm going to open up a diamond mine here, they open up a diamond mine. These are Black people. These are not like the white people for the bank or the French bank and the German bank and the US bank. No, these are Black people with Black banks with Black money. Oh yeah, right now doing this, but you don't hear about that. You hear about, oh, the IMF needs to give this poor country some money and such, we need to do that. And you hear about those sob stories. So you formulate an opinion that Africans ain't shit. And that's the furthest thing from the truth.
There's a sector, right, that I'm in is pro-Black, right? It's about 95% Black, a couple white people. And you know me, I'm Arab, I'm brown, not Black. And I say I'm Pan-Africanist. I'm a and it's a couple people laugh at me. I'm like, why are you laughing at me for? As a Muslim, I could be a Pan-Africanist because to me,
you can be a Pan-African. I think that's a smart move.
In a nutshell, to me, Pan-Africanism is Africa for Africans. And I want Africans to control their own resources. I don't care.
I think that's kind of myopic. I think that's gonna be bad. See, that's the same thing that got Malcolm X killed. That's the same thing that got Martin Luther King killed. That's the same thing that got Kennedy killed. That's the same thing that almost killed Trump. That's same shit. Yep. That same I'm taking care of my own people for my people shit will get you killed.
Yep.
I'm trying to tell you, you cannot do that in this day and age. You have to start looking outside of your culture for support, but also you need to be able to support others outside of your culture.
But unity got to come first,
not unity. No, unity is all bullshit. Unity are never. What's going to unify Black people? Money. How do you get money? You go out to the white world and the rest of the world and you get it, and you bring it back home. Right. Nothing going to bring unity to Black people. There's no more kumbaya days where we lock arms and walk across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. None of that shit matters anymore. People don't care about that.
And I do hear that some people told me that Black people are not monolithic.
We're not a monolithic. Bro, you know what a monolith is? If you could tap Michael Gibson and say, Michael Gibson, vote for Bob Smith. Then Michael Gibson could just tap all the Black people and say, let's vote for Bob Smith. And then all of the people just go, okay, fuck that I like Biden. Fuck that I like Trump. Fuck that I like this. I'll just vote for Bob Smith because this monolith of Black people said we should do it. I think a monolith of anything is stupidity. Right. Now, if you have collective monoliths where you can be homogenous as a unit and collective with other homogenous or homogenized units, if you can do that, then that's smart, but that has to be within the same culture. And then that one culture with a bunch of homogenized playing fields, all even playing fields, and everybody's participating in one singular direction, not in one singular belief, but one singular direction towards profitability as a part of that apex of your direction, towards sustainability, toward education, towards food in the family, towards bringing in people and treating the neighborhood like it's a family again, creating a culture and a subculture within your groups of monoliths or homogenized playing fields within that community, and then you move forward. That will attract money. That's attractive to people. Why people don't say, I'm gonna, go into the Black neighborhood and just refurbish all these buildings and build this neighborhood up and because the education for maintaining it isn't there. The pockets for buying that refurbished land and building its value isn't there. That desire to want to be in the same place you've been trying to get out of your whole life is no longer there. This is why it doesn't work. This is why white people or black people can drive by a bad neighborhood, look off the freeway at the Dan Ryan Expressway in Chicago, and look over at the black neighborhood and go, wow, those black people live like shit. Like it's their fault. And it's not. It's generational and systemic and endemic to the black culture from mainstream America. And that includes whites and black, because most blacks who've assimilated into white America, like Thomas, like Clarence Thomas, for instance, he's a white man in his eyes. He is. And nothing's wrong with him wanting to be who he want to be. Nothing's wrong with that. But when you do it at the detriment to your own culture and your own race, there's something wrong with that. You know, and some of the decisions he made on the Supreme Court are not all that bad. No, but most of them are bad. And that's a goddamn, and they are directly against black people. Most of what he does. I can't blame him for being Clarence Thomas. And I can't blame other black people for believing him, because if that's all you know and that's all you got, that's all you're gonna believe. Until you step out of your own neighborhood, you step outside of your thinking process, you add a bit more critical thinking and situational awareness to your thought process, then you move out, and you have to learn how to discern lies. The one thing black people do inherently is we know when a motherfucker's lying to us. We know. Not all of us, but if you grew up where I grew up, motherfucker get in your face and he's lying to you, you know it. But most of the time, we don't do anything about it. We let them lie. You ever talk to somebody and they're saying, yeah, man, I'll be there tomorrow. No problem. I'll make it happen. They're saying yes to you, but they're shaking their head left and right like no. But they're saying yes. You ever see that? That's their subtle way of saying I'm lying to you, and we don't call people out for that. At Norm Therapy, we teach people how to detect lies. We have a long course that I developed on deception detection. I can listen to your voice. I can talk to you face to face. I can watch your body movements, your hand movements. I can watch the carotid artery in your throat. I can watch whatever I need to on you, even the pupils of your eyes. I can tell if you're lying to me or not. And what is the first thing an abuse victim does when they're asked the question? They lie. You know, the girl walking down the street with a bloody nose, a cracked tooth, a black eye, and her ribs probably broken. She'll look you right in the face, brother, and she'll say, he beats me because he loves me. Who's she lying to? Who's she lying to? The first thing, and that's why we teach that, but we also teach it to other groups as well. So I'm saying all this to say, we have to be more comprehensive in our approach of how we deal with people, and we can't be so single-minded. Now, of course, the Bible says a single-minded man is a man who cannot be, of course, manipulating all. And that's men wrote that shit in the Bible. But you have to have multiplicity of thought, and you have to be omnidirectional in your thinking process. Omni, all directions, all sides. You have to be omnidirectional in your thinking process. You just can't look forward. You'll never become anything. You have to look to your sides and down and up and behind you and beneath the ground and above the clouds if you want to make it in this life. And once we start doing that as a part of our culture, like every other culture does. Wasn't it Chris Rock who stood on stage and said, there's a white guy with one eye, one leg, a limp. He got a broken arm and no teeth. He's back there in the back in this theater right now washing dishes with one hand. And he wouldn't trade places with me, and I'm rich. Because he said, hey, I'm just going to ride this white thing out a little bit more. Because that works.
Exactly.
And it's very true. Black people, we should be able to say that. We should be able to say everybody wants to be black, but what everybody wants to do with black people, from what I've seen over the past 30, 40, 50 years, is what everybody's trying to do is emulate blacks. Steal their, FUBU was for us by us, and they sold. Bob Johnson went to his house talking to Bob Johnson, used to own BET, Ebony, all this, hanging out with Bob Johnson, his people, me and my boy Charlie out in DC, having a ball. A couple years later, he sold BET. he sold
to a white company.
To Viacom. He sold it to Viacom. Okay. So I'm trying to say he could have just as easily did like other white people, but he did like what they gave him. They said, no, we don't want you in, we want you out, so we'll buy you for $3 billion. And that's what they did. Viacom just did that. But they would a white guy go to you with that kind of company, BET, all the BET, all the networks and all that stuff. They said, listen, go to our bank and get a loan for $3 billion. Put that in your pocket. We'll let the company pay it back. That's it. And you keep your company. We become your partner like Time Warner did when it took over HBO. Same thing. The same exact thing. But they were white. And there was one brother who was in charge, and they ousted him as soon as the merger was done. So I'm trying to tell you, the way white people and black people and everybody in between participate with money in the world is different. And until we start collecting ourselves and getting some of the more experienced people out there to help us understand how these deals are made. I bet you didn't know that Maceo Sloan of North Carolina Capital was an NCM, North Carolina Management Capital, NCM Capital. Back in the day, Maceo Sloan, brother, when Clinton and then later on other presidents gave away those communication licenses that were costing $150 million per license, that he gave it to a black man, Maceo Sloan, to distribute to the world and sell to the world and make a profit on. One of the wealthiest brothers in the country right now, a cool brother from North Carolina. We have people like that in our culture. But the problem is, I'm telling you on this program about Maceo, who I talked to not a month ago. But I'm telling you about him, and you should have already heard about him, but because the media won't allow you to know that he exists, that he's powerful, and that he can move you. He can move mountains, and you should emulate him. They don't want you to know that. So, and there are thousands of examples like that I can give you. You have people, walking around you, talking to you every day. You don't know they have $100 million in the bank and sometimes billions. You don't even know them, and they just do. And they're people of color. We have to start appreciating that we already exist. And once we know that we exist and we participate in the world at a certain level, then we have to start looking to our own people. You got, all these brothers, Master P and my boy that used to do Def Comedy Jam. What was his name?
Oh my God.
All these people. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. I can see him right now.
Me too.
But in my head, you got all these brothers out there making all this money, you got, and I'm not saying anything wrong with you got Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx used to sleep on my couch when he was flat broke in Atlanta. Yeah, Jamie Foxx. No kidding. Jamie used to go on a stage at the Comedy Act Theater. And my girl at the time was the manager of the Comedy Act Theater. And him, Martin Lawrence, sometimes Chris Rock would come in and hang out, but Damon Wayans, all of the brothers, Sean Wayne, all of them hung out with me all the time. All these brothers. Now
they owe you some money.
No, brother. I position myself around people and I don't kiss their ass.
Right.
And people with money appreciate that. If you go in and go, oh man, I love your work. Oh my God. Yeah. They're going to say, yeah, let me sign here. Yeah, good to meet you, brother.
Get out
say,
my house.
yo, what's up? What's up? Come on now. That's how it is, But I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm all that in a bag of chips. I just put myself in some very strategic places. My next door neighbor was Peeble Bryson in Atlanta. On the other side of me, Dominique Wilkins with the Hawks. Up above me, Michael Tucker with the Braves. Down over there, a couple billionaires from Africa. On and on and on. This is where I lived. So I put myself in that place so I can have these people. Holly Berry used to walk up and down our hall like she owned the place. What was the name? James Ingram, there all the time. And then you go out and you got everybody in the world, from Tom Cruise to Wesley Snipes. I mean, I'm standing with Denzel Washington and Wesley Snipes taking a picture in the middle. Oh yeah, at Denzel's restaurant. So I'm just trying to say to you, brothers, so you'll understand, is that we have to put ourselves in places to make a difference and not wait on our turn. There's no such thing as a turn when it comes to making money. There's no such thing as a turn when you're doing better or trying to do better. You have to take your opportunities where they lay. And norm therapy, that's what we call it, norm therapy, to find a semblance of normalcy for people who don't know. The reason why people beat your ass and abuse you is because they can. because you let them. PTSD is a form of self-abuse. It's a reflexive form of self-abuse. If you teach people not to abuse themselves and how to get there, which we do at norm therapy, they end up becoming a better tool for their own betterment, amelioration, or recovery from that kind of abuse. And we've had great success in that area. I mean, 22 military veterans in the United States kill themselves every single day.
Yes, sir.
That's why I'm here raising money in the world, trying to develop a platform for them so they can go anywhere in the world. As a matter of fact, I'm looking for veterans now with combat experience who are stable, who will go through our year-long course, become a norm therapist, and just keep going. Oh yeah, Damon Stoudemire lived in our building too. Yeah, Damon Stoudemire was a Portland Trailblazer. Ramil Robinson was there all the time, just be with the Hawks. Just the Black elite of America used to hang out with us all the time in Atlanta. The Black elite, and everybody knew, and they knew that they had a voice, but they know that voice would only go as far as the media would take them. And anytime any Black person gets any stature in the United States, Africa, or anywhere, they are either dead or they are villainized. One of the two, from Prince to Michael Jackson to even, I sat with O.J. Simpson one day and his girlfriend, because I used to date one of his girlfriends in Atlanta. And we were sitting there talking, and he was a cool ass brother. He was just a nigga who beat on women. That was his problem. He's just a nigga, but a cool ass guy. And people villainized him. He became the scourge of the world. Bill Cosby was my cousin's best friend. Now he was villainized for the sexual innuendo and problems that he was involved with, and on and on and on. I mean, date raping and all that shit. These are regular brothers, niggas from Philly, niggas from Chicago, niggas from New York, just regular people doing shit. And then they got it out of control, and the media and the society just pounced on them. Yep. Black people can't be too loud unless we have another group of Black people that support them. And better important, and you watch this on the momentum of Kamala Harris, for instance, right now. Black people can't say anything unless they have a multiplicity of cultures underneath them supporting them. The same with Kamala Harris, got every white and Black and brown and green person, at least of the same mindset, supporting her right now. And it couldn't work without it. Barack Obama, same thing. He was a prime example of that. But the one person, Mitch McConnell, when the Senate said, I'm not going to do anything for Black people while you are in office, and I'm not going to vote on anything you put on the table, Barack Obama, is what Mitch McConnell told him. Don't take my word, look it up.
Yeah,
so unless we have white America, Hispanic America, Asian America, Africans in Africa, Europeans, all pushing for our same goals for our culture, we will fail miserably as a culture. And until we start thinking beyond my people and my Muslims and my Christians and my this and all that old bullshit, if we stop thinking on that, yeah, I know, bro. Yeah, but also, Strictly Travel lived, we were in the same, I'm not going into all that. We were in the same building. Strictly, he's on this panel right now. That's how I got on his panel. He invited me tonight. If you want me to say that, I'll say it, but I'm not going to do it on my own. But he's sending me some messages here. But I'm going to say this to you, and this is real. If you knew Strick, if you knew his family, if you knew what he was all about, you would not believe he's sitting here with us. You wouldn't believe it. Not in 1,000 years. I'll let him tell you. But the first deal we ever did was for $160 million. It was his people that put it together for me. Just so you'll know that. Yeah. So, and I'm saying all that to you, not because I'm trying to hype him, but this is the truth. This is very truthful. So, money talks, everything else is bullshit. I was trying to say that at the onset of this conversation. I listened to a lot of young brothers talk today, because the money is nothing but a metaphor for a tool. All money is a tool, and it's a metaphor for access. Money grants access, nothing else. You want more cars? Have money. You want more bitches? Have money. You want more houses? Have money. You want more pool? Have money. You want more this, that, or the other? Have money. All it is a tool. It's access. That's all it is.
What you think about
Nothing else.
what Cornel West said about Barack Obama, a black Moscow for Wall Street oligarchs and a black puppet for corporate?
Well, he's a militant. I like Cornell. Cornell's a bad brother. Met him a couple of times in Atlanta. Smart. I admire him. But he an old school thinker. And sometimes old school thinkers become so solidified in their thought process that you can't, they won't hear anything else. You know, it's not myopathy he suffers from, because he's brilliant and he's very open-minded. It's, you know, he's been beaten down so badly and had to fight as a militant entity, but a phenomenally intelligent militant entity all of his life. And he's not going to change. You get old school, you get in your ways, you're not going to change. You're just not. I like young women, so I'm going to change every now and then. So that's how I do it. Other than that, you know, you know, so you have to, whatever your culture is, you're going to change to. I mean, you know, my girl is 39 years old. That's young to me. So, you know, I'm happy with that. But I'm just trying to say, but I'm not some old decrepit dude either.
Hey, you banging them young girls, okay.
Hey, bro, if you're not having a good time, why show up? You know, why show up? You know, here's the good thing, though. The good thing is that we're having this discourse right now, and it is powerful. And maybe there's a person listening right now on this program, and they're saying to themselves, you know, I don't agree with him with that. I don't agree with this. But when he said that shit, I agree with. And that's just the way they're supposed to receive me. But we, with our egos, we think, oh, I'm saying all this, I'm giving these guys jewels, and I'm imparting wisdom, and they're talking shit. That's what people are supposed to do. And we have to have thick enough skin to let them. Period. And that's no joke, brother. You know, I mean, we could have a billionaire on this panel right now, and you wouldn't even know it. Wouldn't even know it. Wouldn't even appreciate it. Wouldn't even think it's true. Because we don't. But I bet if a white boy sat on this panel and Elon Musk decided to come sit on it because he's white, you believe it.
There's a question.
You'd understand that.
There's a question. I think it's maybe directed to you. Uncle Gunn said, question, where do colorblind white men fit into all this?
There's no such thing as colorblind on the planet. I don't agree with that. What I think is there's a word that people don't like to use, because when they use this word, it denotes a sense of participation and support for something that other people may not be in support of. And what I think happened is the word acceptance. I think some white men, and I know quite a few that I have depended on with my life. Literally, when the bullets start flying, you know who your friends are and who really care about you.
Next to you is the most important. Next to you.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. And whether they're white, black, or blue, it don't fucking matter. You all want to blue red if you don't take care of each other.
Yep.
Have you ever been in the military, bro?
No, but I know the stories. Yeah, he has. I know the stories. It's just that man next to you. That's it. Foxholes is that man next to you.
It is. It's the man next to you. I'm just gonna.
You Green Beret, I'm Marine. You know how that goes. We get rid of the ones.
Oh yeah, I trained and worked with the Marines. I've been on operations with Marines, Navy SEALs.
We get rid of the ones we can't rely on. You know how that works.
Oh yeah, you take care. You police your own, and that is the spirit of the Black community. We have to learn how to police our own. I don't mean policeman style police. I mean when there's a brother that's lacking in his family, help him without him having to ask. When there's a family member that needs help them without having to ask. Ask anybody who know me if I've ever given them anything, have I asked them for a dime back? Or do I even, when they say, well, I got this problem, I got that problem, I got this problem, ask them what I say. I said, bro, if you have to explain it to me, I don't really care about you. You have to explain to me why you need something, bro. Shit.
How much you need?
I don't give a fuck
whether
about
you
you
pay it back or not, it don't matter. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's the idea we don't take with us. Now, white people have become more misers these days than used to be. But the white people, they had the dispensable and the discretionary monies over the years and the decades and the centuries, to have more stuff, to give away and help others with. But that's becoming tight too. But I think we need to move back to a culture where no matter what your status was in the neighborhood or in life or anything else, that you supported one another, even if you don't fucking like them.
Right.
And then we become so egotistical and or maniacal, I should say.
Yeah.
We
That's a
become
good
so
word.
maniacal that we hate each other. There's a certain kind of black woman, believe it or not, because I own companies and I hire people all the time. Now I'm sitting in an interview and I'm interviewing somebody, and if she's a certain kind of black woman, I won't even mention, because I'm not trying to cast aspersion on anyone, but she will hate my fucking guts if I give her the best job in the world. If I treat her, it's just like, oh, it's a nigga that owns this company. Fuck him. That's how they look at me. All right, he's black? What? That kind of bitch. Hates my guts.
Can't do shit
They
about
will
it.
go. I have been reported to the FBI. I've been reported to the states of Ohio and Delaware for just being black by black women, a certain kind of black woman, just one kind. And anybody who works at the company can tell you. I won't mention it on the air, but it's a shame. They don't like me because I can articulate words. They don't like me because I'm the one paying their salary. They don't like me because I'm the one telling them what to do. But if a golly gee white man or a black man or Asian guy, and because I don't talk like the hi, how are you, and all that with that nasal shit, I don't talk like that, they don't respect me. I'm not worthy of respect. And that's one thing I won't tolerate is disrespect. Not in my organization. It's not going to happen. But I tell you, there's a reason behind that. Because she probably watched her mother sleep with any kind of man just so they could eat as a kid.
Exactly.
And she probably had a golly gee, nigga, or a badass brother, or some pimp hanging out with whoever, hanging out with their mom dogging her. And they think I'm him every single time. And it's a shame that that's the case, but I'm not even exaggerating. People will not like you at least 10% of the time for no apparent reason. And there's a certain class of black woman that does not like me at all. Luckily, it's a small population of them in the world, and I don't really hang out with many of those kinds of women, black, white, or any other. But I'm just saying to you, be careful. Be careful not only with whom you share, be careful with not only whom you share good news, because they'll be the first people to stab you in the back.
Facts.
But also be careful who you explain your problems to. The people you tell your problems to will become your worst enemies because you've given something to them that they've always wanted. And that
Leverage.
knowledge is power. Exactly. You've given them power and leverage over you. Never tell your problems to anybody except for somebody who's been there with you in those problems with you. Other than that, don't tell your problems to anybody, number one. And number two, don't share your good news with them either, except for the people who were there with you. Period. I'm working on a very large transaction right now. I'm waiting to finish up. You think I'm gonna tell anybody? I'm gonna act like I'm broke as a motherfucker. Why? Why?
Because they're always there to
friends and
celebrate
families,
your wins, and they're not
exact-
there to celebrate your losses.
or they're there to kick you when you lose.
Right.
They're there to
Exactly.
kick you when you lose.
Stop telling people everything. Most people don't care, and some secretly want you to fail.
Yeah, of course. People always want you to do better. They just don't want you to do better than them. And that's just how it goes. They just don't want you to do better than them.
Yeah, we got a
And that's
class.
everybody in the world. Say
Class
again?
struggle is a big problem too. I think it's the biggest problem we face. Class struggle.
Well, classes were created not out of necessity. They were created out of position. It's like positions on Wall Street. You take a position in a company, either the minority position, it's a mid-range position, or you take a strong position in issues on Wall Street. That determines your value to that entity in which you're taking an issue or you're taking a position. So, in life is the same way. People choose to be middle class. People choose to be poor. Poor is permanent. Being broke, and I've been broke several times in my life, being broke is temporary. Being poor is a mindset, and that's permanent. And you can be broken out of it and taught differently. But
Yes.
being rich is a state of being. And it don't feel any different when you're rich than when you're poor. It don't feel any different. You just got shit you can buy now. But you're still the same asshole. You're still the same sad person. You're still the same depressed human being. You're still
Money
the
only
same person with the problems with
who
your
you
woman.
really are. That's all it does. It accentuates who you
Exactly.
really
It
are.
amplifies who you are. That's all
Yeah.
money does.
We
It
got to
amplifies who you are.
live. We got to live to do things, not to acquire them.
Yeah, you can say that, but without the acquisition of things, brother, we're dead. You have to acquire. And you know, I think they orient black people to think, and we've always been taught this since the days of slavery, get as much as you can. Even if you can't carry it, make sure you got it. And they educate white people differently. They educate richer people differently. They say, first, build yourself a storehouse. Second, acquire yourself that land on which your storehouse is on and have its foundation. And then fill the storehouse. That's how everybody else is taught. We're taught, get the big nice car, the leather suit, and go out and party with a bunch of people. Or go and buy everybody drinks. And go out and do this, that, and the other. We're taught that as a culture.
Yeah, not
So as soon as we
generational
get money, it's gone.
wealth you're talking about, not get generational wealth. That's what you're talking about, right?
You have to create anything you do in the world to be better and stronger. You have to create it. Did you know money cannot be created unless there's debt? It's impossible to create money. All money on the planet right now is fiat. Money isn't worth, it's worth the paper it's printed on, just about. What's not negotiable, that's why they say this note is negotiable on our currency, is because the goodwill behind the money. And you have to create debt, a loan. You have to create a loan in order to lend. When banks give you money, they just give you loans based on the amount of money you get. They don't really give you cash. They give you electronic credit in your account, and it has to be against their balance sheet, and they must have at least a certain amount of reserve money in place in order to give you that loan.
Yeah, well,
but they haven't given you any cash. They just gave you money. They give you a credit that you can go out. It's not a credit. They just gave you debt, which you call a credit. They gave you a credit card, which you call a credit, but it's really a debit card. It's really debt.
But the Federal Reserve Bank owns our money. It's a private entity.
They don't own our money. They authorize our money. Nothing owns our money. No. There is no ownership of money. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean a thing.
It's based off of bodies.
That is based on it's based on the goodwill
GDP.
and the people. And we're guaranteed as human beings to pay back the money. We're the guarantors. We, the people, are the guarantors for the money.
Do taxes.
When you're No. Tax. We don't. If the United States never took in another dollar in taxes,
It wouldn't matter.
we would still be the richest country in the world.
Right, but what I'm saying is
The people are the leverage. We are the GDP.
People
Our
are.
future earnings is what they leverage on the world market.
The value of
behind our
us
dollars.
is
The
we're the
value of
commodity.
who we are as a people is how money works.
Right, but
We're that's why we can have fiat and everybody can have fiat because we're now
right,
basing
yeah,
the value of money on people.
It's connected to the oil that's Saudi Arabia because you
Not
can apply.
connected to any of that stuff, man.
No. United States produce more oil than Saudi Arabia. Are you kidding? It's not based on that.
What I was trying to get at was the Federal Reserve Bank is a private entity.
It is, and it's a corporation, just like my corporation.
Okay,
But if I want to say to you, you can come to Norm Therapy Training, and I'm going to give you a grant of $2,000. So you pay me another couple $1,000 for my course. So you just got $2,000 off. Did you really get $2,000 from me, or did I just give you a reduced price? What line item did I change? I said to you, I'm gonna give you a $2,000 rebate or $10,000, whatever it is. I'm gonna give it to you. So I just created money by doing that. That particular differential between the value of that money and the course and what I gave you is a form of currency in cash. What is exactly what it is. So
Now,
I'm saying all
the
this,
weight of it has to deal with the man that gives it to you.
the
So
value
he's
of the
giving you a
organization
weight.
and the people
Yeah.
behind it. That's it.
Exactly.
And the belief. It's all about belief. In
it's not
God we
pegged,
trust. Why do you think the pluribus unum is on the dollar?
and it's not
In
pegged,
God we trust.
and it's not pegged to gold because Nixon took us off of gold, and also the Federal Reserve Bank lends money to our government at an interest rate.
It's a
Yeah,
business.
but they're sold 3 points, 3.5%, 2.5%, 5 points. That's nothing. Companies get bent out of shape because the illusion of that tax, an illusion of that interest, is what is being sold, not the reality of it.
But don't you
When
think
Trump was in
that
office, what did he do? And I'm just using Trump as an example because I saw him do it. We were in one of the worst economic situations the world has ever known. But he kept printing money. He just said, fuck it, I'm going to lower the rates and I'm not going to stop
Oh,
printing
the
money.
world was pissed off about it too, because they knew what we
Exactly,
were
because
doing.
it's all fiat. You get it. So the world didn't collapse. Everybody didn't die. The people didn't charge on America and take over the world. That didn't happen because it's all empty anyway. What gives money value are the people.
The people.
Yes,
Period.
the people, their labor. Hey, yo, Kaiser, somebody trying to get in.
Now I got to roll, guys. I got stuff to do, but you got my
Hey, I'm
email
gonna
address.
be
Keep me on your list.
contacting because I'm one of those veterans of PTSD, and I definitely want to interview
love to
you.
talk
And
with
I'll listen to your program. That's one of my driving forces behind my YouTube channels. Encourage other brothers not to feel useless and to travel the world and find a community where they can feel like they're of service.
Well, go to YouTube, and I have maybe 1,000 videos there, 100.
Yeah, I know. I got your YouTube channel. I'll take a look.
Go in there and
But
look at
we'll
some.
be
I did
talking.
some live sessions online with veterans. I did them with family members and
Yeah.
and husband and wives. Norm therapy sessions. I have other norm therapists who did sessions. It's a very powerful thing we do, and I'm taking
Yeah.
it. A year to 2 years from now, I'm taking this company public.
I believe it.
I'm killing it right now. The world is we're very receptive to what we're doing. And I'm just waiting on one thing to happen, and when that does,
I mean, even within
I'm
our own
going to-
community, every one of us have some sort of PTSD if you were born in America and you're black.
Yeah, and that is there's a socialized PTSD. I don't think it's the same as the PTSD from the military because it's a whole other thing.
No, it's absolutely not the same, but
Yeah,
there is
exactly.
that socialized PTSD we deal with from our upbringing to the things that we run into on day to day as we're growing up. Yes.
Well, PTSD, remember, that post-traumatic syndrome is
Mhm.
post-trauma.
Yeah.
We live in a society where it's ongoing trauma.
Hello.
It's
Yeah.
systemic, endemic, as well as it's a form of trauma that's not only acute at times, but it's also chronic.
Right.
And it has to be treated a different way.
Mhm.
And norm therapy, we have a very, I created some techniques, and one of them, you can find it, it's called raking. I've created where we rake the brain. I can tell you more about that at some other time. But I also created a term called proximity predators. We have predators around us all the time who are proximity predators, and all they do is feed on you. That's all they do is they're there to hurt you. And most of the time, they don't even know that they're doing, because you only are what you know. And
Correct.
until you can teach them. And one of our adages at Norm Therapy is we teach people how to treat you. That's what's your job. If I work with you as a patient, my job is to teach people how to treat you. So you have to now teach them what I teach you about how to treat you. One lady asked me, so what happens when a bully gets in my face and he hits me in the face? I said, the bully will do it again. He's going to beat your ass every day if you let him. But the minute you stand up and you punch him first, and he still knocks the hell out of you and knock you on the ground, he's going to think twice about punching you the next time.
Because he knows he's in
Every
for a
time you
fight.
exactly. And that's it. You have to fight. I think Kamala Harris said it best. You have to fight to win. You have to fight if you're going to win. Fight to win. Don't fight to lose.
So it's the fight. It's not the size of the fight. It's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog.
That's right. That's right. And I'm a big dog, and I got a big fight. And I could, I'm also abuse victim. I mean, I got my ass kicked for sport when I was a kid by my dad. And so I'll tell you, that's a whole nother long story. I'm very open about it. You can read about it on my website and other places. But I had to make a choice. And my mother was a very strong woman. And she just said to me, you know, everybody gets an ass whooping. They just do. Now, you can learn from this and become tougher and stronger, or you can become a coward and go out there and let everybody beat your ass. Well, I chose to be a Green Beret. I chose to be in specialized units that you probably haven't even heard of. I've chose to do things the other way. I'm definitely afraid of water. I hate swimming in water, especially dark water. But I graduated Special Forces Scuba School, and I graduated Special Forces Scuba School in 1980. One of the toughest things I've ever in my entire life. And anybody who went through scuba will tell you it will tax the hell out of you. It's 4 weeks, really. Back then it was 3 weeks of hell week. Then you had 2 weeks of pre-scuba, and I graduated that. When I went to Ranger School, I was already a Special Forces Green Beret when I went through Ranger School. So I did all of these things because my mom told me. She gave me the right information. She made it clear to me that I could choose to be a coward or I could get my ass kicked for the rest of my life. It was up to me.
Right.
And let this be an example to you, son, she would tell me. Let this be an example to you that you are going to get your ass whooped and people around you are going to get their ass whooped, but your job is to show them they don't have to get their asses whipped. That is what we teach in a nutshell at Norm Therapy, plus a whole lot of other complicated issues. But that's the bottom line. People want to get through life where they're not tough, but they are ready and they're willing and they're able, but now they're equipped to get through life, even after combat. And I understand combat intimately. Trust me, when a bullet starts flying, everything goes out the window.
Oh yeah.
So that's the whole way of thinking about that one.
Yeah, it's like MMA fighters, mixed martial art fighters. They don't.
I'm also a third Dan Gojuru, and one of my good friends, look him up. One of my really best friends, he's a former Rear Admiral. His name is Manuel Pagan, Manuel Pagan. Look him up on Facebook. He's one of the top MMA trainers in the world. Killing. He's from Dominican Republic, but he's also in the United States as well. Great guy. If you want to talk to somebody who really knows MMA and they're winning all over the world, it's this guy. Plus, I'm also a third Dan Goshuru in karate, third degree black belt myself. But I'm saying to you, and I'm saying all this to say, look at all the things I mentioned that I've done since I've been on phone. I've done 1,000 more things that I haven't even mentioned because I put myself in places where I get shit done. Most of us are myopic in our thought. You know how many people in my life, when I said, okay, I'm going to leave Special Forces, I'm Ranger qualified, I'm Scuba, Halo, I'm all this kind of crap, I'm language qualified, I'm all that. I've been on so many missions, drug addiction, guerrilla warfare, you name it, teaching indigenous people, speaking of languages. I'm all that. But I want to now leave that so I can become an officer, and then I can go to flight school and become a helicopter pilot. People thought I was nuts. Until they knew I was trying to go to 160th, Special Air. Back then it was called Special Air Service, like the British SAS. But it was something like that back then. But the bottom line is, if you think in a single-minded way, you will do single shit in your life.
Yeah.
But if you have several avenues of thought, and the word several is on purpose, because when you sever something, you're cutting it in a single thing. So several, or in severalty, you're saying that I can do several disciplines at the same time and remain focused on each. I can do that. And this is just being human. People have reduced that to multitasking so they can keep their eye on just one or two things while you're in the workplace, when you can really do 10 things at the same time and be okay with it. But they have reduced a person's expectation of themselves as well as the expectation of the outcome at their workplace to just keep them single-minded and to keep them in a single task. They keep the workforce and the population done. Why do you think the first thing some administrations, and this is a part of history, look at the Republican administrations, every single time the first thing they would do is cut education. So they have doctors. You have doctors and attorneys and scientists who are members of the Republican Party. They are. Right. And they're very learned people, very well-educated people. But what do they cut out of the curriculum in schools? Politics. They cut out phonics. They cut out civics. They cut out history.
All the things you really need to know.
Everything you need to know to socialize with the world.
And
to
what
know better and know about. That's what they cut out.
And they raised the budget of defense by 15%.
Which is okay with me, because that's
Right.
nothing.
You
That's
talking to
negligible.
military guys. You don't understand.
Yeah, right.
We don't care about
That-
that.
Okay with you guys.
I'd rather you can double it for me. I'm good.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, but that's
Foreign
okay. But if you
policy,
got a
number
whole
one
bunch
thing.
of uneducated people, running the military, then we got a problem. And I don't mean that these generals are undereducated, but if you don't know about how a bill is passed, if you don't know what are the three branches of the government, you see those little shows on online when people
I'm
say,
just a
so
bill.
what are the three forms of
Schoolhouse
government? They
Rock.
don't even know.
Schoolhouse
They
Rock.
don't know about, you say the executive branch, they go, what is that? Executive who?
Yeah.
Or judicial or legislative. They
Legislative.
don't know.
I remember
They don't know.
when Trump he cut federal funding. He slashed it for Hot Wheels on Meals. What is it?
Yeah, but you know
Meals
why
on
he
Wheels.
did that? You know he did that? Because if you look at every Republican administration since before, Nixon, right at Nixon really, forward, Republicans used to be the party that supported a lot of black people, believe it or not. Matter of fact, Lincoln was a Republican.
Yes.
But the mantle for the Republican Party and Democratic Party changed around in the 1910s and the 1920s. It changed, and the Republicans became more against everybody, and Democrats became more for, because most of the carpetbaggers and most of the people in the South who had slaves were Democrats.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we're Democrats. And now the roles have switched. The Democrats are for the people, and the Republicans are for big corporation and making money. And they're killing it. The Republicans are killing it. They are, and so are the Democrats.
And Meals on
But what
Wheels
actually,
of the Black Panthers. They were the first public political party that brought hot meals to poor people.
Hot meals.
Yeah, hot meals. Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a reason behind that.
Being that you're a martial artist and you're also a therapist, you understand Ikigai really well then.
No, I really don't.
Really?
Who is he?
Ikigai is a
Ikigai.
phrase that the Japanese use to live for a reason.
Yeah,
Something
but
that gives you
I
purpose.
don't speak fluent Japanese, and the things we learn in karate. Matter of fact, Marco Tulio Diaz, if you know him, he's the only 10th Dan or 10th degree black belt outside of Japan. Was my sensei. Matter
Okay.
of fact, I would put it on the
I
screen.
was more Taekwondo than
I think
Korean. Korean is Taekwondo.
Yeah, I was in the Korean, yeah.
BJJ came out.
I actually
Taekwondo
used to
and
work out
Kempo.
with Sturgeon. You
Yeah.
know Sturgeon?
Yes, I know that
Sturgeon
name.
was my sensei in Taekwondo for a while when I was my first got my black belt in karate, and he's out of Panama. Sturgeon, great.
I mean,
guy,
we all
great
picked up
human
on Bruce Lee cross training between multiple martial arts, and me and my brother did the same thing. Started off in Taekwondo. I did Hoshimodo. He did a different style. We both trained for Golden Gloves boxing. You know, growing up in the 60s, we had nothing but time to learn how to fight.
Hey, brother, all day and all night. That's all we did was fight. If I didn't get my ass whipped at home, I was fighting somebody in the
On the street somewhere, yeah.
That's
Right
how I
now,
was.
BJJ is the great equalizer. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That's the great equalizer, bro. That's it.
Or
You can
the
break the
Royce,
arm.
what's that? Gracie, the Gracie family.
The
They're
Gracies.
they're the gods down there in Brazil.
Brothers, man, it was nice talking to you guys, man. God bless you guys, man. Hopefully we'll touch up again. I got to drop down, man, but this was a blessing, man. And
Thank you, guys. So do I.
I can't see anybody's name. I don't know why that is.
My
I'm
name
Michael
is
Gibson.
Michael. And what's yours up there, brother?
I'm Ronin Travelers. But yeah, I wanted to put you in my my description.
Well, I'm in the comment section.
Michael,
of
I
this
got
show.
you. I don't drop the lion guy. Put your name in the private chat.
Oh,
so I can
okay.
see who,
Well,
who
you guys,
are.
a good one, a good talk. Hey, Strick,
Yeah,
I'll
we'll
talk to you
be
later if you're still
talking.
there.
We'll be talking, Michael.
All right, have a good one, guys.
Well,
Talk
Mike,
to you soon.
yes, sir.
I need to learn how to get out of here. Thank you, gentlemen. Good talking with you.
Peace, brother.
Mhm.
Give me 1 second. Let me just
Awesome guy.
Yeah,
Awesome. I've
definitely.
heard that story before about the Chicago shootings. Could have been a different incident, but I've heard a documentary of a guy that went through a similar thing. They were all coming back from a celebration, and cops come rolling around the street. Sure enough, just start firing off on a whole bunch of black people coming out of a house. No problem.
Yeah, I heard
He hit
about
about 3 or 4 of them. It was on a regular basis. So when he told that story, I was like, wow, I've heard that story before. Like, he's not the only one that's gone through that, you know?
Yeah, I
Which
heard
is
about Old
unfortunate, but
Block
I'm saying-
too. Is it Old Block? I think in Chicago. That it's rough neighborhood over there, real rough. I think it's old.
Oh, that's you, Muzz? Oh,
Yeah,
you
that's
were in
me.
my. Oh, yeah, you were in my room. Okay.
All right,
All right.
brother. Hit me up. Oh, did you
Yeah.
drop yours?
No, I didn't. Hold on.
Drop yours there so I could grab it real quick.
Let me get to my page. I'm on.
I
I'm on everybody else's page because I drop everybody's links in my description when I get done with the live, so everybody gets credit for the simulcast. I don't know if where is our host?
He fell asleep. He falls asleep after a while.
He goes to sleep. Well, I mean, if he's in, is he in America? Where is he at? Is he in Europe?
UK.
Oh, so there's a severe time difference there.
Okay, I got it.
There you go.
All right, brother. Peace. Take
All
care.
right. Peace to you too. Well, I don't know who's left in the live or anything, so I hate to just leave a room like this open, but I guess whoever follows him is used to this, huh? Wow. Oh, you guys use this? It's going on 7 hours. I gotta go. Damn, this is 7 hours. All right, people. I appreciate everybody jumping in on the live. Appreciate the opportunity of coming up on the panel. I definitely will come back. Interesting conversation. If you haven't followed me, please give me a subscribe. I'm looking to hit 1,000 subscribers. So I appreciate anybody in the chat. If you can go over to my channel and hit the subscribe button, the bell notification, you won't be disappointed. And with that, I'm out of here.